In this world of high-level martial arts, everyone else is risking their lives just to increase their vitality by even a tiny bit. Yet Qin Ze has turned himself into an utterly outrageous, black-hearted capitalist. Facing terrifying exotic beasts, he simply unleashes dozens of clones to serve as an all-you-can-eat buffet. He literally feeds the boss until it bursts to death, then sits back and harvests the top-tier core. Want to acquire the talents of an exotic beast? He makes his clones swallow the orbs, taking on the agony of potential explosion in his stead. Even the dirty work, like disposing of corpses and cleaning up, is taken care of. There are clones wearing red aprons, busy scrubbing away in the bathroom. The stronger the clones get, the more terrifying the power shared with his main body becomes. All he has to do is sit in the living room sipping tea, and his cultivation level skyrockets. This is not just a cheat code, it is the perfect, painless personal workforce. However, the situation of this future clone tyrant was incredibly awkward in the beginning. The story begins on the day his seal was broken. Standing in front of the gates of Jiangcheng First Mental Hospital is a young man with a face full of excitement. Jiangcheng, the gate of the first psychiatric hospital. I am discharged. Looking at the afterglow of the setting sun, Qin Ze felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. I am out of the hospital. I am free. Yea, we are all discharged. I am thirsty, let us go get something to drink first. Fresh fruit juice, I love fresh fruit juice. Dozens of voices identical to his own echoed in Qin Ze's mind at the same time, as if the gossiping aunties from the village entrance had all squeezed into his head. It was annoying as hell. These were all his clones, currently overlapping with his body. 2 months ago, Qin Ze woke up to find he had transmigrated to a parallel world where countless races stood together and martial arts reigned supreme. Not only that, but he also gained a cheat that allowed him to create clones. It automatically split off one clone every day, easier than a hen laying an egg. Clones' attributes were only half of the main bodies at the time of creation, and they did not have the ability to create more clones. In all other aspects, they were no different from the main body. They had intelligence, flesh and blood, and souls. Qin Ze shared senses and memories with the clones, like a multi-core processor. When he first got this ability, Qin Ze had a hard time adjusting. To hide the clones, he had to let them overlap with his own body. This bunch of idiots chattered endlessly all day long, driving Qin Ze a bit schizophrenic. And so, the seemingly crazy Qin Ze was sent to a psychiatric hospital by his parents. He stayed there for 2 whole months. Where is my sister? Did not we agree to eat out tonight to welcome me back? Qin Ze stood alone by the side of the road, utterly confused. My phone is dead too. Damn it. The sun was about to set completely. If he did not leave now, it would be dark. Qin Ze stopped waiting and walked home alone along the winding mountain road. The psychiatric hospital was located on a hilltop in the suburbs. There were few people around to begin with, so at this hour, he would probably only run into ghosts. At the foot of the mountain, just as Qin Ze was about to wait for a lucky ride, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl squatting under a street lamp in the distance, with her back to him. Her shoulders were heaving up and down, as if she was crying. Middle of nowhere, getting dark, a lone man and a lone woman, crows cawing overhead. Qin Ze turned around and walked away. But he had not gone far before he saw that girl again, under the street lamp ahead. Qin Ze pretended not to see her and kept walking. Less than 100 meters later, the two met again under another street lamp. The girl's crying was louder than before. The sound was very sharp, like a baby crying. Excuse me. With a dark face, Qin Ze walked around the girl. Whoosh! The girl instantly flashed, blocking his way with her back to him. You just will not stop, will you? Even a clay Buddha gets angry. Qin Ze's patience was completely exhausted. Crag. The girl's head turned 180 degrees, the corners of her mouth splitting to the root of her ears, revealing a charming smile to Qin Ze. Then her body began to expand endlessly, with hundreds of hands and feet stretching out from her body, densely packed like a hedgehog. Her face constantly shifted among men, women, old and young, reminding Qin Ze of the kaleidoscope he played with as a kid. Except the kaleidoscope changed colors, while the girl changed faces. Bang! The 2-story-tall girl took a step forward with her right foot, making the ground tremble slightly. Suma Mason. I admit I was a little too loud just now. Qin Ze backed away little by little. He looked calm on the surface, but was panicking like crazy inside. Why is there an alien beast here? Although this is the suburbs, it is still part of the city. Calling for help will not do any good. So is this our first boss fight after leaving the beginner village? A mere alien beast, let us show it the power of the great demon king Qin Ze. It is just an alien beast, watch me do a sliding tackle. A clone left Qin Ze and slid toward the beast. A meter-long bloody mouth suddenly opened on the beast's stomach, and the clone slid right into it with pinpoint accuracy. Burp! The beast burped and tilted its head, looking at Qin Ze in confusion. This human is so strange. I just ate him, so why is he still standing in front of me? Let us attack together. Qin Ze raised his arm and shouted, and over a dozen clones rushed at the beast. The beast was completely stunned. Is this heaven? The beast's many arms grabbed a Qin Ze with each hand, stuffing them into its mouth one by one, basically treating it like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the beast being distracted by its buffet, Qin Ze suddenly turned into a black lightning bolt, so fast that not even his afterimage could be caught. Smash! Qin Ze leaped high into the air and smashed his fist directly onto the top of the beast's head. Caught off guard, the beast's massive body crashed to the ground. This punch from Qin Ze condensed the power of all his clones. This was something he figured out when he had nothing to do in the psychiatric hospital. With a single thought, he could condense all the attributes of all his clones, lasting for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, he would suffer from sore waist and weak knees, losing all his strength. 20 seconds left. Qin Ze quickly rushed up to deal the finishing blow. Big mouth on the beast's stomach opened, and a terrifying suction force was unleashed. The clones left the main body one by one. The ones behind stepped on the backs of the ones in front, kicking hard, one after another. After sacrificing 10 clones, Qin Ze finally broke free from that terrifying suction. As soon as he landed, his legs suddenly went soft, and Qin Ze dropped to the ground like a toad. Sage time had arrived. The beast staggered to its feet and patted its belly in satisfaction. It had never imagined that one day it could get stuffed just by eating one human. Protect the king. All the remaining clones ran out. One threw Qin Ze over his shoulder and ran away as fast as he could. The rest of the clones threw themselves into the fire like moths to buy time. The beast continued to eat a Qin Ze with every bite. Even though it was full, opportunities for such a buffet were rare. It had to clear its plate. Grumble tilde. After eating a few more clones, a strange noise came from the beast's stomach. With a blur, it vomited up a huge pile of Qin Ze's mangled limbs and body parts. Boom! A few seconds later, the massive body fell over and stopped moving entirely. The remaining 20 or so clones stared at each other in confusion. Qin Ze was carried back. Could it be faking its death? It is more likely that we are faking our deaths. Could it have died from overeating? Serves it right for eating so much. We are awesome, we actually fed such a huge beast to death. By the way, that does not really sound like something to be proud of, does it? We stuffed it to death with our own abilities, why should not we be proud? Qin Ze circled the massive corpse of the beast. Cut the body open and see if there is a core inside. After all, that is how it is written in the novels. Qin Ze did not bring a knife. Though the clones sharpened the chin, the beast had just spat out to use as knives. Before long, a black bead the size of a baby's fist was found. There really is a core. Qin Ze weighed it in his hand. It felt icy cold. Let us return to the palace. The clones hoisted Qin Ze up and stood in a line. Chanting 1, 2, 1, they disappeared into the vast night. 10 minutes later, a young man in a blue and white uniform appeared at the scene. After inspecting the beast's corpse, the young man looked solemn. Law Enforcer Number 3 reporting. The severely injured S-Class beast that escaped is dead. Its soul orb is missing. Its cellular tissue is collapsing. The cause of death is suspected to be the effect of the alpha reagent. A moment later, a woman's voice came through the communicator. Find the soul orb. Yes. Young man looked around and finally chased in the direction where Qin Ze had left. Hu Hansen is back again. Qin Ze stood in the doorway with his arms wide open. He had expected a welcoming hug from his older sister and caring greetings from his parents. But the reality was, it was completely empty. There was a layer of dust on the cabinet by the door. Qin Ze walked into his bedroom with a sullen face and found a charger to charge his phone. He turned it on and made a call. "Qin Yu, where are you? You were not waiting for me at the hospital entrance at all," Qin Ze roared in impotent fury. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Huh? Qin Ze, why are you calling me instead of staying put at the hospital?" Qin Ze's face darkened. "I am discharged today. What happened to the welcome feast you promised?" Qin Yu was silent for 10 seconds. "Damn, I got the date wrong. I thought it was next month." Qin Ze flopped onto the bed, giving up on everything. "Where did you go? Mom and Dad are not home either. I am so bored. I want to eat a grand imperial banquet." Qin Ze rolled around on the bed like a salted fish. He rolled to the left, then back to the left again. "Qin Ze, I have a secret to tell you." Qin Yu's voice suddenly turned serious. "Did you find a boyfriend?" Qin Ze's internal gossip flame started burning. "So you were at a hotel. Congratulations on finally getting married off. When are you bringing him home? I want to see what kind of blind pig would root around for a rotten cabbage like you." Qin Yu gritted her teeth. "Root your sister. That is not what I am talking about." Qin Ze rolled to the left. "Your sister is my sister, so Mom is pregnant again." "Shut up and listen to me." Qin Yu cut off her brother's wild train of thought. "Actually, Mom, Dad, and I are powerful and mysterious martial artists, and we are currently on a classified mission. Stay at home and prepare for the college entrance exam in a few months. We will be back once the mission is complete." Qin Ze sat up on the bed, his brows furrowed. "Did the identities of my family members change after this transmigration too? So that means I am a second-generation rich kid now." Thinking of this, Qin Ze was overjoyed. "From now on, I can stroll around with a pet bird, admire flowers, and flirt with pretty girls on the street. Doing the things a second-generation rich kid should do. That is really not bad." He started to like this world. Just then, his mother's voice on the phone interrupted Qin Ze's train of thought. "Sweetie, come over and help me haggle. He is asking for 100 yuan for this piece of rag. Is not he just a robber?" "Qin Ze. Damn you, Qin Yu. So your secret mission is actually going on a vacation. And you did not even take me. The signal is a bit bad here. Alien martial artists are attacking. I am hanging up now. Bye-bye. Beep, beep, beep." Qin Ze was going insane. Sure enough, even after transmigrating, my older sister is still as unreliable as ever. With nothing better to do, Qin Ze took out the black bead again to study it. In novels, things like this can usually be absorbed. After fumbling with it for a while, Qin Ze found that this thing was incredibly hard. "You ate it." Qin Ze summoned a clone. The clone Qin Ze had a bitter look on his face. "It is so big, there is no way I can eat it. I told you to eat it, so stop complaining." Qin Ze forced the bead into the clone's mouth, and they both experienced the feeling of almost choking to death. "Is there any change?" Qin Ze asked. The clone's face turned redder and redder, and his voice trembled. "It is coming. The big one is coming." Qin Ze's eyes lit up. "Something's happening." The clone let out a long fart and ran into the bathroom. "Qin Ze, it really is my clone." Whoosh. A moment later, the toilet flushed, and the clone walked out looking relaxed. "Did you seriously just poop it out?" The clone shook his head. "I have become stronger." "What do you mean?" "I gained the ability the beast had before it died, devour." "Please start your performance." The clone scratched his head. "I need to devour a living creature, and it is just the two of us here." Qin Ze snapped his fingers. "Consider it arranged." Another clone walked out. "Come on, let me see how much you are worth." The clone that just came out did not even finish his sentence before he fell straight over and became a corpse. "I am a bit full." The clone who finished devouring let out a burp. "At this rate of digestion, it will be at least a week before I can devour again. I have obtained his life force. My cultivation level has increased a little now." Hearing this, Qin Ze suddenly felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. He summoned another clone and pressed his hand on its head. He mentally muttered devour. The clone collapsed, and a warm current flooded into Qin Ze's body. "So that is how it is. The innate abilities of my clones can be shared with me, and it is even an enhanced version." Qin Ze felt he was not full yet, so he devoured another clone. Now he finally felt like he was overflowing. At this moment, Qin Ze felt he was brimming with power from head to toe. He wanted to shout, "I want to take on 10. Qin Ze discovered that his life force had also increased a bit, This was also shared with him by the devourer clone, likely about 1/3. He figured the other clones could also share with him, but since they were blanks, the sharing was too little for him to feel anything. Sai, we have lost 3 more good brothers. Let us observe a 3-second moment of silence. First bow. Qin Ze is heartless. It is infuriating. When will the clones ever stand up for themselves? Ignoring the clones' nagging, Qin Ze rolled his eyes, deal with the bodies. Good thing there is no one home. If my parents or sister saw this scene in the bedroom, they would be scared to death. The clones crowded around the 3 Qin Ze corpses, looking stumped. Dump the bodies. You are really not afraid of being discovered by the police force. Let us sink them in the river. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Where are we going to find that many dogs? The sewers. Good idea. Seconded. No sooner said than done. The clones carried the unlucky guys into the bathroom and grabbed 2 kitchen knives. Although Qin Ze was an unranked martial artist, he was still a martial artist after all, stronger than ordinary people. The clones, having inherited half of the main body's attributes, had a relatively easy time with the cleanup work. With the help of the devourer clone, the process went very smoothly. Qin Ze sat in the living room, leisurely drinking tea. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The bathroom immediately went quiet. Oh, Aunt Wang, is there something up this late? Qin Ze opened the door to see Aunt Wang, the neighbor from downstairs. I heard Z was discharged, so I thought your mom and the others had returned. Yeah, I just got discharged today. What are you doing in there? It is making so much noise. Making dumplings. Are you putting an entire pig in there? You have been at it for ages. Qin Ze laughed it off. It will be done soon, Aunt Wang. Just bear with it a bit longer. Do not make a mess everywhere. It is hard to clean up. Aunt Wang warned him repeatedly before turning to leave. Qin Ze closed the door and shouted into the bathroom, "Are you done yet?" The clone replied, almost, there is still half a side left. Hurry up. Blood started to seep out from the crack under the bathroom door. A clone wearing a red apron immediately grabbed a mop to clean it up. Watching the clones busy working away, Qin Ze nodded with satisfaction. If I had this ability before I transmigrated, I could have sent all my clones to the electronics factory to tighten screws and made a lot of money. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door again. Aunt Wang, I told you to wait a little longer. It will be done soon. Once the dumplings are done, I will bring you some to try. The door opened to reveal a young man wearing a blue and white uniform standing outside. The broken hallway light flickered on and off, casting half of the man's face in light and shadow. Seeing the large word law on the young man's chest, Qin Ze suddenly had a bad feeling. Why is an enforcer at my door? Law enforcement was similar to the Jinyue of the Ming dynasty, but held even greater power. They monitored officials and civilians, interrogated major criminal cases, and even cleared out alien beasts. Every enforcer was also an expert, being at least a rank 2 martial artist. Is there something you need, brother? Qin Ze guessed the other party was here because of the alien beast. But he would not admit it even if it killed him. His clones were his life-saving trump card. Besides, he had already eaten the bead. It is not like he could poop it out and return it. Qin Ze, 18 years old, residing at apartment 2201, building 2, Jingyuan residential area. A student of class 1, grade 12 at number 2 high school, taking the college entrance exam in 3 months. Hospitalized at Jiangcheng, No.1 psychiatric hospital for 2 months, discharged this afternoon. Is this you? The enforcer took out a headshot of Qin Ze. No, Qin Ze shook his head. The enforcer. If there is nothing else, I am going to close the door and get back to making dumplings. Just as Qin Ze was about to close the door, the enforcer blocked it with his foot. You are, the enforcer said sternly. Qin Ze, why the hell did you ask if you already knew? The enforcer said in a deep voice, we cannot skip the necessary procedures. Is this you? Qin Ze, not me. The enforcer. Qin Ze chuckled. Must have glitched him out. Looks like I will just have to take you back to the law enforcement department for interrogation. The enforcer put away the photo, and the aura of a rank 2 martial artist erupted explosively. All right, it is me, Qin Ze quickly gave in. The enforcer retracted his pressure. Where were you today between 6:00 and 6:15 p.m.? Qin Ze thought for a moment, on my way home. Walked back. Took a car. Where did a car come from in the middle of nowhere? I was lucky and caught a ride by chance. There were no surveillance cameras in the suburbs anyway, so he could not check. License plate number. How novel. What kind of normal person specifically remembers the license plate when taking a ride? Did you see any suspicious persons near the foot of the mountain? No. The enforcer took out a golden badge, which also had a large word law on it. The moment he saw the badge, an unparalleled surge of righteous energy rushed into Qin Ze's body. In the face of this righteous energy, Qin Ze was unable to lie. He had a feeling that if he lied, he would definitely die. Qin Ze opened his mouth, ready to tell everything that happened in the evening in full detail. Just then, the righteous energy that descended upon Qin Ze suddenly dispersed into his various clones. The residual righteous energy on Qin Ze was already very little, no longer unparalleled. He immediately shut his mouth and pretended to look at the golden badge in confusion. "Are you lying?" the enforcer asked. "No," Qin Ze shook his head. "If a single word I just said is false, may my sister never get married in her life." The enforcer stared at Qin Ze for a moment and put away the gold badge. The righteous energy instantly vanished, and Qin Ze felt much more relaxed. "If you think of anything else, you can report it to the law enforcement department. Valuable clues will be handsomely rewarded." Qin Ze pretended to be completely baffled, so what exactly happened? The enforcer sneered. "An S-rank alien beast died at the foot of the psychiatric hospital's mountain. You just left early, otherwise you would be its meal by now." Qin Ze cried out, "That is terrifying. How could there be an alien beast in the city?" The enforcer coldly snorted, and just as he was about to leave, he sniffed the air hard. "Why is there such a strong smell of blood?" The enforcer peeked into the room. Qin Ze stepped aside. "I felt like eating fish." "Just killed a fish. Wanna taste my cooking?" The enforcer looked around the living room, then closed the door and left. If a rank 2 martial artist is this strong, would not a rank 3 martial artist be heaven-defying? Qin Ze patted his chest to soothe his pounding heart. This was his first time realizing how terrifying martial artists were in this world. "I need to work hard on cultivation." To survive in a chaotic world, strengthening oneself was the absolute truth. Pushing open the bathroom door, all the clones were slumped on the floor, looking like they were half dead. That badge was too fierce. If this were a cultivation world, that would be at least a high-grade magical treasure. I felt like my mind was completely seen through. I almost peed my pants from fear. "You already did pee." Qin Ze clapped his hands. "Hurry up and get to work." It was a good thing that enforcer did not come in to search the house, otherwise he really would not be able to explain a room full of himself. Walking out of the residential area, the enforcer took out his communicator and contacted his superior. "I have already investigated that mental patient. He passed the test of the law badge. Besides, an unranked martial artist does not have the strength to kill an S-rank alien beast. I will continue tracking and investigating." The call ended. The enforcer turned his head and glanced at Qin Ze's still-lit window, feeling that something was just odd about this guy. A feeling he could not quite put into words. Under the relentless efforts of several master Qins, for 3 hours, the cleaning work was finally finished. Summoned by his best bro, Qin Ze sat outside a food stall early, having ordered food while waiting. Not long after, a fat guy ran over, panting heavily. "Brother Z, you are finally out of the hospital." Fat guy was named Yunajiwan, and the two had been in the same class from primary school to high school. "Brother Z, this meal is on me today, to celebrate your discharge." After each downing a large lamb kidney skewer, Qin Ze said seriously, "Fatty, I have decided. From now on, I will cultivate properly and take the martial arts exam." The fat guy looked at Qin Ze with an extremely unfamiliar gaze. "Brother Z, we have not even started drinking. How are you already drunk?" Qin Ze shook his head. "I am serious." In this world where martial prowess was respected above all, martial artists were the bosses. The heads of those large conglomerates and big companies were all martial artists too. Ordinary people simply could not protect such massive fortunes. To make a name for oneself, becoming a martial artist was a prerequisite. The fat guy blinked, then started laughing. "Brother Z, you are teasing me again. Who in the whole school does not know that we are both trash? If we could become martial artists, sows could climb trees. After graduation, I will directly arrange for you to join my family's company. I will be the general manager, you be the vice manager, and we brothers will continue to live freely and happily." The fat guy's family had a huge business, though Qin Ze did not know exactly what it was. What rank is your dad? Rank 2. Qin Ze said, have you ever thought about what happens decades from now when your dad is gone? If you're not even a rank 1 martial artist, how will you protect the company? The smile gradually faded from the fat guy's face. He could see that Qin Ze was discussing this topic with him seriously. So, let us leave the future for the future. The fat guy chose to continue slacking off. Cultivation was impossible. They were trash after all. Are you really willing to hand over your family's wealth to others on a silver platter? Who says trash cannot cultivate? In this martial arts exam, I am going to show everyone in the school that even trash can become a martial artist. The fat guy was infected by Qin Ze's impassioned speech. Damn it. Brother Z, you are right. Starting tomorrow, we will cultivate properly and defy the heavens to change our fate. Qin Ze nodded. Now that is my good brother, cheers. Just as the two were daydreaming about the future, a girl's scream rang out from the next table. Let go of me. The screaming girl is a waitress from the next table. In her early 20s and quite pretty. Qin Ze feels she looks familiar, as if he has seen her somewhere before. The girl is being dragged hard by the arm by a drunken brute. Not bad, quite a spitfire. The drunkard's gaze unscrupulously scans the girl's vital parts up and down. Come here and give me a kiss. Finally, he pulls the girl into his arms and shoves his pig-like face toward her. Smack! In a panic, the girl slaps the drunkard and runs away, startled like a little rabbit. Bang! The table is smashed to pieces by a single blow from the drunkard. He is a martial artist. Qin Ze senses intense blood energy fluctuations coming from him. Fatty glances over. I reckon he just came off the front lines, and now that he has had a bit to drink, he has forgotten who he is. The drunkard is furious. You ungrateful little bitch. It is your blessing that I have taken a liking to you. Surrounding customers, who were initially filled with righteous indignation, fall silent after realizing he is a martial artist. The girl is panicked. Her body is trembling constantly, clearly at a loss for what to do. Crash! The drunkard pushes everything off the next table onto the ground. He grabs the girl by the back of her neck like a chicken and presses her onto the table. The girl shivers and cries helplessly. The drunkard's two companions cheer him on. Brother Guang, you are the best. Hurry up and let this little girl see what you have got. The drunkard whistles and is about to undo his belt when the owner of the food stall arrives late. Martial artist, she is a newcomer and does not know any better, please be generous. Dinner is on me tonight, just as an apology. The 6-foot-tall owner bows repeatedly before the man under 6 feet, as humble as a schoolboy. Smack! Drunkard slaps the owner across the face, sending him flying over 2 meters until he lands on the ground, unconscious. Where did this fly come from? The drunkard scans his surroundings. What, do you have a problem with that? Why do you think I risk my life fighting exotic beasts on the front lines? It is to protect the safety of you ants, you pieces of trash. I have faced death 9 times and barely survived on the front lines. So what if I want to enjoy myself now? This is what I deserve. People around lower their heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. The law does not apply to martial artists. As long as they do not kill other martial artists, it is no big deal if they kill a few civilians. Surviving martial artists have military merits, which can be used to offset such actions. No one dares to provoke the drunkard, for fear that he might kill them in a fit of rage. Seeing no one dare to stand up and resist him, the drunkard is very satisfied. Get ready, little girl, here I come. The drunkard presses the woman's head tightly onto the table and starts undoing his belt with his other hand. Qin Ze feels a tightness in his chest. He is starting to hate this world a little. Do not be impulsive, Brother Z. The fatty whispers a warning. The drunkard is completely out of control now. For an ordinary person, stepping in would be suicide. Wei wo. A police cruiser pulls over and 2 officers step out. Phrase. Report your name, martial arts rank, and affiliation immediately. The 2 officers draw their guns and aim them at the drunkard. Ignoring them, the drunkard points at his own forehead. Come on, shoot me dead. I am a meritorious first-rank martial artist. Come on, kill me. The 2 officers are extremely nervous. The police have no jurisdiction over martial artists, Only the enforcement department can manage them. The drunkard grins. If you do not dare to shoot, put away those toys and watch my show. Who knows, maybe if I am in a good mood later, I will let you be the stars too. His two companions whistle along. Go, brother Guang. Leave some for your brothers later. Drunkard laughs menacingly and leans into the girl's ear, whispering, little bitch, this is the price for refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The girl cries until her face is stained with tears, shaking her head uncontrollably. No, please do not. Drunkard's eyes turn blood red, a sense of unprecedented pleasure rising in his heart, sweeping away the gloom he suffered on the battlefield. Smack! Suddenly a beer bottle flies over and shatters against the drunkard's head. Damn it! Who is there? A piece of glass is embedded in the drunkard's scalp, and blood streams down his face. The customers all keep their heads down. Only a fatty keeps whistling nonchalantly while facing the street across the road. And a young man across from him is calmly eating kidney skewers. Smack! Just as the drunkard turns around, another beer bottle flies over. Damn, I knew it was you. The drunkard lunges toward Qin Ze in a flash. The fatty sighs. Brother Z, oh brother Z, why cannot you hold your temper? Brother, my father is Lin Gang of the Lin Group. Do me a favor and let this matter pass for today. The drunkard straightens his collar. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am He Guang, the second son of the He family. The fatty's heart sinks. They hit a hard wall. The He family is one of the top martial arts families in Jiangcheng. The fatty's family background really does not amount to much in front of the drunkard. So it is brother Guang, no wonder you looked so familiar. We are classmates with He Bai. Is not this a case of friends failing to recognize each other? The fatty starts laughing and joking. He Guang looks at Qin Ze with a smirk. You little punk, do not you want to be a hero? I will give you that chance today. Crawl through here and bark like a dog 3 times, and I will let that girl go. He Guang spreads his legs, acting domineering. Qin Ze finishes the last bite of his kidney skewer and puts down the metal stick. He pulls out a napkin and elegantly wipes his mouth. He Guang rolls up his sleeves. You little brat, I am not finished. Boom! Qin Ze lands a solid punch on He Guang's stomach. He Guang's body doubles over like a shrimp, flying several meters away. Oh my god! He Guang gasps for air repeatedly. Due to the alcohol and the sheer force of Qin Ze's punch. He Guang struggles several times but fails to stand up. 25. Qin Ze turns into a black bolt of lightning and charges toward He Guang's 2 companions. The 2 little cuties are still staring blankly at He Guang, not quite understanding how he fell. By the time they snap out of it, Qin Ze has reached them. A right whip kick. A left front snap kick. The 2 cuties are kicked onto He Guang, who was just about to get up, stacking them into a sandwich. 15. Qin Ze quickly picks up 3 beer bottles, 1 for each. Smash, 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 all 3 sea stars. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ends, Qin Ze pulls over a chair, turns around stylishly, sits down and crosses his legs. Just in time for the cool down. The entire process was smooth, executed in one breath and highly aesthetic. Everyone present is stunned. They had no idea that fighting could be so elegant. Is that really my brother? The fatty swallows hard, finding it hard to believe. We promised to be losers together. How did you suddenly pull off a miracle? Watching Qin Ze, who looks like a superstar standing in the spotlight, the fatty clenches his fists. Brother Z, I will definitely catch up to you. He Guang, pressed at the bottom, taps the ground repeatedly. All of you, get off me. 2 cuties are weighing him down, and he wiggles like a salted fish, but he just cannot get up. Qin Ze leans back, trying his best to keep his legs from shaking. What is the matter? You do not accept it. Little bastard, screw you. I am a martial artist who has been to the front lines and earned merits. He Guang was still spewing trash, his eyes practically shooting fire. Smack! Qin Ze grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over his head. Keep cursing. Screw you. Smack! Keep cursing. Screw. Smack. Lie. Smack! Qin Ze reached back but grabbed empty air. There were no more bottles on the table. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Ze with astonishment. Who is this fierce guy? That was a martial artist, after all. Even playing whack-a-mole is not this brutal. Brother Z, the booze is here. Fatty brought over a whole case of beer and put it at Qin Ze's feet. Qin Ze picked up a beer bottle and weighed it in his hand. "Wait, I will stop cursing." His head covered in blood, Guang finally gave in. "However, smack, you still get beaten even if you do not curse." Qin Ze clapped his hands. You are bullying me too much." Guang was infuriated. "I think it is fine," Qin Ze said calmly. Smash, smash, smash. After smashing another half case of bottles, Qin Ze felt a bit tired and was ready to call Fatty to go home. As expected of a martial artist, his head was tough, taking dozens of hits to the head and still managing to stay conscious. Little did he know, Guang was already dizzy and seeing stars. "The enforcers are here!" Exclamations broke out from the crowd. Qin Ze looked up and saw a man wearing a blue and white uniform. "You again," the enforcer frowned slightly. "Lord Enforcer, you have to help me." Guang seemed to have found his savior and began to bitterly complain about Qin Ze's bastard behavior. He dared to attack a ranked martial artist. "I suspect he is a foreign spy. Arrest him and interrogate him quickly." "Shut up, I have not asked you yet." The enforcer was annoyed by someone interrupting his process. Guang did not notice the enforcer's impatience and continued loudly. "I am the second son of the He family. If you do not arrest this kid right now, believe it or not, I will go to the Enforcement Bureau tomorrow and file a complaint against you." The enforcer scoffed and took out a golden token of law. Instantly, a powerful and righteous aura descended, enveloping everyone. The crowd felt a profound respect, their hearts purified and elevated. They even began to burst into tears, constantly confessing their past wrongdoings and spilling secrets buried deep in their hearts. "Hubby, I am sorry, our kid is actually a Wang. Everyone look at me, I have an announcement, I am gay. I secretly mixed urine into your beer just now. Bro, I like my sister-in-law, can you divorce her?" For a moment, the entire food stall turned into a massive scene of social death. All those suppressed thoughts, buried for who knows how long, were spoken out loud. Qin Ze was dumbfounded. He also had a momentary urge to speak his mind, but the power of the golden token was quickly dispersed by his clones. Qin Ze looked enviously at the golden token in the enforcer's hand. It could deal area of effect damage, as well as single target attacks. "I really want one. Brother Z, I have something to tell you too." Fatty tightly grabbed Qin Ze's hand, tears streaming down his face. Qin Ze shuddered and quickly pulled his hand back. "Do not tell me you like me." Fatty shook his head. "I want to be your brother-in-law. Once I get together with your sister, we can have our own terms of address. I will still call you Brother Z, and you call me brother-in-law." Qin Ze was stunned. "You thick-browed fatty, you actually want to steal my sister." Seeing Qin Ze looking around for something, Fatty kindly asked, "Bro, what are you looking for? Let your brother-in-law help you find it." "Qin Ze, where is my knife?" Guang, who was at the very bottom of the sandwich, finally stood up. This guy threw himself in front of the girl, hugged her legs, and began crying. "I am sorry, I am an animal. I am really not human." As he spoke, Guang slapped his own face loudly. "I actually have no military merits at all. I stole someone else's identity to get them. I did not kill a single beast on the front lines. I did not dare to. I peed my pants from fear. The beasts are so huge, so huge. I was so scared, I was really so scared. I do not want to die, boo-hoo." Guang cried in such a heartbreaking way. It made listeners sad and brought them to tears. The girl was hesitant and at a loss for what to do. I forgive you, please get up first." Getting the desired answer, the enforcer put away his token, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. As the righteous aura disappeared, everyone thought back to what they had just said. They just wanted to die. There was nothing left to live for in this world. "Brother Z, I knew our sister. Get lost." "All right." Fatty happily scurried off to pay the bill. On the other side, Guang came back to his senses, let go of the girl's thighs, and backed away in terror. "Leffu, what the hell did you do?" Guang wished he could punch the enforcer to pieces. "Danger, danger, danger." He had actually confessed to claiming false military merits, which was a capital offense. "You have got quite the nerves." The corners of the enforcer's mouth curled up slightly. Although he lost an S-rank beast, at least this month's KPI would finally be met. Mi's misunderstanding, Guang still tried to defend himself. The enforcer threw out a ring. The ring enlarged in the air, slipped over Guang's body, and then instantly shrank, binding him tightly. Send him and his 2 companions to the enforcement bureau. The enforcer said to the officer next to him. Yes, sir. The officer immediately dragged the 3 of them up and put them in the car. Guang was still crying foul. You cannot do this to me. I have bled for the country. I have risked my life for the country. All 3 of them were taken away. The customers were too embarrassed to stay there any longer. They paid their bills and left with their tails between their legs. It is extremely rare to find someone who can keep their emotions from collapsing in front of the token of law. The enforcer walked up to Qin Ze and sized him up with interest. Qin Ze cursed internally. He had forgotten to act earlier. Out of the dozens of people present, only 2 had not suffered social death. Qin Ze and that girl. The enforcer held up 2 fingers. There are only 2 possibilities for someone who can resist the power of the token. Either their heart is pure enough, having never done anything illegal or immoral, or they possess a more powerful force that can counter the token. Qin Ze said with absolute conviction, "That is right, I am the former. I have been kind-hearted since I was a kid. If I see an old lady fall, I always help her up." The enforcer raised an eyebrow. Your family must be quite well off. Qin Ze, just ordinary working class. The enforcer said, and you still dare to help them up. Qin Ze, that is why I said I am kind-hearted. It is perfectly normal for the token to have no effect on me. The enforcer said playfully, people who talk this much are never easy to deal with. Qin Ze chose to shut up. I will be keeping an eye on you. The enforcer turned and left. Qin Ze knew he had been listed as a prime suspect. By the way, seeing as you are a student and do not know much, I will give you a heads up. The enforcer suddenly stopped and looked into Qin Ze's eyes. If you absorb an unpurified soul orb directly, your mental strength will not handle it, and your brain will be damaged. Your body will also mutate into a beast. Qin Ze wore a face full of question marks. What is a soul orb? The enforcer stared at his face for a moment. Ask your teacher at school tomorrow. After the enforcer completely left, Qin Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a pain in the neck. My brain can handle the various information and senses of dozens of clones simultaneously, and you are asking if my mental strength can handle it. Besides, so what if I mutate? The clones are the ones eating it, not me. Thank you, Qin Ze. The girl walked over. Qin Ze, you know me. Qin Yu and I were college classmates. I visited your home back during the summer break, the girl said. Qin Ze remembered. No wonder he had felt she looked familiar. He really had met her before. So it is you, Miss Horseeye, long time no see. The girl replied, my name is Ma Yan. Miss Ma Yan, what do you do for a living? I work as a server at a street food stall. An awkward silence hung in the air. Ma Yan, why do not you go home and rest for a couple of days? The boss had woken up, half his face swollen like a pig's head. Understood, boss. Ma Yan felt dejected. She knew she had been fired. She sniffled, then forced a smile back onto her face. Qin Ze, find some time to come over for dinner in a couple of days. Bring little Yu along too. My sister went traveling, not sure when she will be back. Then you just come by yourself. Sure. The 2 of them exchanged contact information. Goodbye. Ma Yan hopped on a bicycle that rattled everywhere except for the bell and disappeared into the night. Brother Z, the bill is settled, the fatty said as he trotted over. The 2 of them walked home. Guang probably will not be held for more than a few days. Watch out for his revenge, the fatty warned. False claiming military merit is a capital offense, Qin Ze noted with confusion. It is for ordinary warriors, but Guang is not an ordinary warrior. The fatty shook his head. His older brother, He Fei, is an officially ranked warrior in Jiang City and a major as well. What is this ranking system? Qin Ze asked. Both Guang and the officers had mentioned it, but it was the first time Qin Ze had heard of it. You really do not know about rankings. The fatty looked at Qin Ze as if he were an alien. Qin Ze said, just spit it out. Fatty explained, after becoming a warrior, one gets assigned a rank, either the formal sequence or the informal one. The formal sequence includes students of martial arts schools, official administrative warriors, and military warriors. The informal sequence is mostly for civilians who are not suited for combat, those with low combat power, or warriors who were severely injured at the front line and can no longer fight. Warriors in the formal sequence fight at the front lines year-round, with occasional leave. Warriors in the informal sequence are only drafted in emergencies. The fatty said with concern, Brother Z, Why do not you stay at my place for a few days? After all, the fatty's dad was a warrior too. He Guang was not bold enough to raid the fatty's house just to get back at Qin Ze. Qin Ze shook his head. Martial exam registration is in 2 days. Once I register as an exam candidate, he would not dare mess with me. Martial exam candidates are protected before the exam. If anyone dares to lay a hand on one, the authorities will show no mercy. And after the exam, Qin Ze would be a student at a martial arts school. He Guang would be even less likely to act. The fatty pondered for a moment. I will register with you then. Qin Ze patted his shoulder. Good brother. Back home, Qin Ze thought about what the officer said and summoned his devourer clone. Has your body undergone mutation? The devourer replied, how could it? I am perfectly fine. As he spoke, 2 arms sprouted from the devourer's back. Qin Ze was speechless. It is the same path of mutation as that beast. After observing carefully for a while, Qin Ze thought of the beast covered in limbs and shuddered. He absolutely could not consume the soul pearl himself. Devourer said, I have discovered that although I feel full, I can technically consume beings with blood and chi indefinitely to convert it into cultivation, humans being the best. The cost is an accelerated mutation rate. Qin Ze said earnestly, you are already a mature individual. It is time to go out and make your own way. Even if you eventually turn into a beast, so what? You will still be our good brother. The other clones chimed in. Watch out, Devourer, Qin Ze is gaslighting you. Is not it brainwashing? You are all wrong, it is the Darwinian effect. Qin Ze's mental power is very strong. Even if you completely mutate into a beast, it would only be a physical change. Ignoring the other clones, the Devourer nodded. All right then, I am going out to hunt. As a precaution, Qin Ze assigned 5 other clones to accompany him. After sending him off, Qin Ze said to the remaining clones in a tone of feigned frustration, look at the Devourer, you guys should learn from him and focus on your cultivation. Stop nagging, we are practicing already. A useless fact, since you, the original body, are a loser, we who inherited half your attributes are the biggest losers among losers. That hurts. Who can relate, a loser pushing losers to practice? Qin Ze flopped onto the bed and entered pure slacker mode. Just as he was about to browse his phone for pretty girls, a news notification popped up. An alien realm has appeared 1 kilometer southeast of Jiang City. The Defense Bureau and local martial arts families are working together to clear out the dangers, and it will be open to warriors once it is safe. Qin Ze had learned a thing or two about these realms online. They are independent pocket worlds filled with danger, but also with immense opportunities. Almost every large city has one nearby, but this is the first one for Jiang City. According to usual practice, the authorities and major martial arts families always explore it first. They call it clearing out dangers, but everyone knows what that really means. Qin Ze browsed for a while, then put his phone away to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Qin Ze woke up feeling groggy. Clones waiting by his bedside immediately helped him get dressed. The toothpaste in the bathroom was already squeezed. Qin Ze just had to stand there and open his mouth. Sitting at the dining table, a hot breakfast was served right away. He took 1 bite and immediately retched. You used the whole salt shaker. The clone wearing an apron replied helplessly, well, our cooking skills are all inherited from you. Qin Ze bought 2 steamed buns from the breakfast stall downstairs and ate while walking to school. At the intersection near the school, Qin Ze met the long-faced fatty. Got something on your mind? The fatty sighed, Brother Z, my ex-girlfriend wants to get back together. Qin Ze replied, that is a good thing. The fatty looked helpless, but I have not broken up with my current girlfriend yet. Both are precious to me. Qin Ze said coolly, simple, break up with one. The fatty was silent for a moment. Which one do you want? Qin Ze, I told you to break up with one, not to divide one between us. A stretch limousine pulled up at the school gate. The door opened and a flashy guy stepped out. It is he by, stay away from him, Brother Z, the fatty whispered. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he by noticed Qin Ze and gave him a hostile look. Qin Ze gave him the middle finger. He by snorted coldly and turned to walk into the school. Fatty sighed, you got his second brother locked up. This guy definitely will not let you off. Qin Ze could not care less. He had even dared to beat up He Guang, so why would he be afraid of a He Bai? The classroom was noisy, but went quiet the moment Qin Ze walked in. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. I heard Qin Ze spent 2 months in a mental hospital. Wonder if he is better. Mental illness is not that easy to cure. Stay away from him later. It is not a crime for the mentally ill to kill. The other students automatically cleared a path, which suited Qin Ze just fine. Just like before his transmigration, Qin Ze's seat was in the last row, next to the trash can, with the fatty as his seatmate. On the left of the blackboard was the class schedule, and on the right was written, 110 days left until the college entrance exam. The fatty was tapping away on his phone, not sure if he was breaking up with his current girlfriend or his ex. Ring. Bell rang, and the head teacher, a 30-something man in black-rimmed glasses with a slightly receding hairline, walked into the classroom. The teacher spotted Qin Ze by the trash can immediately. Qin Ze, you are out of the hospital. There are only about 100 days until the entrance exam. You need to hurry and catch up on the progress you missed while hospitalized. The teacher was the same as before, a person who worried himself sick over his students. Qin Ze nodded. The teacher set down his books and said, today's first lesson is breath meditation. Qin Ze, come up here, I will guide you myself and see just how far behind you are. Everyone looked at Qin Ze with schadenfreude, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. But who was Brother Ze? His skin was thicker than a city wall. Without changing his expression, he stood up and walked over to sit in the empty seat next to the podium. Begin gathering qi, the homeroom teacher said in a deep voice. Qin Ze blinked. Gathering qi? How do I gather it? Speaking of which, after eating the radish buns this morning, there really was a ball of gas in his stomach. Qin Ze and the homeroom teacher stared at each other in silence. The homeroom teacher frowned. Why are you looking at me? Close your eyes and meditate to gather your qi. Qin Ze obediently closed his eyes. And then, the smell of radish spread through the air. The classmates burst into roars of laughter. Hebai scoffed disdainfully. He completely did not believe that Qin Ze had beaten up his second brother last night. He must have used some dirty tricks. The homeroom teacher's face darkened. Qin Ze, oh Qin Ze, the college entrance exam is only 3 months away, and you still cannot meditate on your own. Qin Ze was speechless. You just keep saying gather qi, but at least tell me how to gather it. Swish. The homeroom teacher slid the blackboard open to both sides, revealing a stone-carved lotus in the middle. The lotus had a total of 10 petals, still in a bud. Look at the lotus pedestal, concentrate, slow down your breathing, and find a rhythm with every inhale and exhale. When you establish a mental connection with the lotus pedestal, immediately close your eyes and use your spiritual energy to outline the lotus in your mind. At this point, the lotus meditation breathing technique will have been successfully activated. Qin Ze, who had just tensed his body, almost leaked gas again. Lotus Association. Who came up with such a casual name? Following the homeroom teacher's instructions, Qin Ze stared intently at the lotus pedestal on the blackboard. After looking at it for a long time, the lotus pedestal even seemed to become attractive. Soon after, it turned into countless threads that surged toward Qin Ze. At this moment, Qin Ze felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the lotus pedestal. To ordinary people, spiritual energy was something incredibly profound and mysterious. But for martial artists, it was completely different. Qin Ze closed his eyes, hearing the faint sound of crashing waves in his mind as he entered a sea of spiritual consciousness. He continuously meditated on the appearance of the lotus in his spiritual sea, and the first petal was quickly outlined. The homeroom teacher standing to the side was very surprised. To think Qin Ze had entered a state of deep meditation so quickly. Even with the help of the lotus pedestal, this speed was enough to beat 90% of the people in the class. Could Qin Ze actually be a genius that he had overlooked? Qin Ze's breathing gradually slowed down. After entering deep meditation, his breathing automatically became very rhythmic. At the same time, petal after petal was rapidly outlined. When the 8th petal was drawn in his mind, a hint of fatigue washed over Qin Ze's brain. This was a sign that his spiritual energy had reached its limit. Can you do it or not, you weakling? He is wilting. Just start over. I gave it a try, and I can only do 3 petals at most. You clown, watch me. We are all freaking beginners, of course it is just 3 petals. As his clones chattered away, the 9th petal was subsequently outlined, closely followed by the 10th. When all 10 petals were drawn, the lotus instantly bloomed, and Qin Ze felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Qin Ze could only exclaim in amazement. It turned out that his chatterbox clones were the best tempering for his spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Ze opened his eyes and slowly let out a breath of stale air. The entire classroom was dead silent. The classmates were looking at Qin Ze as if he were a monster. What happened? Qin Ze was a bit confused. The homeroom teacher said seriously, "It is already the second period." Qin Ze said in surprise, "I did not feel it at all." For someone in deep meditation, time passes very quickly. Usually, deep meditation will end on its own after spiritual energy is exhausted. So the homeroom teacher did not interrupt him. He thought Qin Ze was a quick finisher who would be done in a moment. He never expected this meditation session to last for nearly an hour. "How many petals did you draw?" the homeroom teacher asked. 10. The homeroom teacher sighed. He had overthought it. Qin Ze was still just as fond of bragging as before. He probably finished meditating a long time ago and was just acting all along. My goodness, he really knows how to brag. Even the best in our class, he only did 4 petals right. Hilarious, a loser is a loser, and he really thinks of himself as a genius. It is fine to trick us bros, but do not end up tricking yourself. No one believed that Qin Ze could draw 10 complete petals. If he really could draw them all, his spiritual energy would be on par with a level 1 martial artist. "Fine, I actually just drew one," Qin Ze said. The classmates wore just as I expected expressions. Qin Ze felt helpless. Why did no one believe the truth? Just as Qin Ze was about to return to his seat, the homeroom teacher suddenly placed a hand on his lower abdomen. "Do not move, let me feel it." The homeroom teacher's eyes lit up. "It is so big." Qin Ze's face darkened. "Where are you touching?" The homeroom teacher said, "I mean your sea of qi is so big." The lotus meditation breathing technique gathered qi by consuming spiritual energy. The qi energy all converged in the sea of qi before slowly transforming into vitality. And every lotus meditation would also slowly temper one's spiritual energy bit by bit. Although the technique was very common, it was the most crucial and important introductory technique. Being capable of simultaneously cultivating both spiritual energy and vitality, it was taught in every high school. For Qin Ze to condense such a massive sea of qi, one could well imagine his spiritual energy. Could he really be a genius? Not bad, not bad. If you seize the time to cultivate over these 3 months, you still have a chance to pass the martial arts portion of the college entrance exam. The homeroom teacher was very pleasantly surprised. Qin Ze might truly be a genius that he had overlooked. Next were 2 regular academic classes, and just like that, the morning's lessons passed. After the lunch break, the fat kid nudged Qin Ze mysteriously. "Brother Z, let me show you something good." The fat kid handed over a small, square box. After opening it, inside were 2 pitch-black pills. Qi gathering pills, I had my dad buy them. 1 for each of us. The vitality test is in 2 days, and anyone with a vitality score below 100 is not allowed to register for the martial exam. Popping a qi gathering pill is enough to meet the standard. Qi gathering pills were extremely expensive, and moreover, they were in huge demand but short supply. This kind of pill was controlled by the government, so ordinary people who wanted to buy them could only go to the black market, and the premium was incredibly high. Qin Ze shook his head. "You eat both of them." The fat kid was stunned. "You do not want to register." "I do not need to take a qi gathering pill. My vitality score can meet the standard as well." Qin Ze explained. "You eat both of these and take advantage of this time to cultivate properly. Do not let them go to waste." Although he did not know exactly what his vitality score was, considering he could meditate for a whole hour, Qin Ze figured it would not be too low. After school in the evening, Qin Ze planned to find a martial arts dojo to test it out. "Brother Z, you did not really meditate 10 petals, did you?" The fat kid thought of something. "Just standard procedure, no need to make a fuss," Qin Ze said calmly. If his personality and lifestyle were not exactly the same as before, the fat kid would have suspected that his good brother had been possessed. "I will hold on to this qi gathering pill for you first. You can come get it whenever you need it." The fat kid put the small black box away. The afternoon was body forging class, and the whole class had to gather at the martial arts training ground. In high school, the school only taught 2 techniques. One was the lotus meditation breathing technique. The other was the fate-defying technique, which tempered the physical body and was used in actual combat. The fate-defying technique was simple in theory. It just used vitality to open up acupoints. Human had a total of 720 acupoints, and for every level cultivated in the fate-defying technique, 80 acupoints could be broken through. The higher the vitality, the more acupoints were opened, the tougher the physical body, and the stronger the combat power. Body forging class was the practical application of the fate-defying technique. Teacher Wang is sick, so from now on I will be in charge of the body forging class. After the class bell rang, a tall female teacher wearing a white martial arts uniform walked into the training ground. At 17 or 18, boys and girls are at an age filled with fantasies about beautiful things. Female teacher had a tall figure and delicate, well-defined features. Her long, smooth, jet-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, giving her a heroic and spirited appearance. The boys' hearts were stirred, and the girls looked on with envy. Qin Ze could not help but take a few extra glances. She really was quite beautiful. "I am the new teacher, Miss Yao. I hope we can get along well in the days to come," Miss Yao introduced herself. "Show me your progress one by one from the front of the line to the back, and let me see how far you have cultivated the fate reversal technique." The first one was He Bai. He closed his eyes and began to continuously concentrate his life force. A moment later, a faint, muffled thud came from within his body. One could see a small shockwave spreading half a meter in all directions. "Wow!" the students exclaimed one after another. "He is indeed the prodigy of our class. He Bai must have already opened more than 30 acupuncture points, right? I bet the top scorer for this year's martial arts exam will be He Bai." Miss Yao also nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." He Bai curled his lips upward and calmed his life force. He had already opened 35 points. He estimated that by the day of the martial arts exam, 80 points would be easy. Even if he did not get the top spot, reaching the top few would be a piece of cake. He Bai had hoped the beautiful teacher would look at him a few more times, but to his slight disappointment, Miss Yao quickly looked to the next student. Passing by Qin Ze, He Bai slowed his pace. "Get ready, I will come for you during the sparring session later." The fatty laughed. "I really do not know who gave you the courage to spar with my brother Z." The smooth combo moves Qin Ze pulled off last night had completely stunned him. Not to mention one He Bai, even 10 of them would not be enough to fight Qin Ze alone. Qin Ze ignored He Bai completely and reviewed the fate reversal technique chants in his mind. Seeing Qin Ze's attitude, He Bai vowed to make him lie in bed for several months. Next, the students began to show their progress one by one, with the number of opened acupuncture points ranging from 20 to 25. Finally, it was the turn of the loser duo, standing by the trash can. The fatty went first. "Hug!" The fatty shouted loudly. And then, there was no then. Miss Yao frowned. "Not even 10 points. What have you been doing for these past 3 years? Fatty scratched his head in embarrassment. "Miss Yao, it is not that I am not trying, but my energy C cannot gather energy. No matter how hard I try, it is useless." "Stretch out your hand," Miss Yao said, stepping forward. The fatty weakly extended his right hand. Miss Yao held his wrist with a look of bewilderment. Strange. She had never seen such a bizarre energy C. The speed of absorbing energy was extremely fast, but it leaked out just as quickly, and the efficiency of converting it into life force was ridiculously low. "Miss Yao, is there any way to fix this?" The fatty's eyes sparkled with hope again. "Sorry, I am not an expert in this field, and there is nothing I can do," Miss Yao sighed. The fatty's eyes dimmed. He had long been used to this over the years. Next was Qin Ze's turn. The students watched him with great interest. A guy who even needs external help to meditate probably has even fewer open points than the fatty. Qin Ze had already worn out the book on the fate reversal technique all morning. He knew the chants by heart, but this was his first time putting them into practice. Step 1, concentrate your spirit. Step 2, gather life force and guide it through the meridians. Qin Ze muttered the chants while carefully operating, making the students roar with laughter. He Bai looked at him with utter disdain. "My second brother actually lost to someone like this. I feel so indignant for him." Step 3, after circulating a full cycle, strike the points with all your strength. Qin Ze opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, he felt the life force in his body boiling like a pot of water. Pop, pop, pop. Life force rapidly opened one point after another, emitting a series of explosions like popping beans. Boom! When the final 80th point was opened, a wave of energy swept out several meters around him. The fatty who was closest to Qin Ze was sent tumbling and landed on his backside. The other students were also knocked off balance and looked miserable. Only Miss Yao stood where she was, unmoving, with only her ponytail fluttering in the wind. Amazing! Is this a really Qin Ze? He must have opened 40 or 50 points, right? Nonsense, at least 60 or 70. The students scrambled up, their eyes filled with shock. Ibai, who had landed face first in the dirt, had a gloomy expression. He could not understand it. How could a mere loser have more open points than him? He has already cultivated the fate reversal technique to the first layer. Very good, Miss Yao said, a flash of surprise appearing in her beautiful eyes. She never expected a small town like Jiangcheng to produce such a little genius. Hearing Miss Yao say that Qin Ze was already at the first layer of the fate reversal technique, the students were stunned. Even looking at the whole school, they had not heard of anyone mastering the first layer. Now choose your own opponents and spar in pairs, Miss Yao said. Ibai noticed Qin Ze looking at him with a grin and felt an immediate sense of dread. I choose him, Qin Ze said, pointing his finger at him. Ibai gritted his teeth and cursed Qin Ze for being dishonorable. You are a warrior at the first layer of fate reversal, fighting me, a kid with only 35 points opened. Ibai said, Qin Ze, I advise you to watch yourself. Sparring between classmates should be kept friendly, Miss Yao spoke up. Ibai has the fastest progress in the class besides Qin Ze, you two are suitable opponents. Ibai knew he could not escape. Fine, let us keep it friendly, I do not want to hurt you either. Ibai opened all 35 points and lunged at Qin Ze's face with a left jab. Qin Ze tilted his head to dodge and smashed his right hand onto Ibai's skull with a loud thump. Ibai felt like he had been struck by an 80-pound hammer, saw stars, and collapsed to the ground. Sounds loud, that is a good head. Qin Ze pulled back his hand. But your head is not as hard as your second brother's. It is not even close. That was cold. Ibai's vision went black and he passed out. Miss Yao said calmly, 2 students, take him to the infirmary. 2 students nearby picked up Ibai and hurried to the infirmary. The other students could not help but take a step back, feeling a bit scared. Martial arts exam is in 3 months. Do not slack off during this time. There is a chance for you to get into a good university, Miss Yao said to Qin Ze. Understood, thank you, Miss Yao, Qin Ze nodded. For the rest of the body forging class, no one dared to ask Qin Ze to spar. Qin Ze found an empty corner to meditate on his own. The bell for dismissal rang. Qin Ze opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. The life force improvement from meditation is just too slow. After school, Qin Ze did not go home immediately, but prepared to find a martial arts gym to test his life force value. In this world where martial arts flourish, the density of martial arts gyms is about the same as pharmacies in his previous life. As long as you are a level 1 martial artist, you're qualified to open a gym, so the quality varies. Only a handful of top-tier gyms have special techniques to teach students. The vast majority of the rest are just for ordinary people to build their health or to provide extracurricular martial arts guidance for students. Sihai Martial Arts Gym, that is the one. Qin Ze swore he definitely did not choose this one because of the long-legged lady at the entrance. Welcome to Sihai Martial Arts Center. Join as a member now and enjoy a 30% discount. Seeing a customer, the receptionist immediately greeted him with a smile. I would like to rent a training room, Qin Ze said. The training rooms in the Martial Arts Center were fully equipped. Not only did they have rings, various weapons, and protective gear, but also vitality testers. The receptionist's eyes curved into a smile. The training room is 500 an hour. How long do you need it for? Qin Ze felt a bit of heartache over the cost. Since getting out of the psychiatric hospital, his entire net worth was less than $1,000. His family had gone traveling, and heaven knew when they would be back. He had to ask his older sister for backup. Otherwise, he would starve to death in a couple of weeks. 1 hour is enough. Please follow me. She led Qin Ze to the front desk to pay, then handed him a black room card. Second room on the left on the first floor. Thanks, Qin Ze took the room card. The receptionist suddenly leaned closer, her breath smelling like orchids. Do you need a tutoring instructor, student? Our female instructors are all fresh graduates from martial arts universities. You can pick from these photos. She was wearing a high-slit kippao, intentionally shifting her leg to show off a slit, that seemed to go all the way up to her armpit. "Are these tutoring instructors legit?" Qin Ze asked. The receptionist giggled. "We are a proper martial arts center. But if you need something extra, it will cost more." In the past, the place with the highest density of teachers was not schools, but hair salons. But in this world, Qin Ze felt that the density of martial arts instructors was even higher than hair salons. "No thanks, I will just casually train on my own." If it were free, he might have tried it out. But for a fee, forget it. The receptionist instantly lost interest and swayed her hips back to the entrance to continue soliciting customers. Qin Ze secretly lamented the decline of public morals and hurried to the training room. The countdown had started the moment he received the room card. Beep. Swiping the door open, Qin Ze found the vitality tester placed in the center of the room. To put it bluntly, the vitality tester was just a wooden dummy with an electronic display screen. In striking the dummy with full force, the electronic screen would display the vitality value of the hit. Qin Ze took a deep breath and landed a solid, heavy punch on the wooden dummy. The electronic screen flashed a few times and immediately displayed the vitality value. 513. 100 was the dividing line between martial artists and ordinary people. With a vitality value over 100, one was what people commonly called an unranked martial artist. Only after breaking through 1,000 could one become an official level 1 martial artist. According to martial artist ranks, Qin Ze was currently equivalent to a level 0.5 martial artist. Although not strong, he had at least passed the threshold to register for the martial arts college entrance exam. Bang bang bangs bang. Qin Ze shook his arms, and 80 acupoints consecutively opened up. After circulating his fate reversal technique at full power, he threw another punch at the dummy. 801. It was not over yet. Qin Ze gathered all his clone's attributes and tested another punch. The vitality value on the display screen shot up rapidly like a rocket. It finally stabilized at 1269. A moment later, his cooldown period arrived. Qin Ze lay flat on the ground like a salted fish. In other words, with all my buffs activated, I can go toe-to-toe with a level 1 martial artist. Even though it only lasted for half a minute. The cooldown for the skill to gather all clone attributes was about an hour. At most, he could use it over 20 times a day. Oh my! Qin Ze suddenly shivered. A wave of pleasure instantly flowed from the soles of his feet throughout his body, rushing straight to the top of his head. The negative status of the cooldown period vanished in an instant. Devourer Bro made a breakthrough. Qin Ze received vitality feedback from Devourer Bro, who was out farming in the wild. Bang! Qin Ze did a kip-up, got to his feet, and threw a punch at the dummy. 835. Holy crap, Devourer Bro is awesome. This wave of vitality feedback from Devourer Bro was equivalent to 2 months of Qin Ze's own meditation. Quick, say thank you to Devourer Bro. Devourer Bro must be feeling bitter, having his blood sucked by a sneaky bastard like you. Get more soul orbs. If each of our clones gets one, will not the main body skyrocket? Getting soul orbs requires hunting alien beasts. At our level, facing alien beasts would just be serving ourselves up on a silver platter. We will leave this heavy responsibility to Devourer Bro. The clones chimed in one by one, which actually gave Qin Ze an idea. He would let Devourer Bro farm in the city for a while longer, then send him outside the city to develop. What if he got lucky and scored another soul orb? He still had over half an hour left for the training room. Too lazy to train anymore, Qin Ze simply lay down to enjoy the air conditioning. Then he took out his phone and dialed Qin Yu's number. After 3 consecutive calls, Qin Yu's slightly exhausted voice finally sounded on the other end. As I have already told you, your sister is fighting desperately against the alien races. Do not call me unless it is important. Faintly, Qin Ze heard other voices in the background. Hurry up in the back, we are almost at the top of the mountain. I have booked the hot spring hotel. We will watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Qin Ze's face darkened with imaginary lines, fighting a decisive battle against alien races at the top of the Forbidden City, huh? Hurry up and transfer some money, I am about to run out of food. Right now, his top priority was training. Qin Ze could not be bothered to care where his sister and her friends were actually partying. Huh, eating costs money, Qin Yu sounded confused. Qin Ze, how novel, who eats for free? Qin Yu, true, never heard of that. Qin Ze, living on thin air is free. Do you want to do that? I do not. Neither do I. What kind of proper person lives on thin air? Then hurry up and transfer the money. Hello, the signal is a bit bad here. I am hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ze dialed his mom and dad's numbers. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed cannot be connected for the moment. Please redial later. He was blocked. Qin Ze fell into deep self-doubt. Was he actually their biological child? When his time was up, Qin Ze walked out of the martial arts center. Please come again. The receptionist at the main entrance bowed with a smile. Did you used to work at a hair salon? Qin Ze asked curiously. She shook her head. No, I part-time at a bathhouse. All right then. That kind of matched her expertise too. Qin Ze randomly found a pork trotter rice shop downstairs from his apartment and spent $15. The mealtime rush had just passed, so there were not many customers. Qin Ze sat down in a corner. The TV on the wall was broadcasting Jiangcheng Evening News. A rift has appeared 26 kilometers east of the city. Currently, no less than 30 F-rank alien beasts have emerged. Law enforcement is clearing them out. Residents are advised not to leave the city unless necessary. The Jiangcheng secret realm has stabilized. The City Defense Bureau is leading teams to clear out the dangers, and it will be open to the public on a later date. There are just over 100 days left until the college entrance exam, and martial arts exam registration starts in 5 days. Keep up the good work, students, and strive for the great rejuvenation of the human race. The pork trotter rice was served. It had meat, rice, and vegetables. The taste was pretty good too. Over the next few days, Qin Ze trained methodically step by step. Bai did not ignorantly come looking for trouble anymore. He practically took a detour whenever he saw Qin Ze. That morning, just as Qin Ze sat down in the classroom, the chubby boy excitedly ran over and grabbed his hands. Brother Z, I have awakened my innate talent. Supernatural abilities come in all shapes and sizes, incredibly strange and diverse. Breathing fire or water, possessing immense strength, or even being able to pee higher and farther than anyone else. Those all count. There are 2 sources of these supernatural abilities. One is spontaneous awakening, which is extremely rare. Only about 1 in 10,000 people can awaken one. The other source comes from the spirit orbs of exotic beasts. Exotic beasts are ranked from lowest to highest, FED, CB, AS, SS, and SSS. Usually only beasts of B rank or higher possess abilities, which can be inherited through their spirit orbs. If a martial artist consumes such a spirit orb, they will inherit that beast's ability. The devourer guy belongs to this second category. What ability did you awaken? Qin Ze asked curiously. Watch me demonstrate. The fat guy stood up straight, looking very proud of himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the fat guy broke out in a cold sweat and collapsed into his seat. So your ability is weak kidneys. Qin Ze was truly dumbfounded. I did not know there was such a bizarre ability. Did not you see it, Brother Z? The fat guy wiped his sweat. See what? I just teleported. My ability is teleportation. Qin Ze, are you messing with me or what? The fat guy had been standing in the same spot the whole time, without moving. It is true, my ability is to teleport 5 centimeters. Qin Ze went silent. He did not even know how to react. That is certainly quite a distance. The fat guy explained, abilities grow as your chi and blood levels increase. It is 5 centimeters now, but it could easily become 50 kilometers later. Qin Ze, so can your energy center actually gather energy now? The fat guy replied, no. Thud. The fat guy slumped onto the desk, feeling incredibly discouraged. I guess I am still a loser after all. Qin Ze patted his shoulder. Think about it differently. You awakened an ability, which means you are a chosen one. You have to believe that life changes every 30 years. Do not bully the young for being poor. Ding dong. The fat guy's phone buzzed. After reading the message, he suddenly perked up. You were right, Brother Z. I am a child of destiny. My girlfriend just asked to break up with me. Awakening a useless ability, getting dumped by his fiancée, he is definitely the protagonist of a zero-to-hero story. Which one? Qin Ze asked. The fat guy said happily, both of them want to break up with me. Qin Ze chose his words carefully. Well, that is quite something. During class, the teacher called the fat guy out, and he did not return until the whole morning had passed. Brother Z, I have been directly admitted to the martial arts university. The teacher took me to the education bureau to test my ability. Then the officials told me that awakened individuals do not need to take the martial arts exam and can just fill out their applications. The fat guy excitedly recounted his morning to Qin Ze. Qin Ze listened and fell into deep thought. Is that actually a thing? Speaking of which, I also have the devour ability. Should I go to the education bureau and get it tested? My clone ability definitely cannot be exposed. That is my bottom line. After weighing his options, Qin Ze decided against it. My ability is not exactly legal, since it requires devouring others' life force. Besides, Agent Number 3 is watching me. Exposing an ability identical to that of an exotic beast would be like asking to be arrested. Better to stay low. Anyway, Qin Ze felt he could pass the martial arts exam on his own merits. The news of the fat guy's awakening spread quickly, and his classmates looked at him with envy. No one expected the loser duo who spent their time by the trash cans to both make a comeback. One reached the first layer of the fate-defying technique, and the other awakened an ability. Brother Z, you take these 2 chi gathering pills. I do not need them anymore. The fat guy pulled out a small black box. Qin Ze tried to refuse, but the fat guy shoved them into his hand. Strive to become the top scorer. When I go out, I will tell everyone my brother is the top scorer. That would be so cool. Qin Ze smiled, good brother. The fat guy for life. Back home that night, Qin Ze took one of the chi gathering pills. The moment it hit his throat, a surge of warmth rushed through his limbs and bones. His energy center was immediately filled with energy, and Qin Ze hurried to circulate the lotus meditation, continuously converting that energy into chi and blood. At that moment, Qin Ze felt like he was sitting on a cloud, his whole body feeling light. He had never felt so good. An hour later, Qin Ze slowly opened his eyes. As he straightened his body, his bones let out a series of cracks. Qin Ze could feel that his chi and blood levels were nearing 1,000, though they were still a bit unstable. However, they would not drop much once they stabilized. Qin Ze did not take the second pill immediately. The fat guy had warned him not to take them too frequently before becoming an official martial artist, advising a 1-month interval. He was covered in sweat and feeling sticky. Qin Ze took a shower and went to bed. There was no moon tonight, and the whole city was wrapped in a thick, dark veil. The girl was riding her bike home after her late-night shift. As she passed a corner, a dark shadow suddenly lunged from the side, knocking her and her bike to the ground. Sobbing, the girl tried to call for help, but her mouth was covered. Do not move. I am just here for some money, and maybe a little fun with a beauty like you while I am at it. If you make a sound, I would not mind slitting your throat. The man pinning her down produced a gleaming, sharp knife. The girl went quiet immediately, tears streaming down her face like beads on a broken string. Good girl. The man snatched her valuables and began dragging her toward a spot without streetlights. I am starting to dislike this world more and more. A sigh suddenly echoed from behind. The man turned abruptly and saw a strange figure in a black cloak standing under a streetlight. Who are you? The man gripped his knife tightly and used the girl as a human shield. Since you ask so sincerely, I will tell you out of pity. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect peace in the world. The cloaked figure slowly lifted his head, half of his face hidden in the shadows. I'm your daddy. The man paused, then exploded into a fit of cursing. Screw you. If you want this girl to live, get out of here right now. Whoosh. A breeze suddenly blew past his face. The man caught a glimpse of the corner of the black cloak. Just as he was about to swing the knife, his consciousness sank into an endless abyss, and all his chi and blood were drained dry. Looking at the fallen man and the cloaked figure within arm's reach, the girl trembled in fear. Do not walk alone at night next time. The cloaked figure walked into the darkness. Can I know your name? The girl gathered her courage and asked tentatively. The person lifted his hood, revealing a lion mask covering half his face. Call me the Dark Knight Lion King. The girl bowed gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Lion. When she straightened back up, the lion was already gone. The cloaked figure wove through the narrow, dark alleys, finally stopping. How annoying. Like a piece of chewing gum, I just cannot shake you off. Swish. A black silhouette descended from the sky. Finally caught you, Mr. Dark Knight Lion King. A faint smirk appeared on the corner of Agent Number 3's mouth. I am not the Dark Knight Lion King. You have got the wrong person. Then who are you? I am your daddy. Enforcer number 3 sneered, your mouth sure is foul. The cloaked man said impatiently, do you need something or not? If not, get out of here. Enforcer number 3 said in a deep voice, name unknown, nickname Dark Knight Lion King. Over the past few nights, you have ambushed 21 passersby in a row and drained their vitality. Furthermore, you are connected to the recent death of the S-Class beast. I now declare you under arrest. The cloaked man scoffed, I punished the wicked and eliminated evil for you, and instead of being grateful, you come to arrest me. Enforcer number 3 frowned slightly. You can say whatever you have to say at the Enforcer department. The judges will give you a fair trial. He had been tracking the cloaked man for days, highly suspecting that he was the one who dug out the S-Class beast's soul orb. As long as he brought the cloaked man to justice, his KPI for next month would be met. The cloaked man smiled, and what if I do not go with you? Enforcer number 3 took out a golden law token. You will definitely go with me. As he spoke, a righteous aura descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the cloaked man. The cloaked man trembled all over, as if every cell and pore was fighting hard against the token's power. Enforcer number 3 said in a deep voice, who exactly are you? He thought the cloaked man was restrained by the law token. Suddenly, the cloaked man looked up and grinned. My good son, I am your daddy. Bang! The cloaked man's vitality erupted. Like an arrow released from the bow, he disappeared under the streetlight in the blink of an eye, leaving Enforcer number 3 standing alone, bewildered in the wind. He looked at the law token in his hand in disbelief. What the hell was going on? Another person who could cancel out the token's power. The face of Qin Ze could not help but appear in his mind. Do not even think about escaping this time. Enforcer number 3 put away the law token and suddenly accelerated to chase after him. Stop right there. Enforcer number 3 chased him into an alley. Just as he took out a golden hoop and was about to throw it, a guy wearing a monkey mask jumped down from a streetlight. Good evening. Monkey mask blocked the way, and Enforcer number 3 watched helplessly as the cloaked man disappeared. Damn it. Number 3 was furious. An unranked martial artist actually dared to stop him. What audacity. Do not be angry, anger is bad for your health. Another person wearing an elephant mask walked out from the depths of the alley. There are exactly 4 of us, want to play an exciting game of airplane chess. Enforcer number 3 turned around and saw a rooster mask leaning against the wall, constantly tossing a coin in his hand. He had a middle part and wore overalls, looking exactly like someone who knew how to play basketball. A gang crime. Enforcer number 3 frowned slightly, realizing things were not that simple. You think just the 3 of you nobodies can intercept me? He was a peak second-tier martial artist. To be blunt, he could destroy these 3 with one hand. State your identities. Enforcer number 3 activated the power of the law token once again. However, the 3 of them were completely unaffected and looked at him with amusement. Number 3 looked at his token, then at the 3 people in front of him. He even wondered if his law token was broken. This was a rule-type weapon. How could so many people defy the rules? Since you asked so sincerely, then we will mercifully tell you. The 3 of them spoke one after another, surrounding number 3 in a triangle formation. The rooster mask puffed out his chest and said proudly, "We are from the Qin Ze circus." The scene fell dead silent. The elephant mask said, "Who came up with this name?" The monkey mask said, "Oh my, what are you doing?" The rooster pulled on his shoulder straps. This group name perfectly suits the look I specifically styled for today. The elephant raised his hand, true fans protest. The monkey looked thoughtful. When outsiders hear the name circus, they will think we are a bunch of clowns. The rooster shrugged, we can give the clown mask to Benben. Seeing the 3 of them chatting enthusiastically and completely ignoring him. The veins on Enforcer number 3's forehead bulged. Which mental hospital did these 3 lunatics escape from? Enough. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Enforcer number 3 raised his hand and grabbed at the nearest rooster mask. Yo-ho! Bring it on! Rooster mask turned sideways, and instead of retreating, he advanced, using an Iron Mountain lean to meet the attack head-on. Enforcer number 3 was stunned. Who gave you, an unranked martial artist, the courage to clash head-on with a second-tier martial artist? As the two got closer, number 3 finally realized something was wrong. The rooster mask's exposed skin turned bright red, like a steamed prawn. Number 3 realized something and hurriedly backed away, but it was too late. Art is Patrick's star. Brother Rooster opened his arms, and with a boom, his body exploded, the blood-red shockwave instantly swallowing number 3. The elephant and the monkey followed closely behind, their violent explosions collapsing half the alley. Dust flew all over the sky, and a small blood-red mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Cough, cough, cough. It took a full 10 minutes before the aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated. Number 3 leaned against the wall in a sorry state, coughing so hard he almost threw up bile. His uniform was in tatters like a beggar's, and a faint green light shield flickered around his body. Lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. These 3 people came to block him without any intention of surviving from the start. They wanted to blow themselves up and take him down with them. If number 3 had not reacted quickly and activated his defensive weapon in time, he would have long since returned to dust and ashes. The scene was a mess. The 3 of them did not even leave a trace behind after exploding. The Lion King was lost, and the trail went cold again. Heisey Circus. Number 3 muttered to himself. To think such an organization had quietly emerged in Jiang City. These people completely disregard their own lives. In order to protect stronger teammates, weaker companions would even choose to blow themselves up to stall for time. This must be reported. If this circus is allowed to continue developing, who knows what consequences it will cause. After calming his vitality, number 3 limped out of the alley. Early the next morning, as Qin Ze was brushing his teeth, the clone beside him handed him a towel while reporting. Brother Devour was cornered by that idiot enforcer last night. 3 of our brothers had to blow themselves up so Brother Devour could get away. Clones and the main body share all memories, so Qin Ze knew about it the moment it happened. It is just that listening to the clone report made it feel more elegant and ritualistic. Qin Ze took the towel and wiped his mouth, sent another 5 brothers over. Ever since Brother Devour shared a wave of cultivation last time, Qin Ze could now split out 2 clones a day. During this time, he had accumulated many more clones, enough to serve as cannon fodder for Brother Devour. By the way, from now on, call me Lord Ringmaster. After freshening up, Qin Ze ate his breakfast while calling out 2 more clones, activating his Devour skill to drain their vitality. Leaving a few clones to deal with the bodies, Qin Ze left the house to go to school. Good mornings. Just as Qin Ze was about to enter the school gates, enforcer number 3 suddenly appeared. Holy crap, you walk like a ghost. Qin Ze jumped in shock. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, number 3 said, or are you saying you did something you should not have, student Qin? Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. I am a law-abiding young man, remember, even your enforcement badge is useless against me. It would have been better if he had not brought that up. As soon as he did, it brought back unpleasant memories for number 3 from last night. I came to tell you that I have made some progress on the investigation into the beast at the mental hospital. You are no longer a suspect for now. Number 3 looked Qin Ze in the eyes. Unfortunately, Qin Ze showed very little emotional change. You actually suspected me, a weak student who can barely tie his own shoes, of killing that beast. You have got to be joking. Qin Ze put on an innocent look. Number 3 changed the subject. The college entrance exam is coming up. Do not wander around at night. There is a serial killer on the loose. Thanks for the heads up. I am going to be late. Let us talk later. Qin Ze turned and headed toward the school. Black Circus, number 3 suddenly shouted. Qin Ze showed no reaction and kept walking as if he had not heard. Number 3 frowned slightly. Was I wrong? Those arrogant guys from last night gave number 3 the exact same vibe as Qin Ze. He wanted to test if Qin Ze was connected to the circus, but the result left him a bit disappointed. Sherlock Holmes is in the house. He even managed to track this back to me, Qin Ze muttered as he walked into the teaching building. I need to tell Brother Devourer to keep a low profile for a while. Wait for the heat to die down before making another move. Brother He Guang got out yesterday. Just as he sat down by the trash can, the fatty next to him immediately leaned over. That fast? Qin Ze had assumed He Guang would be locked up for at least 10 days or half a month. He was released after only a week. I heard He Bai spent all his military merits to get him out, Fatty whispered. Brother Z, why do not you come stay at my place for a couple of days? Fatty was worried about He Guang seeking revenge. Qin Ze shook his head. Martial arts exam registration is today. Once I am a registered examinee, He Guang will not dare lay a finger on me unless he has a death wish. Fatty was still uneasy. If things look bad, run straight to my house. Qin Ze was secretly touched. Even though the world had turned upside down, his brothers had not changed at all. After all, if something happened to you, I would not know how to answer to Sister Yu when she gets back, Fatty mumbled. Qin Ze raised his hand and flicked him on the forehead. The class bell rang, and the teacher walked into the classroom. Students who are signing up for the martial arts exam, line up in the hallway immediately. Follow me to the field for the blood energy test. The college entrance exam is split into the academic exam and the martial arts exam. Students who lack sufficient blood energy and have no talent for martial arts only take the academic exam and apply to general colleges. Students who pass the blood energy test not only take the academic exam, but the subsequent martial arts exam is their top priority. There were 45 students in total. 30 were taking the martial arts exam and followed the teacher downstairs to test their blood energy. The blood energy tester is the same as the ones in martial arts gyms. You just hit it as hard as you can. 100 is the threshold. You have to pass it to be eligible for the martial arts exam. This threshold is very easy for students who have been preparing for the exam for 3 years. 741. That is almost at level 1 martial artist status. How terrifying. He is definitely going to be the top scorer in the martial arts exam this year. A sudden gasp erupted from the line of the neighboring class. Someone had measured a blood energy level of 741, which was almost a record high for all years. The guy was a handsome jerk, looking quite nonchalant about the gasps surrounding him. Bang Songhua comes from a martial arts family and has had top-tier resources since he was a kid. It is only natural his blood energy is high. As long as you get into a martial arts university, the school will reward you with rich resources. Then, the gap between you and those born into these big families will get smaller and smaller. The teacher clapped his hands, encouraging the students in the class. Qin Ze found it a bit laughable. Narrowing the gap. I am afraid it will only get wider. Qin Ze, you are up first. Ever since Teacher Yao told him that Qin Ze had mastered the first layer of the fate reversal technique, the class teacher had pinned high hopes on him. Named Qin Ze walked to the tester and threw a casual punch. 327, passed next. The staff member by the tester shouted. Seeing the result, the teacher looked a bit disappointed. For someone who is already able to cultivate the first layer of the fate reversal technique, a score of 327 was far too mediocre. Ibai took this opportunity to act arrogant again. He wasted his time thinking Qin Ze was actually someone special. Is this it? Open your dog eyes wide and watch how much this young master has improved. Ibai focused his mind, channeling his blood energy until it surged through his body. Boom! A loud blast echoed as the numbers on the tester soared, eventually stabilizing at 690. 690 passed next. The staff member said in disbelief, Second High is really full of talent this year. In previous years, peak blood energy did not even exceed 500, but today we have already had 2 break that. Returning to the class line, Ibai gave Qin Ze a provocative look. A loser is always a loser. Without massive resources, what does talent even matter? Ibai was brimming with pride, convinced he had left Qin Ze in the dust. Qin Ze yawned. Do you even know what playing low-key means? On the day of the martial arts exam, I will show you what it really means to surprise everyone. By the end of the morning, the school-wide blood energy testing was finished. Out of 321 students from Second High, 290 passed. 21 had blood energy over 500, with Fang Songhua being the highest. The average blood energy value this year is much higher than in past years. Word is that First High next door is even more insane. Back in the classroom, the teacher announced something else. Those who pass the test get some rest. Tomorrow, the school will take you all to train in an otherworld realm. The otherworld realm is open to the public. Qin Ze had looked it up online. Usually, these realms do not open until the authorities have explored them for at least a month. It has been less than 10 days. Something's fishy. Now I will read the group list. Teacher Yao's group, Qin Ze, and 4 others. Teacher Wang's group. Fatty poked Qin Ze and grinned. We are going with Teacher Yao tomorrow. That is pretty great. Other students cast envious glances at those in Teacher Yao's group. The afternoon was Teacher Yao's body forging class. While instructing Qin Ze, Teacher Yao suddenly asked, I saw you being stopped by the enforcers at the school gate this morning. Did something happen? Qin Ze smiled. That was just my distant cousin, delivering some keys for me. Teacher Yao nodded and did not press the matter further. The fate reversal technique and blood energy go hand in hand. Your technique is at a bottleneck right now. If you want to keep improving, you have to increase your blood energy. Qin Ze replied, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Yao. That evening, Qin Ze was getting ready to head home and eat some plain buns. With his current financial state, he could not even afford to eat those many more times. Just as Qin Ze was sighing, Ma Yan suddenly called him. Qin Ze, do you have time tonight? Come over to my place for dinner. I do. Qin Ze's eyes lit up. He finally did not have to eat steamed buns anymore. Ma Yan's home was in the shantytown by the city wall. This was the very edge of the city, home to the people at the absolute bottom of society. The dirty, messy, and poor environment became a breeding ground for all kinds of crime. After making several turns, Qin Ze stopped in front of a security door covered in graffiti. Knock, knock, knocks. Qin Ze, it is me. Creak. The security door opened. Ma Yan was wearing a black apron, her hair tied in a loose ponytail resting over one shoulder. The first thing that popped into Qin Ze's mind was, Ma'am, you would not want. Please come in. Ma Yan welcomed him warmly. The apartment was not big, just 2 bedrooms, a living room, and an open kitchen. Although the furniture was old, the place was kept very clean. It was a stark contrast to the stinking, garbage-strewn street outside. Yanyan, do we have a guest? A woman's voice came from a room with a half-open door. Mom, it is my classmate's younger brother. He did me a huge favor last time, so I invited him over for dinner. Ma Yan explained. Then we really should thank him properly. The room then went quiet. Hello, Auntie. Qin Ze greeted her politely from outside the door, but received no response. Ma Yan smiled. My mom's hearing is not very good. Qin Ze nodded, I understand. Dinner was soon ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Though they were simple home-cooked meals, they looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. Especially for Qin Ze, who had been gnawing on plain steamed buns for days, this was practically a royal banquet. Is your mother not eating? Qin Ze asked, noticing it was just the 2 of them. Ma Yan shook her head. My mom is paralyzed and bedridden. I will bring some to her later. Let us eat first, do not worry about her. The 2 chatted as they ate. Ma Yan shared many funny stories about her and Qin Yu in college. Qin Ze also learned that Ma Yan's regular job was a receptionist at a pharmaceutical company. In order to earn more money for her bedridden mother's medical bills, she would take on side jobs after work. What caused your mother's illness? Qin Ze asked curiously. My mom used to be a sanitation worker. She accidentally bumped into a martial artist while working, and then this happened, Ma Yan said with no discernible emotion. Qin Ze frowned. They did not pay any compensation. Ma Yan looked at Qin Ze in surprise. That was an official martial artist. We are lucky they let us off the hook at all. Why would they give us compensation? While Ma Yan took this as a matter of course, it did not sit right with Qin Ze at all. By the way, He Guang was released by the law enforcement department. Make sure to go straight home after work for a while, and call me if anything seems off. Qin Ze had not taken He Guang seriously before. But now, after hearing about Ma Yan's mother, Qin Ze was worried that the deranged He Guang might target Ma Yan. I will be careful, Ma Yan nodded. After dinner, Qin Ze stood up to take his leave. Ma Yan walked him to the door and suddenly said, Zio, you told me you signed up for the martial arts exam. Qin Ze, you must become a martial artist. In Ma Yan's eyes, Qin Ze saw unwillingness, stubbornness, and a trace of relief. With mixed feelings, Qin Ze curled his lips into a slight smile and said, Do not forget to go to the site on the day of the exam, Sister Ma Yan. Watch me take the top spot. Ma Yan replied, You can do it. Bidding farewell to Ma Yan, Qin Ze walked alone through the shantytown. Homeless people in tattered clothes and staggering drunks could be seen everywhere. Still feeling a little uneasy, Qin Ze left a clone nearby. The He family residence. Third brother, take this. He Guang called He Bai into his bedroom and handed him a short sword. Infusing it with vitality allows you to unleash a slashing attack. The more vitality you infuse, the greater the power. He Bai looked at the short sword in his hand, puzzled. Is not this your standard issue weapon, second brother? Why are you giving it to me? A vicious look flashed across He Guang's face. Are not you going into the anomaly zone for a trial tomorrow? Use this to cripple that guy named Qin. Make sure he never gets out of bed for the rest of his life. If his oldest brother had not warned him that this was a sensitive time and they could not pull any tricks on martial arts candidates, he would have shown up at his door to kill him already. So you want to take the martial arts exam, Qin Ze. I will destroy your Qi Si and leave you a cripple for the rest of your life. Thinking of Qin Ze living a life worse than death from now on, He Guang felt much more relaxed. Second brother, there is no need for all this trouble. During the last vitality test, Qin Ze only scored a little over 300. I can crush him with one hand. He felt his second brother was making a mountain out of a molehill. Once bitten, twice shy. Hearing this, He Guang frowned. Over 300, impossible. He had personally experienced the power of Qin Ze's punch. Although he was drunk that night and his reflexes were slowed across the board. No matter how much they had declined, he would not have been knocked down by a kid with a vitality level barely over 300. By his estimation, the vitality Qin Ze unleashed with that punch had to be at least 500. I was standing right there watching when he took the test. Could the machine be lying? Seeing his second brother acting so overly cautious, he sighed helplessly. He Guang fell into deep self-doubt. Could I really have become so weak that a kid with 300 vitality could easily manhandle me? Just to be safe, you hold on to the weapon for now. Give it back to me after you leave the anomaly zone. Unable to argue with his brother, He had no choice but to accept it. Do not worry, second brother. I will definitely cripple him tomorrow to vent your anger. He Guang patted He on the shoulder. Good brother. Qin Ze had no idea that the two He brothers were plotting against him. After returning home, he took a shower and went to bed. He also specifically told Bro Devourer not to roam around tonight. In the middle of the night, it suddenly started to rain. It was as if a hole had opened in the sky, and the entire city was submerged under a torrential downpour. Achoo! Number 3, who was squatting on a rooftop in the city center, sneezed. Even though he was wearing a raincoat, he was completely soaked. This spot offered the best vantage point. He could see the slightest movement across more than half the city. He had been braving the rain for most of the night, and with dawn approaching, there was still no sign of the circus. Could you be a little more professional? Not clocking in just because it is raining. How can you be villains when you slack off like this? Number 3 gritted his teeth. After squatting for another hour, he finally went to find a place to shelter from the rain, sneezing and cursing along the way. Early the next morning, all the students heading to the anomaly zone gathered on the school field, where buses would take them there. This was Qin Ze's first time leaving the city since he transmigrated. The scene outside the city was incredibly desolate. On the endless wilderness, there was only a single, winding highway. All vegetation taller than half a meter, within a 10-kilometer radius of the city, had been cleared to prevent alien beasts from hiding in it. Half an hour later, the 10 buses pulled into a temporary base. Soldiers from the city defense department guarded the area heavily, maintaining strict security. As soon as he got off the bus, Qin Ze saw brilliant, 7-colored rays of light in the sky not far away, resembling a colorful bubble. Beneath the beautiful rays of light, there was a 20-meter-long vertical rift stretching from the sky down to the ground. Second High School Trial Squad, assemble. Qin Ze soon found Teacher Yao's team, which consisted of 2 men and 2 women. Let me go over everyone's trial mission for today. This strange realm is a maze, and the exotic beasts in our trial area are all below F rank. If we compare them by warrior rank, they are around level 0.3, making them excellent targets for you all to practice fighting. We need to explore the undeveloped areas and draw up a map. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance, including the number of exotic beasts you kill and your progress in mapping. Teacher Yao handed each person a palm-sized tracker and a short sword. Signals from all the trackers converge at the main terminal, automatically generating a map. No wonder they opened the strange realm ahead of schedule, so they wanted people to map it out. Qin Ze suddenly realized. This is just like the internships for college students in my previous life. Teachers send them all to an assembly line to do manual labor. Just pure cannon fodder. Stay close to me, everyone. Do not get separated. Teacher Yao led the 5 of them to that huge crack. All the students here for the trial today are from the second middle school, in groups of 5. Since there are not enough teachers, some warriors from the City Defense Bureau have joined in to act as escorts. People standing at the front of the crack are sucked in immediately, with one group entering every 3 minutes. It was soon Qin Ze's group's turn. "Do not be nervous, there will not be any danger." Teacher Yao comforted everyone. Qin Ze only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. A few seconds later, his vision cleared. In front of him was a passage 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It looked like the interior of a building. The ground was in a mess, with broken wires, all sorts of trash, and unidentified debris piled together. The walls were all painted, and the lights overhead seemed to be flickering due to insufficient power. "Follow me." Teacher Yao led the 5 of them through several turns into a narrower passage. They had not encountered any exotic beasts or human corpses along the way. There were rooms on both sides of the passage, filled with beds, resembling a dormitory, which confirmed Qin Ze's belief that people had lived here. "Teacher Yao, are all strange realms the same?" Qin Ze asked. "Every strange realm is unique," Teacher Yao explained. "They are generally divided into 2 types, accessible ones and inaccessible ones. The inaccessible ones are either filled with toxic fog or radiation, so people will die the moment they enter. Although you will not drop dead immediately in accessible strange realms, they are still full of dangers. You must stay fully alert after entering a strange realm." Hearing this, the other 4 people looked tense, except for Qin Ze. "Go!" A humanoid exotic beast suddenly jumped out from the room on the right. It had no hair at all, and its poop-yellow skin was covered in wrinkles. The girl in the front was caught by surprise, so terrified that she froze on the spot and forgot to counterattack. Just as the beast's claw was about to hit her face, Qin Ze activated a layer of his destiny reversal art and decapitated the beast with one strike. Compared to the beast he encountered at the mental hospital, this was like heaven and earth. Qin Ze estimated that this beast's combat power was about equal to 3 geese. Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, the girl came to her senses and threw up with a wail. Qin Ze reacted the fastest, which is the quality a warrior should have, Teacher Yao said with satisfaction. After vomiting, the girl hung her head in shame. The group continued forward and encountered several more of the same humanoid exotic beasts. With Qin Ze setting the example, the others quickly got their first kills as well. These beasts were at about the same level as the students and were unarmed, so they were no match for the students in single combat. Teacher Yao stayed behind to maintain order, stepping in only at critical moments. 2 hours later, 2/3 of the map had been completed. The squad only needed to walk a few hundred more meters to finish the trial. "Teacher Yao, I need to go to the bathroom," Qin Ze said, clutching his stomach. "Be quick," Teacher Yao said. Qin Ze ran back a bit and ducked into a room. "Split up." Qin Ze summoned 5 clones. The rooms in this section of the passage were all full of beds, and he was very curious about what the other areas were like. A few minutes later, Qin Ze returned to rejoin the squad. Inside that room just now, Qin Ze's clones emerged one after another and headed in the direction they had come from. There were just too many passages here, like an underground anthill. Qin Ze estimated that even if he released all dozens of his clones, it would take days to fully explore it. Elsewhere, Bai had also left his team and was wandering around like a headless chicken. I remember Qin Ze's team coming in this direction. After wandering around for a long time, Bai realized he had returned to his starting point. It seemed he was lost. Damn it! Bai cursed and chose another door. The moment he opened it, he crashed head-on into one of Qin Ze's clones. "Are you blind?" Bai clutched his forehead and stepped back 2 paces. When he recognized the face, he was overjoyed. "I found it without even looking. Qin Ze, I finally found you." Qin Ze pushed him aside and brushed past him. "Sorry, I am not into that." Swish. Before the clone had gone far, a sword chi struck from behind, severing the clone's legs. "Damn you, snake." The clone was caught off guard. Bai said triumphantly, "Qin Ze, remember this, a peasant is always a peasant. Thinking you can poop on our heads is just a pipe dream." Bai kicked the clone again and walked away satisfied. "Second brother's task is done, I should return to my team." Bai walked through a few more doors and through the glass on the wall, saw a familiar figure standing in a room. "Qin Ze." Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Ze had obviously had his legs severed by him just now, so why was he standing here unharmed? "Why is it you again, you snake?" The clone was surprised, not expecting to meet him again. Bai swung his sword and severed the opponent's legs again. "Let us see how you recover from that." He locked the door and left him to rot inside. As soon as He stepped out of the passage, he ran into another Qin Ze. "This is hellish." He realized something was wrong. "You filthy snake, take my slide tackle." Clone Qin Ze accelerated and slid towards He. "Death wish." He did the same thing and severed the clone's legs. "This is so weird." He frowned. He realized that the strength of these three Qin Zes was greatly reduced, nowhere near the level of the Destiny Reversal arc. Am I in an illusion? He turned on his tracker and quickly walked back the way he came, wanting to leave this strange realm immediately. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Before he had gone far, He was blocked by a fourth Qin Ze who had suddenly appeared. He clutched his short sword tightly, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Who the hell are you?" All 5 clones Qin Ze sent out were offed by He. Originally, the clones could have just avoided He. But after the first clone got its legs chopped off, the other clones started pulling stunts. They actively went out of their way to tease He. As for exploring the map, how could that be as fun as teasing a high school boy? Qin Ze was left completely speechless. Do not shift the blame. We share the same processor, so our thoughts are your thoughts. Exactly, it is obvious you wanted to mess around, so we went along with it. That kid is losing his mind right now. It is cracking me up. When the 5th brother showed up, he practically peed his pants. The brothers all self-destructed on their last breath. They did not leave a single trace behind. We cannot even set up a cenotaph for them. It is all Qin Ze's fault. +1. Qin Ze rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with them. Alright, the area assigned to us has been fully explored. Mr. Yao took out his tablet and tapped on it. The squad's trial mission ended here. After a whole morning, Qin Ze and the others had only explored a small fraction of the anomaly. The rest of the map would probably be left for martial arts candidates from other high schools to cover. Along the way, each person killed an average of 10 monsters. Although they looked a bit battered, their eyes were sparkling. After all, it was their first real combat experience. Alright, let us get ready to head back. Mr. Yao submitted the map and put away his tablet. Wandering at the very front, Qin Ze suddenly noticed a collapsed wall. Behind it was a large, pitch-black hole. It looked like it had been dug out by something, with rubble and dirt piled up all over the entrance. Click, clack, click. Bizarre noise echoed from inside the hole. "Qin Ze, time to go," Mr. Yao called out. "Oh, coming." Qin Ze glanced into the hole. It was pitch black and he could not see anything. As soon as he turned around, he realized his classmates' faces had gone deathly pale. "Are you guys feeling unwell?" "Bees behind you." A female classmate pointed with her right hand, her body trembling like a leaf. Qin Ze suddenly looked down, only then realizing he was engulfed in a massive shadow. "Get down!" Mr. Yao shouted as a blast of fist aura shot right over Qin Ze's head. Qin Ze clutched his head with both hands and quickly dropped to the ground. Immediately after, an explosion rang out behind him, making his head buzz. Qin Ze shook his head, catching a glimpse of a giant dark figure lunging from behind him straight at Mr. Yao. It was a humanoid monster, over 2 meters tall. Unlike the monsters they had encountered before, this one was clearly much stronger and had extremely sharp claws. Bang! Mr. Yao exchanged a punch with the monster, and in the next second, he was swatted flying. Class D monster, that is equivalent to a level 3 martial artist. Hurry up and run, I will hold it off. Mr. Yao quickly got back up and stood protectively in front of the students. Once the 4 students snapped out of their daze, they hurriedly ran back the way they came. Qin Ze, on the other hand, was out of luck. The corridor was only so wide, and with Mr. Yao and the monster fiercely battling ahead, there was no way he could get past. Qin Ze turned to look at the pitch-black hole, gritted his teeth, and dove right in. Hang in there, Mr. Yao, I am going to get back up. Inside the hole, it was dark and cold. At first, it was extremely narrow, only allowing 1 person through. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. What is that smell? Qin Ze suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly pungent gas. At the same time, he realized the vitality in his body was dropping rapidly, so he quickly transferred his main consciousness into one of his clones. This way, if anyone was going to die, it would be the clone first. Qin Ze, you son of a... The clone died before he could even finish his sentence. Qin Ze immediately switched to the next clone. The gas was toxic and incredibly potent at that. A clone could not even survive in there for half a minute. Bang! Qin Ze pushed off hard with both feet, launching himself forward like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, he left behind a trail of clone corpses, dropping them like eggs. After leaving behind a dozen or so corpses, Qin Ze finally saw some light. He quickly approached the light source and reached out to touch it. It was a cracked iron plate. Thump, thump, thump. After knocking on it, Qin Ze found that the iron plate was not very thick. He gathered his vitality, punched straight through the iron plate, and finally emerged from the pitch-black hole. Qin Ze looked around. He had appeared in a completely unfamiliar corridor, and there was no toxic gas here. In front and behind him were tightly locked gray blast doors, both bearing a large Arabic numeral 10. Organic lifeform detected, initiating scan. Scanning. A red light projected from a corner of the ceiling onto Qin Ze. Qin Ze jumped in fright, his whole body tensing up. But after a while, nothing happened. Scan result, carbon-based lifeform, Earth human. Initiating identity verification, verifying. Qin Ze looked at the source of the red light. It looked a lot like Moss from a movie he had seen before. Verification failed, not a resident of this shelter. State your identity, or you will be treated as an intruder. Qin Ze panicked a little and hurriedly pulled out his student ID. I am a student from second high school. The red light projected onto the student ID again. Connecting to database. Identity confirmed. Qin Ze, graduate of Jiangcheng Second High School, deceased on July 27, year 2050 of the Great Zia calendar, during the Jiangcheng Beast Horde. Hold on a minute. I am dead. Are not I perfectly alive right now? And what the hell is up with the year 2050? It is clearly only 2025 this year. Qin Ze was full of questions at this moment, feeling like he had just uncovered a mysterious corner of the anomaly. The so-called anomaly was actually a shelter. It seemed to be for sheltering against the monsters in the outer corridors. Resurrected One, please disarm yourself. I will take you to see the shelter's administrator. Qin Ze obediently tossed his short sword onto the ground. At that moment, a mechanical arm extended from the floor, picked up the short sword, and stored it away. Rumble. Gears on the blast door ahead began to turn little by little, letting out a deafening mechanical roar. We are entering a new dungeon. Could there be a boss standing right behind the door? Then how are we supposed to play, not even giving us time to level up? It is a scripted death. The shelter's AI is pretty reasonable, not just shooting us unidentified outsiders dead on the spot. This has such a strong sci-fi vibe. Is not this a high martial arts world? How did it turn into sci-fi? Could the shelter's administrator be a massive beauty? The clones chattered all at once, extremely excited about the upcoming scene. Qin Ze felt the same. After all, this was a place that even the officials had not explored yet. The air in that tunnel was not just toxic, it was also highly corrosive. Even if someone came in wearing a gas mask, their physical body would be corroded into a puddle of mush within 2 minutes. Unless they exploited a clone bug like Qin Ze did, it was completely impossible for anyone else to get in. Click. Mechanical gears seemed to have turned to their limit, and the alloy blast door slowly slid open to one side. Strange outsider. Welcome to Shelter 10. P.S. The world building is starting to unfold, bros. Drop some likes, ask for updates, and send over those free little gifts. Thank you, bosses. There was no boss guarding the door, just a wider and brighter passageway. Please follow the guided path. An arrow pointing forward was projected onto the ground. Every time Qin Ze took a step forward, the arrow moved ahead as well. It felt a bit like the tutorial at the beginning of a game. Following the arrow's guidance, Qin Ze soon made his way deep into shelter number 10. Unlike the situation outside, the facilities here were significantly more extensive. Power plants, water stations, lounge areas, gyms, cafeterias, dormitories, and even a massive swimming pool. Everything one could possibly need for daily life was readily available. However, strangely enough, Qin Ze did not see a single resident along the way. The huge shelter was deathly quiet, with only the rhythmic sound of Qin Ze's own footsteps echoing. Administrator's office reached. As the arrow vanished, Qin Ze stood before a closed alloy door. Qin Ze hesitated for a moment, but eventually raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. There was no response from inside. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? Qin Ze knocked repeatedly for a while, but there was not a single sound from inside the office. How dare they, ignoring Brother Z like this? Kick the door down. This shelter is quite strange, let us be careful. Since we are already here, we have to see what kind of person this administrator is. After a bit of brainstorming with his clones, Qin Ze decided to force his way in. Gathering his inner strength, he lifted his foot for a powerful front kick. Bang! Ouch! Qin Ze clutched his foot and hopped backward on one leg. It hurts. It hurts so much. The alloy door did not even budge, and Qin Ze nearly broke his foot. After studying the door for a while, Qin Ze noticed a handle on the side. He gave it a light turn. Click! The door opened. Qin Ze froze. He had 1,000 curses in his heart that he did not know if he should voice out loud. As he pushed the door open, a wave of stale, decaying air rushed to meet him. The administrator's office was quite large. 2 of the walls were covered with screens, showing every corner of the shelter. In the center of the office was a desk, and slumped over it was a corpse reduced to a skeleton. Qin Ze stepped forward and saw a pistol by the skeleton's right hand and a scorched mark on the right temple of the skull. It was obvious this person had committed suicide. Could this guy be the administrator of the shelter? Qin Ze's theory was quickly confirmed. There was a yellow diary on the desk. Although countless years had passed and the diary was somewhat oxidized, the handwriting was still barely legible. 21st February 2053. Today is the first day all residents have moved into the shelter. Everyone is feeling depressed and lost about the future, including myself as the administrator. To pass the time, I have decided to start keeping a diary. No serious person writes a diary anyway. Qin Ze was certain now. This guy was definitely the administrator. But why did he commit suicide? And where did all the residents of the shelter go? Qin Ze continued to write. 25th February 2053. To improve everyone's spirits, I decided to host a social mixer. The shelter is full of handsome men and beautiful women. After all, they were carefully selected to ensure the birth of excellent offspring. At the mixer, everyone finally seemed to be in high spirits, and hope for future life was rekindled. 10th March 2053. The power generation module had a problem. We were out of power for half a day, but fortunately, it was finally resolved. The shelter relies on nuclear reactors for power, which are planned to last for 100 years. Please let the reactor never break down. Our hydroponic food and vegetable production rely entirely on the electrical system. 25th March 2053. People are becoming increasingly restless. Life in the shelter is not as good as imagined. After all, our range of activities is limited, and it is no different from being in prison. Some residents want to go into the cryopods to hibernate, but unfortunately, there are no cryopods in shelter number 10. Cryopods consume too much power, and the shelter's supply cannot support them. Today, during the daily meeting with the other 9 shelter administrators, I heard some good news. The abyss has been closed, and there will be no more beasts. It would be even better if the deviants could disappear along with the beasts. Qin Ze noticed a special term. Deviants. It was specifically distinguished from the beasts. Does it refer to those humanoid beasts outside? If they are not beasts, where do the deviants come from? 13th April 2053. Terrible news, shelter number 3 has been overrun by deviants. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I am so damned. 27th April 2053. Shelter number 1 and number 5 have also lost contact. Administrators are starting to question the shelter's strategy. Can we really survive by hiding like cowards? The administrator of shelter number 6 has already made contact with the Sky Island and wants to open the shelter to join the resistance. In the past, I might have tried to convince him that joining the resistance only leads to death, but now we are just clinging to life anyway. Seeing this, Qin Ze realized the administrator's mood had become incredibly bleak. 1st June 2053. Now only shelter number 9 can maintain stable contact with me. I have started telling the residents of shelter number 10 only good news and leaving out the bad. I keep telling everyone that the shelter is perfectly safe and that the deviants cannot get in. Deceiving myself. 15th October 2053. Shelter number 9 has also fallen. The shelter project is a joke. In my last conversation with the administrator of shelter number 9, I learned that the Sky Island has developed humanoid combat weapons. It seems living people are no longer needed on the front lines. Should I join them? 20th November 2053. After a month of deep consideration, I decided to try contacting the Sky Island. Damn thing is, the antenna is broken, and someone must be sent outside to repair it. 21st November 2053. Deviants rushed in while the door was being opened. The East Dormitory block has fallen, and 4,000 residents who could not be evacuated in time are dead. 23rd November 2053. The sluice gate has isolated the East Dormitory area, but deviants have started digging holes. Fortunately, I injected corrosive poison into them in time. 25th November 2053. The shelter has become an isolated island. 30th December 2053. It is over, everything is over. The rainwater collection device has been destroyed by the deviants. Only one result awaits us, death by thirst. 1st January 2054. When it rains, it pours. The hydroponic system has malfunctioned, and we have no food left. 7th January 2054. Residents spontaneously organized a vanguard, but they could not even make it out of the East Dormitory area. 23rd January 2054. All shelter residents voted in favor of collective euthanasia. 24th January 2054. I personally pressed the switch to release the hypnotic gas. 13,000 shelter residents will die peacefully in their sleep. I often wonder what would have happened if I had not developed the alpha agent. Without the alpha agent, there would have been no anti-alpha agent, and certainly no deviants. But without the anti-alpha agent, how could the beasts have been dealt with? Perhaps the end of humanity is destruction. The diary ended here. Qin Ze felt a bit heavy-hearted after closing the diary. The screen on the right wall displayed the dormitory area of the shelter. Skeletons lay quietly on the beds, their hands either resting at their sides or crossed flat over their lower abdomens. It could be seen that they were all very peaceful before they died. Over 10,000 lives were just gone like that. For the first time, Qin Ze realized that life was actually so fragile. According to the contents of the diary, the threat of mutated beasts no longer existed in this world. Instead, they were replaced by a type of creature called aberrants. Their birth was related to something called the alpha reagent. And the developer of the alpha reagent was the owner of the diary, the administrator of Vault 10. Faced with the threat of the aberrants, the people in this world split into two factions: the conservatives and the resistance. The conservatives all hid in the vaults. There were 10 vaults in total, but they had all fallen long ago. The resistance, also known as the Rebel Army, lived in a place called the Sky Island. He wondered how the resistance on the Sky Island was doing now. Whether they had defeated the aberrants outside. There was one more thing that Qin Ze could not figure out. Why was there another version of himself in this world? At the corner of the desk was a wrist-worn microcomputer. This thing looked way too familiar. Pip-Boy. Qin Ze picked up the Pip-Boy and put it on his wrist. He turned it on. A line of flaming text slowly appeared on the screen. Welcome to Vault Tech. Vault Tech is dedicated to serving you. Qin Ze twitched the corner of his mouth. The sense of déjà vu was getting stronger and stronger. Please begin identity verification. Input fingerprint iris. Following the startup prompts, Qin Ze went through a series of tedious procedures. This Pip-Boy seemed to be brand new and had never been used. Identity verification complete. The authority of Vault 10 has been transferred from the previous administrator, Professor Lin Xiao, to the only human in the vault, Qin Ze. Qin Ze was very surprised. I became the administrator just like that. Is not this a bit too casual? Through the administrator terminal on his wrist, Qin Ze found that he could control the entire vault, even down to the opening and closing of every single door. In addition, the terminal had a user interface. It displayed the user's current physical indicators, including heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and even vitality. Vitality 896. I have gotten a bit stronger again. This thing is quite nice. It can be used as a portable vitality tester. Bring up the data on the alpha reagent. Qin Ze wanted to see what the alpha reagent really was. However, a line of red text popped up on the terminal. All data regarding the alpha reagent and the reverse alpha reagent has been sealed. No one has the right to view it except Professor Lin Xiao. Qin Ze's idea of investigating the truth fell through. Wandering around the vault, it did not take long for him to find the door to the armory. Let me see what great treasures future technology has. Qin Ze rubbed his hands together impatiently. Click. The armory door slowly opened. Seeing the scene inside, Qin Ze was momentarily stunned. The 200 square meter armory was completely empty, so spacious that one could even race horses inside. The vault's stockpile of weapons has been entirely depleted by the assault teams. The terminal brought up the withdrawal records of the weapons in the armory. Back then, the residents of the vault formed several suicide squads to fight for a glimmer of survival. It was precisely because the weapons were completely depleted, while the aberrants were still glaring covetously outside the door, that the vault residents ultimately chose to end their own lives. There were still a few black equipment crates in the corner. Out of curiosity, Qin Ze stepped forward and rummaged through them. The first few crates were all empty. Inside the last crate, Qin Ze found a very cool black handgun. This handgun was a size larger than the ordinary handguns he knew of, and the muzzle was thicker. The handgun was a single integrated piece, and the magazine could not be detached. Who would be so bored as to put a toy gun in the armory? Qin Ze was a little disappointed. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the terminal. Martial weapon, Dragon Might Modified Hand Cannon. Manufacturer, Madu Martial Weapon Research Institute. Description: absorbs vitality to unleash powerful shots. The more vitality infused, the stronger the firepower. Note, as the last generation of martial weapons in this world, the Dragon Might Modified embodies the wisdom of all researchers at the Madu Martial Weapon Research Institute. It contains many surprises and Easter eggs, and its power should not be underestimated. A martial weapon. Qin Ze was exceedingly pleased. He did not expect that he would actually pick up a treasure. Martial weapons were exclusive weapons for martial artists. When paired with vitality, they could unleash all sorts of miraculous functions. Due to the special materials required, the production of martial weapons was very low, and their prices were simply beyond what ordinary martial artists could afford. Qin Ze had only seen one martial weapon before. The spell token in number 3's hands. He had been coveting that social death artifact for a long time. He must find a way to get one in the future. Putting the hand cannon away, Qin Ze walked to the vault door, ready to go out and explore the outside world. Do you want to open the vault door? Vault 10 had a front door and a back door. The front door was located at the east dormitory area, which had already been occupied by the aberrants. Qin Ze was now taking the back door. Open it. Rumble. The giant gear door printed with a massive number 10 began to rotate slowly. Along with the continuous rotation of the gear, the 5-meter-high, half-meter-thick alloy door was pulled to the side bit by bit. The vault, which had been sealed in dust for who knows how many years, welcomed its first ray of sunlight at this moment. Qin Ze took a deep breath and cautiously walked out of the vault. Fortunately, there were no aberrants nearby. Looking around, his first impression was desolation. Endless desolation. The land was severely desertified, and there was hardly a trace of green in sight. Looking into the distance, Qin Ze saw crooked and leaning buildings. The buildings were all cracked, and withered yellow plants grew tenaciously from the crevices. The scenes before his eyes were just like the end of the world. I will go check out the city first. If I can find a few more martial weapons, my power will truly take off. Bang! Qin Ze pushed off hard with both feet and sprinted rapidly toward the city. Clap! At the edge of the city, a gust of strong wind blew past, blowing a thoroughly rotted billboard to Qin Ze's feet. Painted words on it could still be vaguely made out. Welcome to Jiang City. This is actually Jiang City. Qin Ze furrowed his brows tightly. From this abandoned city, he could not see a single familiar trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Qin Ze was preparing to go deeper into the city to explore, a piercing sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from above his head. A giant aircraft, trailing black smoke, flew over unsteadily from the distance. After arriving over the city, the aircraft dropped a series of black oval objects from below. Immediately after, a string of explosions rang out in the center of the city. Small mushroom clouds bloomed from the ground, and several already tottering buildings were completely reduced to ruins. Even though Qin Ze was on the outermost edge of the city, he was still knocked head over heels by the shockwave generated by the explosions. Having completed its bombing mission, the aircraft began to return the way it came. Bang! Just as it flew out of the city, the tail of the aircraft suddenly exploded, and it then nosedived toward the ground not far away. Is it the resistance from the Sky Island? To investigate the truth, or rather the wealth of this world, Qin Ze was still hesitating about whether to contact the local natives. The aircraft had crashed just a few hundred meters away. Acting on the principle of since I am already here, Qin Ze decided to go over and take a look. Only as Qin Ze got closer to the aircraft did he realize just how battered and broken it was. The paint and outer skin had completely peeled away, leaving much of the internal framework exposed. Thick black smoke was billowing from the tail, suggesting the engine was shot. To think that such a thing could still fly, it really is futuristic technology from decades later. The cockpit door was still tightly sealed, and the pilot had not come out. "I am here to save you, are you still alive?" Qin Ze shouted from over 10 meters away. However, after calling out several times, he still received no response from the pilot. Qin Ze drew his hand cannon and crept forward inch by inch. Through the transparent canopy of the cockpit, Qin Ze caught sight of the pilot's condition. The pilot had already withered into a white skeleton, held firmly against the pilot's seat by the safety harness. His head was tilted to one side, his hollow eye sockets staring straight at Qin Ze. Qin Ze furrowed his brows. Judging by the current state of weathering on the skeleton, the pilot had been dead for at least 50 years. To think that a bomber without a pilot could still stay airborne and carry out bombing missions. At the thought of this, Qin Ze could not help but get goosebumps. This world is filled with eerie things everywhere. Could this be a Cthulhu-esque evil god world? Are those aberrants just minions of the evil god? The vibe really does match. There is a hole in the cockpit canopy. That must be how the pilot was killed. My suggestion is to retreat first. I second that. You are not even a level 1 martial artist. Do not be so reckless. Qin Ze decided to play it safe. Yo. Small, poop-colored head suddenly popped out from the other side of the bomber. Its bright, intelligent eyes were blinking as it looked at Qin Ze with curiosity. An aberrant. Qin Ze quickly put some distance between them and aimed his hand cannon at that head. However, unlike the aberrants Qin Ze had encountered before, this little guy showed no desire to attack. It had a few fingers in its mouth, looking completely innocent, just like a curious baby. "How did you come out?" The little guy mumbled a few words. The aberrant spoke. The diaries left behind by the previous administrator never recorded that aberrants could talk. Just as Qin Ze prepared to communicate with it, he suddenly realized a dozen adult aberrants had appeared around him. The aircraft had crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Qin Ze stood inside the crater, surrounded by the aberrants outside. Only then did he realize he had walked straight into an aberrant's nest. "Do not shoot." Qin Ze raised his hands high, trying to look as harmless as possible. Like the little guy, the surrounding aberrants did not launch an attack on Qin Ze. Compared to the aberrants in the shelter, their facial expressions were much richer, and their eyes were only slightly red, staring at Qin Ze as if he were a giant panda on display. Outside, dangerous, underground, safe. The aberrant spoke stutteringly, and Qin Ze could not make heads or tails of it for a long time. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of explosions occurred, and the aberrants outside the crater burst into clouds of blood, missed one after another. The little guy by the aircraft was also blown away by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling off to who knows where. Looking at the rotting flesh scattered everywhere, Qin Ze swallowed hard. Am I that powerful now, killing with my thoughts? Whoosh! A white figure descended from the sky. 11 low-level aberrants discovered outside Jiangcheng. All have been eliminated. It was a tall, cool beauty wearing a sleek white mecha suit. Her facial features were incredibly sharp and delicate, like a character stepped out of an anime. The first thing that came to Qin Ze's mind was that big sister from the 3D art section. Only after reporting the situation did the woman notice Qin Ze by the aircraft. I am not with them. Qin Ze spoke up quickly, afraid that she might blow him away with a single shot. The woman opened her beautiful eyes wide, human. Qin Ze. Is not it obvious enough? The woman quickly walked over to Qin Ze, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Qin Ze felt a bit flustered. She composed her pretty face and introduced herself. Humanoid combat weapon, codename BT-21. I am the last one of the first generation of BT series weapons. Qin Ze replied, hello, my name is Qin Ze. So these were the humanoid combat weapons mentioned in the previous administrator's diary. Looking at her exterior, she was almost identical to a human. You could not tell at all that she was a robot. Confused by the situation, Qin Ze decided to retreat first. He was not mentally prepared to deal with the local natives yet, especially since he is currently just a weakling. Once he is ready next time, he can bring a whole wave of clones. Would not that be great? I just remembered I left the gas on at home. Let us chat another day. Qin Ze turned to sneak away. BT flashed over and blocked his path. Sir, please do not wander around. There are many aberrants nearby. I have already contacted all the combat weapons in this area, and we will escort you back to the Sky Island together. Qin Ze looked awkward. This is a bit troublesome. The Sky Island is the base camp of the local natives. He did not want to go there just yet. Soul Orb. Just as Qin Ze was wondering how to politely refuse, he suddenly spotted a bright, shimmering soul orb hanging on BT's chest. BT noticed Qin Ze's gaze and took down the soul orb. Does the human sir want this? Qin Ze nodded, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Can you give it to me? Of course, no problem. BT handed the soul orb to Qin Ze. This is a souvenir I took from the corpse of the last abyssal beast I killed. There are still many on display in the Sky Island Museum. There are more on the Sky Island. And plenty of them. When will the main force arrive? I cannot wait to meet my fellow people, Qin Ze said righteously. Can you believe this, family? I am about to pick up a pile of soul orbs for free. BT smiled. Please wait a moment. They will be here soon. Qin Ze inspected the soul orb in his hand. It was slightly heavier than the one from the devourer. Looking closely, you could see wisps of lightning snaking inside the orb, and it felt slightly electric, making his palm feel tingly. An S-rank soul orb. Qin Ze's heart was surging with excitement. If he were not in front of outsiders, he would have had his clone devour it on the spot. What kind of ability would it be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More white figures descended from the sky. They wore the same standard issue mecha as BT, with different appearances, but all were very beautiful. Qin Ze wondered if the person who created them had some peculiar tastes, making them all female when they were designed. Talk about battlefield Valkyries. Can I touch you? One of the girls asked cautiously. Facing that longing gaze, Qin Ze could not bear to refuse, so he nodded. They immediately swarmed over like customers petting cats at a cat cafe. BT-21, when shall we depart? Qin Ze reluctantly pulled away. Let us go now. When every clone has a soul orb, I will ascend on the spot. When I unleash 100 abilities, I wonder how you will handle it. Beep, beep, beep. The Valkyrie's detection radars suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The aberrants are attacking. Quick, protect the master. Following BT-21's order, over a dozen humanoid combat weapons surrounded Qin Ze. Qin Ze cautiously squeezed his head out between two waists. He saw a dense swarm of aberrants rushing madly toward them from not too far away. Looking out, there were at least 100 or two. These aberrants looked very similar to the ones in the shelter, with scarlet eyes full of murderous intent. Human master, hide quickly. BT-21 pushed Qin Ze's head back in. The outside world is simply too dangerous. Qin Ze's face turned pale. At this moment, he finally realized what a suicidal move he had made. If he had encountered such a large group of aberrants alone, he would become their poop by the next day. Now Qin Ze could only hope that these humanoid combat weapons would pull their weight. Open fire. When the large swarm of aberrants came within 100 meters, BT finally gave the order to open fire. The humanoid combat weapons raised short and sturdy cannon barrels from their shoulders and arms. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of deep blue laser beams shot out from the cannon barrels. The densely packed aberrants were cut down row by the lasers like leaks. Some lucky ones were not hit in vital spots and only lost their limbs. But the unlucky ones were struck directly by the lasers and exploded into clouds of blood mist, not even having the time to let out a scream. Looking at the severed limbs scattered all over the ground, and the internal organs mixed with red and white matter, Qin Ze could not help but swallow hard. No wonder they were called weapons. Their combat power was simply too formidable. Qin Ze could not quite understand. With such strong humanoid combat weapons, why would anyone choose to hide like a turtle in a shelter? If Li Yunlong were given a unit like this, even the emperor would have to bow down and acknowledge his ancestors. Although the aberrants were strong, the humanoid combat weapons were clearly superior. The battle between the two sides was simply a one-sided massacre by the weapons. After a round of bombardment, BT led over 10 companions to charge at the remaining aberrants, leaving 3 behind to stay by Qin Ze's side. Humanoid combat weapons brought out their various melee weapons, ranging from swords and spears to halberds. BT's weapon was a silver takai, and with just one encounter, she sliced an aberrant in half. Even surrounded by many aberrants, BT still fought with ease. Her figure flickered back and forth among the aberrants. Every time she was encircled, she could always teleport out of the trap and deliver a fatal backstab to the aberrants. This could not help but remind Qin Ze of Fatty's teleportation ability. But Fatty's ability was currently incomparable to BT's. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, Fatty's ability had room to grow, and Qin Ze was truly looking forward to him reaching this level. Although the other humanoid weapons did not have BT's stealthy teleportation ability, their close combat skills were still formidable. Fighting the aberrants was as easy as chopping melons and slicing vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 200 aberrants had all fallen to the ground, and not a single one managed to break through the blockade to reach Qin Ze. The humanoid combat weapons suffered 0 casualties. This must be at least the strength of an intermediate martial artist. Qin Ze could not help but sigh in admiration. Levels 1 to 3 are beginner, 4 to 6 are intermediate, and 7 to 9 are advanced. The strongest martial artist Qin Ze had seen so far was only Enforcer number 3, a level 2 martial artist. Sense of oppression Enforcer number 3 gave Qin Ze was nowhere near that of BT going all out just now. Qin Ze estimated that BT could beat 10 number 3s with one hand. "Are you hurt?" After finishing the battle, BT hurriedly ran to Qin Ze and asked with concern. "I am fine." BT let out a sigh of relief after inspecting him. "There is an abandoned airport near Jiang City with a spaceship still in the hangar. I will take you there right now." After saying that, BT hoisted Qin Ze onto her shoulder, with his butt facing forward and his head facing backward. Qin Ze was speechless. What an embarrassing posture. "I can actually walk by myself." BT flatly refused. "The airport is quite a distance away, we must hurry." "Then could not you carry me on your back? Holding me would be fine too. I need my hands free to deal with sudden attacks from the aberrants." Helpless Qin Ze could only compromise. "Hold tight, master, we are setting off." Qin Ze tightly hugged the Valkyrie's waist. Sighing. This mecha armor is really too cold. He could not feel any warmth at all. Whoosh! Blue arcs of light suddenly burst from the back of BT's calves as she soared off the ground and flew rapidly into the distance. Other humanoid combat weapons followed closely behind, forming a combat formation to protect Qin Ze and BT in the center. Half an hour later, Qin Ze finally landed safely at the airport, his hair blown standing straight up by the wind. Wow, as expected of a human master, he can change his hair's shape at will. The humanoid combat weapon's eyes were sparkling. Even Qin Ze, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed by the continuous shower of compliments from the humanoid combat weapons. They held a supreme reverence for humans, a reverence that seemed hard-coded into their motherboards. Even if Qin Ze farted right now, they would probably take a deep breath, give a thumbs up, and say it smells great. "Master, come with me, I know where the spaceship is," BT said. The airport was overgrown with weeds, and the few airplanes parked on the runway had turned into heaps of scrap metal. The terminal building's windows were all shattered, and the walls were cracked, with a black crow or two flying out of it every now and then. Filming a horror movie in a place like this would require no extra set decoration at all. "Why did not you just carry me and fly directly to the Sky Island?" Qin Ze cautiously followed behind BT. "You cannot breathe in space," BT replied. "Sky Island is in space." Qin Ze was dumbfounded. He had thought Sky Island was something like a flying aircraft carrier or a lighthouse, just floating within the atmosphere. Had the people of this world already colonized outer space? With that kind of capability, why stubbornly hold onto Earth? BT tilted her head and looked at Qin Ze. "Are you not from Sky Island, master?" "Oh no, I am busted." Qin Ze coughed awkwardly a few times. "Of course I am from Sky Island, but I have been carrying out a secret mission in a shelter. I just recently left the shelter." BT's eyes were filled with huge question marks. What is a shelter? Now it was Qin Ze's turn to be confused. "You do not know what a shelter is?" BT shook her head. "What year were you manufactured?" "I am a first-generation humanoid combat weapon and the last of the BT series. My factory date is 2051. BT replied after retrieving her logs. "The shelters only closed in 2053. How could a BT from 2051 not know about them? Have you seen any other people besides me? Qin Ze asked. BT shook her head. Sky Island is the human headquarters. Humanoid combat weapons do not enter it again after leaving the factory. A weapon's mission is to eliminate all aberrants. Qin Ze was deep in thought, digesting the information from BT. Do you have any data about the alpha reagent in your database? Qin Ze then asked. BT straightened up, and streams of data flashed through her pupils. The information regarding the alpha reagent is classified at S level, and I do not have authorization to access it. Human, you may go to the Sky Island to access it yourself. Qin Ze let out a soft sigh. So what exactly is this alpha reagent that it requires such strict secrecy? On the way to the hangar, Qin Ze managed to piece together a rough timeline from BT. BT was manufactured in 2051, and only 21 of the first generation of humanoid combat weapons were produced. Years have passed, and now BT is the only survivor of that first generation. According to BT, she was deployed to the front lines immediately after her production. However, her opponents back then were not the altered, but the mutant beasts. There were very few altered ones at that time, and they posed no threat to humanity whatsoever. A year later, the mutant beasts had been wiped out, but the number of altered ones began to grow exponentially. As the number of altered increased, human living space was constantly compressed, leading to the proposal of the Sky Island project. Sky Island was a massive space station, completed and put into service at the end of 2052. At the beginning of 2053, all humans on the surface moved into the Sky Island, leaving only the altered ones behind. From then on, the Sky Island began producing humanoid combat weapons to exterminate the altered on the surface. Subsequent weapons did not possess the special abilities of the first BT series. They were simply equipped with powerful firepower and combat chips. Shelter number 10 was also put into service in early 2053, the same time as the Sky Island. Qin Ze was curious about what exactly happened back then to cause such urgency for both sides. What puzzled Qin Ze even more was that the Sky Island seemed to be hiding the existence of shelters and survivors on the surface. It is now 2102, and the war between humanity and the altered has been going on for 50 years. How exactly were the mutant beasts exterminated? Even if all 21 of the first-generation humanoid combat weapons had the ability to teleport, they could not have changed much against such massive hordes. BT replied, the mutant beasts just rapidly disappeared. I do not know the reason why. She scratched her head, looking a bit aggrieved. I am just a humanoid combat weapon, not an AI, so I do not understand all that stuff. Qin Ze did not ask further. BT only knew the surface details. They soon arrived at the hangar. No one had been there for a long time, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. In the center stood a flyer covered by a gray canvas. BT stepped forward, grabbed a corner, and pulled it down with force. It was a black flying-wing aircraft, somewhat resembling a B-bomber. The fuel is sufficient, and the engine and avionics systems are intact. We can take off at any time. After a thorough inspection, BT confirmed that this craft could fly to the Sky Island. The cockpit had just enough room for 2 people. Qin Ze took the co-pilot seat, and BT took the controls. The aircraft taxied out of the hangar and moved slowly toward the runway. What is that? Qin Ze pointed at a screen densely packed with red dots. BT was alarmed. It is the altered. She immediately issued an order over the communication channel. The altered are approaching, about 300 in number. You must protect me and the human during our takeoff. Understood, came 17 voices in reply. A large wave of yellowish-brown altered surged from the distance, looking like a burst sewage pit. Humanoid combat weapons opened fire, their fierce barrage stalling the advance of the altered. BT had a relaxed expression on her face. Human, do not worry, there are no flying altered ones. Once we are in the air, we will be safe. Boom! The aircraft engine roared, and deep blue flames erupted from the exhaust. After taxiing over 100 meters on the runway, it soared into the gray sky. Seeing that Qin Ze had successfully taken off, the humanoid combat weapons guarding the airport stopped fighting and flew up to escort him. After all, the human's safety was the most important thing. How long will it take to reach the Sky Island? Qin Ze asked. 2 hours should be enough, BT answered. Qin Ze's right eyelid kept twitching. He felt this trip would not go smoothly. BT, there are a large number of flying altered appearing on our right. Correct our course. A warning came from the escort units. Qin Ze swallowed hard. Danger, danger, danger. He kind of wanted to go home now. The flying altered looked like giant, yellowish-brown bats. Their arms and legs were connected by membranes, which they flapped rapidly to maintain flight. Humanoid weapons fired in unison, and the hit altered instantly turned into fireballs and plummeted to the ground. Fortunately, these altered had no long-range attacks, otherwise such a large aircraft would have been an easy target. Noticing the human's pale face, BT said softly, "These are all the lowest-level altered. They pose no threat. As long as no high-level altered appear, we are perfectly safe." Qin Ze. Hey, could you please stop jinxing us? Attention, a high-level altered has appeared 500 meters directly ahead. An escort unit shouted. Qin Ze's mouth twitched. BT's prediction came true. Whoosh. As soon as the words were spoken, a blast of fire slammed straight toward the aircraft. BT yanked the control stick, banking the aircraft sharply. The flames grazed the bottom of the craft, leaving behind a black scorch mark. BT, we will hold it back. You take this human and get out of here. The escort squadron split in two. One part continued to defend against the flying altered attacking from the sides. The other part charged toward the high-level altered. BT seized the gap and zipped through. Qin Ze watched through the cockpit screen as one humanoid weapon was sliced in half by the sharp claws of the high-level altered in a single encounter. High-level altered stood nearly 5 meters tall. Its wings grew from its back, giving its hands greater freedom during combat. Facing the death of her comrades, BT showed no emotion. Death is the ultimate destination for every weapon, and it is our honor to die for the human. Qin Ze felt a whirlwind of emotions. He opened his mouth, but what he wanted to say turned into a sigh. Sir, prepare yourself. We are about to pass through the atmosphere. The nose of the aircraft tilted upward as it began to accelerate. Bang! Just then, the tail of the aircraft exploded, and both engines flamed out simultaneously. Having lost power, the aircraft began to plummet toward the ground. At the same time, a massive shadow swooped down from above and latched onto the aircraft. Another high-level altered. He had been hiding in the high-altitude clouds, launching a cowardly and deadly sneak attack. The face of the high-level altered was pressed tightly against the transparent cockpit canopy. It was smiling. Its yellowish-brown features were twisted together, like a dirty chrysanthemum. Human, hold on to me. BT unbuckled her safety harness and held Qin Ze tightly in her arms, just like holding a child. The aircraft's automatic escape system activated. The cockpit canopy ejected upward, the immense impact blasting the unsuspecting high-level altered away. BT engaged her leg thrusters and carried Qin Ze away from the aircraft. This is one of our secret safe houses, hidden within the ruins of the small town. The aberrants will absolutely never find it. BT brought Qin Ze to a safe house used by the weapons. It may be small, but it has everything we need. Inside the safe house are all the tools and supplies that humanoid combat weapons might need when injured or resting. This includes a large workbench and several devices that look like charging stations. BT stood next to a charging station. With a soft click, the mech armor on her body automatically opened from the back. Just like taking off clothes, BT stepped out of the mech armor with ease. So realistic. Qin Ze finally realized just how realistic humanoid combat weapons could be. Out of her mech, BT was wearing only a one-piece tight-fitting inner suit, which highlighted her tall and curvy figure. BT connected a cable to the mech. The mech let out a beep and entered charging mode. I am truly sorry, my lord. Since no human has ever been here, there is no place prepared for you to rest, nor any food to eat. BT said apologetically. Qin Ze waved his hand. It is fine. By the way, do not you guys need to rest or eat? BT shook her head and explained. Only our surface flesh is made of carbon-based cellular tissue. Our bones and internal organs are mechanical constructs. So we do not feel fatigue and do not need to rest. We do not need to eat normally either. Replenishing our energy fluid is enough. BT took down a bottle of white beverage that looked like Nutrition Express from a nearby cabinet. Qin Ze unscrewed the cap and smelled it. It had a pungent smell of machine oil. BT, however, drank it all in one gulp, looking full of energy afterward. If you are hungry, my lord, you will just have to endure it a little longer. There will be food you can eat on the Sky Island. Qin Ze said. The aircraft crashed. How are we supposed to get to the Sky Island now? BT said, I have already contacted the Sky Island Central Dispatch AI, Galaxy. Headquarters will send another aircraft to pick you up. We just need to wait here. What about the others? Qin Ze asked. When will they be back? Streams of data flashed through BT's eyes. The standby signals of all 17 weapons have completely disappeared. There were too many aberrants, and there were even advanced ones. They could have evacuated safely. Everything they did was to cover the human lord's escape. Qin Ze sighed, feeling a sense of loss. But there was no expression on BT's face. Your comrades who went through thick and thin with you are dead. Are not you sad? Qin Ze said. BT tilted her head. Why should I be sad? Death is the ultimate destination for every weapon, not to mention they died for a human lord. Humanity blesses all beings, and all beings follow. Weapons. Call him superficial, or call him a bleeding heart. Qin Ze found it hard to equate them with disposable weapons. They had their own thoughts, their own souls, and their own emotions. One second they were calling him human lord, and the next they were all ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And they died because of him. Qin Ze took 3 cigarettes from the pack in his jacket pocket, which he had snagged from the shelter. After all, it was the apocalypse outside, and cigarettes were a hot commodity. He had originally planned to use them to bribe the local natives. After lighting the 3 cigarettes, Qin Ze placed them on the table and brought his palms together. Beside him, BT watched the human lord's strange behavior in confusion, unable to understand what he was doing. Where I come from, there is a custom. After someone dies, we offer 3 incense sticks as a sign of respect and wish them smooth sailing in their next life. There is no incense here, so I am using cigarettes instead. BT froze for a moment. So the human lord was feeling sad over the deaths of weapons. She could not understand it, because her emotion plugin did not have this code. But they were not humans. Qin Ze said softly, this spirit of self-sacrifice is far nobler than that of most humans. Then Qin Ze closed his eyes. Have a safe journey and be human in your next life. BT blinked, then copied Qin Ze's actions, whispering silently, have a safe journey. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the 3 cigarettes burned down to the end. BT stared blankly at the cigarette butts on the table, not knowing what she was thinking. Knock, knock, knocks. Half an hour later, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. The drowsy Qin Ze got up to answer the door, but was stopped by BT beside him. BT shook her head at him and quickly put on her fully charged mech armor. At the same time, with a loud bang, the alloy door suddenly burst open and flew inward. BT stood in front of Qin Ze and sliced it in half with one strike. Aberrants. Qin Ze saw a massive, shit yellow aberrant outside the door. I knew it, safe houses are never safe. BT scooped Qin Ze up by the waist, jumped out the window, and flew into the sky. Looking down from above, Qin Ze realized that the safe house had long been surrounded by a dense horde of aberrants. The advanced flying aberrant from before had also caught up, followed by a massive swarm of underlings. There is a mole, BT muttered. What? Qin Ze had a face full of question marks. The locations of all safe houses are top secret. The aberrants could not possibly know unless a weapon leaked it to them beforehand, BT said, her pretty face tense. Did not you say their signals all disappeared? I called out to the weapons in other districts on the public channel. They also know our location. Looking at the pursuers in the sky and on the ground, Qin Ze knew there was no way they were getting to the Sky Island today. Head back to Jiang City. It was not far from Jiang City, and Qin Ze planned to leave the anomaly zone through the shelter. He was currently too weak and could only rely on BT for protection. He would wait until he leveled up a bit, and next time he would bring Devourer Bro along. Right now he still had a new soul orb in hand, which could spawn another Devourer Bro. BT said, I just contacted Galaxy. The Sky Island's aircraft has already arrived. The safe house is surrounded by aberrants, so the aircraft could not land. It is parked on an abandoned highway 15 kilometers away. The human lord will be safe as long as he gets on the aircraft. The advanced aberrant behind them was getting closer and closer. Its flight speed was clearly a notch faster than BT's. In less than 10 kilometers, it would catch up. Head back to Jiang City, Qin Ze said in a deep voice. The shelter's doors were incredibly thick. The aberrants could not breach it from the front, so no matter how many came, it would be useless. That was the true safe house. Understood. BT did not question it at all. In her programming, a human's command was always the top priority. Jets of flame spewed from the mouth of the advanced aberrant. BT could not dodge in time. She was hit directly in the back and her leg thrusters were damaged. The two of them crashed to the ground. Fortunately, BT shielded Qin Ze in her arms, so he was not injured. "Are you all right, my lord?" Mech armor on BT's body was severely damaged, and half of her body was charred black. Qin Ze looked back at the location of the shelter. It was less than a kilometer away. "The shelter is right ahead, just hold on," Qin Ze said. "Go quickly, my lord, I will cover you." BT shook her head. Only then did Qin Ze notice that one of her lower legs was broken. "Cut the crap." Gritting his teeth, Qin Ze hoisted BT onto his shoulders, and a layer of fate reversal technique erupted. The aberrants from the sky had arrived, surrounding Qin Ze from all directions. "Human lord, if I die, will you light 3 cigarettes for me too?" BT asked softly, leaning on Qin Ze's shoulder. Qin Ze gritted his teeth and sprinted at top speed. "You will not die, neither of us will die." They quickly reached the shelter's door, and Qin Ze opened it using the administrator terminal. The door took some time to open. Qin Ze pulled out his Wylong and fired wildly, dropping an underling with every shot. BT's aura was growing weaker and weaker. She could not even lift her hands. "If the door fully opens, the aberrants will go in too, then neither of us will be able to escape." After BT spoke softly, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Hidden backup energy activated." Along with an electronic voice sounding out, Qin Ze felt his shoulders lighten. BT turned into a blur and charged into the horde of aberrants. It was as if BT had tapped into some hidden power, striking down every enemy in her path. Her handheld tack blade danced through the air, stirring up a bloody storm. Not a single alienated creature could get within 2 steps of her. In just a few seconds, she left limbs and body parts scattered everywhere. But there were simply too many of them. It was like a septic tank had exploded. More and more of those sickly yellow creatures were closing in from all directions. The shelter gate opened just then, and Qin Ze jumped inside, immediately sealing it through the terminal. "BT, hurry, get in here." Qin Ze shouted while providing cover fire with his Wylong pistol. BT sliced through several creatures and then sprinted toward the shelter. Just as she was a dozen steps away from safety, a high-level flying creature swooped down, blocking her path. "Damn it!" Qin Ze exploded with raw power, ready to perform a backstab, but the high-level creature swatted him back into the shelter. "Cough, cough, cough. My lord, get away, do not worry about me." Seeing the high-level creature trying to squeeze through the gate, BT launched a fierce assault. The creature grew enraged and turned back to clash with her. With a loud bang, the shelter gate slammed shut. Through the final narrow gap, Qin Ze saw BT's unyielding determination. "I need to see what is happening outside the gate." Qin Ze tapped frantically on the terminal, but the screen remained black. The shelter AI replied, "The external monitoring equipment is completely damaged and cannot transmit live footage. Please replace it." "Damn it." Qin Ze kicked the gate, then winced in pain. He knew BT was only having a final burst of adrenaline and could not last long. Surrounded by that high-level creature and its massive swarm, the outcome was obvious. Qin Ze rubbed his face and returned to the manager's office, starting to flip through the documents left in the bookcase. He wanted to find more information about the alienated, the floating islands, and the humanoid weapons. Unfortunately, the files on the shelf were all administrative records for the shelter. Not a single one was useful. "That is enough." Qin Ze opened the shelter's map navigation, planning to head to the east dormitory area to leave this restricted zone. There were 2 paths to the east dormitory. One was dug by the creatures and was filled with toxic gas. The other was a shelter corridor, which had an alloy door but was also filled with toxic gas on the other side. Worried about creatures guarding the entrance, Qin Ze did not take the way he came, but chose to leave through the main gate. He vented the gas beforehand, then pumped it back in after stepping out. Qin Ze subconsciously checked his tracker, only to find it had broken when he first passed through the toxic mist. This toxic gas is truly corrosive. It can even rot mechanical equipment. With the map on his terminal, Qin Ze no longer had to bump around like a headless fly. Beyond the vast living quarters, the fallen area also had several utility zones. After winding through several doors, Qin Ze ran into an unexpected person. Qin Ze. Ibai was carefully studying a route map on the wall when he whipped around at the sound of footsteps. To his shock, he saw Qin Ze, the man he had killed 5 times already, standing there completely unharmed. He was just too hard to kill. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Ibai backed away cautiously, putting distance between himself and Qin Ze. This area was too large, and he was lost. Plus, his tracker was acting up and would not pick up a signal. He could not even call for help. Qin Ze said coldly, "Talk about a narrow escape." Ibai pulled out the short sword his second brother had given him, saying, "I do not know how you managed to be so impossible to kill, but it does not matter. Since you will not die, I will just keep killing you until you finally stay dead." Ibai gripped the blade and slashed diagonally, sending out a streak of blood-red energy. A martial artifact. Qin Ze performed a barrel roll to dodge the strike. Ibai raised an eyebrow. "Guess you know your stuff. It is your honor to die by my artifact. Any last words?" Qin Ze rolled his eyes. "You sure talk a lot of nonsense." Then with a flick of his wrist, he aimed the Weilong at Ibai. Looking at the toy-like Weilong, Ibai's mouth curled with disdain. "Trying to scare me off with a toy pistol, how naive." Bang! Before he could finish, Ibai's stomach caved in, his body arched like a bow, and a mist of blood erupted from his back. With a wet smack, he was splattered against the wall behind him like a piece of dough. Blood splattered across the white wall. At first glance, it almost looked artistic. Ibai looked down at the massive hole in his gut. His intestines were obliterated, and you could look right through him to the other side. In that split second, he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. He had no time to react. Thump! Ibai collapsed limply to the ground, his body twitching as blood welled up from his throat. Qin Ze approached him, with the Weilong leveled at his head. Ibai recognized the gun in Qin Ze's hand. A martial artifact. It was a martial artifact. How could an ordinary student from a regular family possess one? He could not comprehend it. Do you think you are superior just because you are wealthy and powerful? Why are there lowlifes like you in every world? By comparison, the humanoid weapons seem more human than you. Ibai was terrified. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth and having lived on a pedestal all his life, he had never felt such fear. Ibai's eyes widened, his face full of pleading. "Do not." Bang! Ibai's head was blasted to pieces. When a common man's rage explodes, the world is stained with sorrow. Even the rage of a nobody is something not everyone can withstand. Qin Ze had always held to the principle, "I will not attack unless attacked." Ibai had truly crossed his line. Qin Ze did not take Ibai's artifact. He found a weak, dying creature, killed it, and dragged the body to Ibai, staging the scene to look like a creature attack. There were no monitors or witnesses nearby, anyway. Even if the He family suspected him, they had no evidence. He family, we have a long road ahead. Qin Ze had already put the He family on his hit list. Putting He Guang in jail last time was just a feud, but slaughtering He Bai meant it was now a war to the death. I need to hurry and increase my strength. This world is just too dangerous. Qin Ze gripped the soul bead BT had given him. After setting up the scene, Qin Ze prepared to leave, but suddenly heard a faint cough from a nearby room. Qin Ze frowned and raised the Weilong, approaching the door slowly. Click! Qin Ze turned the handle, but the door was locked from the inside. Bang! Qin Ze fired a shot into the door handle and kicked the door open. Teacher Yao. Qin Ze was shocked to see who was sitting in the corner of the room. This is a bit of a problem. The noise outside was so loud, she must have heard everything. Could I silence her? Teacher Yao was badly wounded, and her breathing was weak. At this distance, Qin Ze was sure he could land a headshot. The fact that he killed Ibai must not leak out. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Yao coughed violently, as if she had sensed Qin Ze's intent. I actually did not hear anything. Did not hear anything. Ms. Yao, is not that a bit like a guilty conscience speaking? Qin Ze played with the Weilong in his hand. Hearing this, Ms. Yao's heart sank to the bottom. She could already feel the fluctuating killing intent emanating from Qin Ze. Even a tiger can be bullied by dogs when it leaves the mountain. She never thought that one day she would die at the hands of a wet-behind-the-ears brat. However, Qin Ze's performance was indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. That such a remote small city could produce such a ruthless, highly talented young martial artist. As long as he does not die prematurely, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. But Ms. Yao did not want to become one of Qin Ze's stepping stones to success. In her previous bloody battle with the alien beasts, although she finally used her trump card to escape, she had also suffered severe injuries. Especially since her vitality was completely exhausted, she now lacked the strength to even truss a chicken. Shoot! Since she was powerless to resist, Ms. Yao simply closed her eyes and gave up. This completely baffled Qin Ze. Are you really not going to say anything else? It is a trap. Ms. Yao was too cooperative, and Qin Ze felt things were not that simple. Would this woman still have some killer move, waiting to ambush him while he was gathering his vitality to shoot? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Qin Ze aimed at Ms. Yao, hesitating whether to take a gamble and shoot. After a long time without a gunshot, Ms. Yao opened her eyes, saw Qin Ze's hesitation, and smiled inwardly. He really is still too young. The room was pitch black, and Qin Ze was blocking the light from the corridor. He carefully shifted his body to the side, letting the light from the corridor shine onto Ms. Yao. Qin Ze was startled again, almost dropping the Weilong. Ms. Yao was covered in scars and bathed in blood. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the blood on Ms. Yao's body was golden. And it was faintly glowing. An alien. Ms. Yao was actually an alien. Qin Ze's mind raced. An alien actually sneaked into the school to be a teacher. What was her purpose? Qin Ze's brain was practically smoking, but he still could not figure it out. Ms. Yao, are you okay? A shout suddenly came from the corridor, not far away. Qin Ze noticed that the locator on Ms. Yao's wrist was flashing a red light. She had long since sent out an SOS signal to the outside. The rescue team had arrived and was not far away. If he shot now, it would definitely be heard. You are out of chances. Corners of Ms. Yao's mouth curled up slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Qin Ze also smiled. Seeing this malicious smile, Ms. Yao had an ominous premonition. Teacher, you would not want your alien identity exposed, would you? Qin Ze put the gun away. What do you want? Ms. Yao frowned slightly. It was indeed inconvenient for her to expose her identity right now. Qin Ze took off his jacket. It is very simple. You keep my secret and I will keep yours. That is it. Ms. Yao thought Qin Ze was going to demand an exorbitant price. No problem. A pleasure cooperating with you. Qin Ze threw his jacket to Ms. Yao, and she quickly put it on. Because Ms. Yao was a head shorter than Qin Ze, the already somewhat loose school uniform draped down to her hips, completely covering her injuries. Ms. Yao is over here. Qin Ze walked out of the door and waved. The City Defense Department, soldiers on the other side of the corridor, immediately ran over upon hearing the news. There were 4 soldiers in total, fully armed with loaded guns. Seeing that Ms. Yao was still alive, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Yao, can you still move? The captain asked. I can. Ms. Yao glanced at Qin Ze, and he immediately understood. Teacher, let me help you. Qin Ze stepped forward, placed Ms. Yao's arm over his shoulder, and helped her up. The soldiers split into pairs. 1 pair in the front and 1 pair in the back. Qin Ze and Ms. Yao were guarded in the middle. Qin Ze was very surprised. Since when did the City Defense Department serve the people so wholeheartedly? When passing by He Bai's corpse, Ms. Yao suddenly spoke. Wait a moment, he is also my student. Qin Ze's eyelids twitched violently, a fake smile on his face. Ms. Yao, you would not want to. Ms. Yao rolled her eyes. He was killed in a sneak attack by an alien beast. My vitality was exhausted at the time, and I could not save him. Bring his body out. I will apologize to his family. The captain hesitated a bit. After all, there were alien beasts everywhere. It was hard enough to bring living people out, let alone a corpse. You carry him, Ms. Yao said directly to the captain. The captain gritted his teeth and nodded, understood. Subsequently, He Bai's headless corpse was slung over his shoulder. The group quickly evacuated. Along the way, they encountered many alien beasts blocking the path, all of which were shot dead by the soldiers. Qin Ze noticed that the bullets the soldiers fired were very special. After an alien beast was hit, its body would quickly break down, turning into a pool of blood in less than a minute. It seemed to be Ms. Yao's first time seeing this too, and her eyes were filled with surprise. A soldier next to them saw this and explained, the bullet heads are loaded with the alpha reagent, newly produced by the Black Mountain Research Institute. It works wonders on alien beasts below Class F. Qin Ze screamed, holy crap, in his heart. What did he just hear? Alpha reagent. Is it the alpha reagent mentioned in the administrator's diary? How could something from the alien realm appear in the real world? What is wrong with you? Seeing Qin Ze spacing out, Ms. Yao thought the kid was worried about his killing being exposed. I know you are very sad about He Bai's death. I will take full responsibility for it. Ms. Yao's implication was very obvious. I keep my word, so do not overthink it. Qin Ze snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Ms. Yao, please do not blame yourself too much. Roar! And turning the corner, the Class D alien beast that Ms. Yao had severely injured earlier suddenly pounced out. The soldier standing at the very front was pinned down, and his head was crushed underfoot in the next second. Open fire! The remaining 3 guns continuously spewed out blazing bullets. But the alpha reagent had no effect on the Class D alien beast. On the contrary, it enraged it. Its sharp claws swept out, and the captain was sliced in half at the waist. The level of the ordinary soldiers was around level 0.5. Although the Class D alien beast before them had a weak aura, the power it burst forth with right now was at the level of a rank 1 martial artist. Run! Ms. Yao pushed Qin Ze away and rolled sideways to dodge the alien beast's fatal strike. At least you have a conscience. Qin Ze gathered all the attributes of his clones, dashed in front of the alien beast, and leaned down to deliver a sweep kick, bringing it down to the ground. Immediately after, his right fist smashed fiercely into the alien beast's head, and the instantly erupting power of over 1,000 vitality points shattered its head completely. The 2 soldiers stared at Qin Ze in sheer disbelief. Are middle school students this badass nowadays? Seeing Qin Ze leaning coolly against the wall while his legs trembled slightly, Ms. Yao guessed that he had used some secret technique that overdrawn his body. Can you still walk? Ms. Yao approached, and the 2 supported each other. Piece of cake. By the way, bring my soul orb. Qin Ze said to the soldier next to him. The soldier shook his head. The alien beasts in the alien realm do not have soul orbs. Aberrants do not have soul orbs. Qin Ze really had not paid attention to this before. Generally, alien beasts of Class F and above will have soul orbs. But only soul orbs of Class S and above contain innate abilities. Ordinary soul orbs, once purified and absorbed, will only increase vitality. The rest of the journey went without any further mishaps. 20 minutes later, they finally exited the alien realm. At the entrance of the alien realm, a woman wearing a white lab coat was directing things. When Qin Ze got a clear look at the woman's face, he could not help but freeze. Lin Xiao. On the desk in the manager's office of Shelter 10, there was a photo of Lin Xiao when she was young. Qin Ze would not recognize it wrong. Seeing Qin Ze staring straight at Lin Xiao, Teacher Yao, who was standing to the side, let out a cold snort. Keep looking, and I will have you hauled off to the lab for some experiments. Lin Xiao noticed Qin Ze's gaze and walked straight over. Are you all right? Lin Xiao asked Teacher Yao. The 2 seemed to be old acquaintances. As you can see, I am still alive, Teacher Yao said indifferently. Let me draw some blood to check your health, just to make sure there are no hidden illnesses. Lin Xiao was impatient, having even prepared a syringe beforehand. Get lost, Teacher Yao snapped. No good deed goes unpunished, Lin Xiao said, shrugging her shoulders. Teacher Yao pulled her school uniform tight and sat into a black stretch limousine parked by the side of the road. Miss, the doctor at home is ready, the driver in the driver's seat said respectfully. Teacher Yao nodded and said, let us go home. Oh right, run a background check on someone for me, a student from the 2nd high school named Qin Ze. The driver replied, yes. Watching the limousine drive away, Qin Ze could not help but sigh to himself that it must be nice to be rich. He was becoming more and more suspicious of Teacher Yao's identity. If she is one of the alien race, why is she acting so high profile? She even knows a top-tier researcher. Is not she afraid of her identity being exposed? Your name is Qin Ze. Lin Xiao fixed her gaze on Qin Ze. You know me. Qin Ze had never met her before. Not long ago, an S-class monster injected with a large amount of alpha reagent escaped from the laboratory. Later the monster died and its soul orb was lost, and it just so happens that you appeared at the scene. Come on, let me draw some blood first. Lin Xiao took out the syringe and gave it a shake. Qin Ze highly suspected that this woman had some strange hobby, being so fond of drawing people's blood. Do not be nervous. Let me see if you are developing healthily. Lin Xiao poked Qin Ze in the arm with the needle and drew less than 5 milliliters of blood. She then pulled out a palm-sized, unknown instrument from her pocket and dripped the blood she had just drawn onto it. Let me take a look. Your vitality level is quite high. You are almost at the level of a first-rank martial artist. You are promising for your age. Cell condition is normal. No alienation occurred. Lin Xiao put away the instrument. It seems that the soul orb of the S-class monster was not absorbed by you after all. Qin Ze let out a sigh of relief. Of course it was not me, it was my clone. I am just a student who could not even bind a chicken. How could I possibly beat an S-class monster? You think too highly of me. Lin Xiao said playfully, you are being modest. I do not think you are ordinary at all. As she spoke, she took a step forward and whispered into Qin Ze's ear, you know about Yao Zu's identity now, do not you? I do not know what you are talking about, Qin Ze said, looking away. Stop pretending, Lin Xiao scoffed. The coat she is wearing is yours, right? Was it to cover up her wounds? Sure enough, Lin Xiao had known about teacher Yao's alien identity all along. Qin Ze stopped pretending as well. Are you working with her? What exactly do you alien spies want? Before this, Qin Ze had thought that all aliens looked like monsters and demons. In reality, they look no different from ordinary people. If aliens infiltrated on such a massive scale, it would be very difficult for humans to defend against them. Lin Xiao smiled. I am a genuine human from Earth. Besides, she is not an alien spy, though she wishes she were. I am just reminding you not to go around talking about it. You will understand some things when you grow up, little brother. After saying that, Lin Xiao swayed her hips and walked away. Qin Ze was deep in thought. Teacher Yao's identity seems very complex. Only a few people know about her alien identity. But at least she is not an alien spy. Qin Ze no longer felt any guilt. The atmosphere on the bus back to school was very oppressive. Due to the sudden appearance of that D-class monster, it caused a riot of other monsters in the alternate world. Not only did more low-level monsters appear, but there were even 2 more D-class ones. This caused a certain number of casualties to the training team. Aside from Hebai, there were 3 other students in Qin Ze's class who were still missing. Their fates were likely grim. The teacher in charge shouted, everyone pull yourselves together. If such a small setback makes you lose your heart as a martial artist, then you do not need to participate in the martial arts exam anymore. From the day you chose to become a martial artist, you should have been prepared to fight the monsters to the death. If a few low-level monsters are enough to make you lose confidence, then how will you cope when you eventually step onto the abyss battlefield? Will not you be completely desperate then? The oppressive atmosphere in the car finally dissipated a little. But the students who had just experienced life and death were still in very low spirits. After returning home, Qin Ze immediately received a call from Fatty. Thank God you finally answered the phone. I heard something happened in the alternate world. I am glad you are still alive, Brother Z. Qin Ze said indifferently, some classmates died. I was lucky and managed to survive. Hebai is dead too. Fatty was shocked. Hebai is dead. It is over, it is over. Now He Guang is definitely going to pin the blame on you. Qin Ze lay on the sofa, unbothered. Teacher Yao was there when Hebai died. She will testify for me that it had nothing to do with me. Fatty let out a sigh of relief. Oh, there is Teacher Yao. That is good then. Even if He Guang tries to force the blame, he will not have any evidence. Qin Ze replied, do not worry, I will be fine. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two made plans to go grab some skewers this weekend and ended the call. Qin Ze snuggled into the sofa, finally allowing his body and mind to relax. This trip to the alternate world was truly exciting. First exploring the maze, then mistakenly wandering into Shelter 10, inexplicably gaining manager permissions, meeting BT and her companions upon leaving the shelter, being hunted by the alienated, killing Hebai, accidentally discovering Teacher Yao's identity. And Lin Xiao. Qin Ze had more or less figured out the essence of the Jiangcheng alternate world. It is a parallel world that is no different from the real world. People in the real world also exist in the parallel world of the alternate dimension. However, there are some details Qin Ze needs to confirm next time he goes. The alienated in the alternate world are caused by the alpha reagent, so should I stop Lin Xiao now? But the alpha reagent can indeed destroy the alienated. I saw it with my own eyes. Alpha reagent, anti-alpha reagent. And what is the anti-alpha reagent? Qin Ze could not help but feel a headache. Feeling in his pocket, Qin Ze took out the soul orb that BT gave him. For now, improving his strength is the #1 priority. He is too weak right now and does not have the ability to get to the bottom of the truth. Eat it. Qin Ze summoned a clone. Using us as test subjects again, what a piece of work. The clone grumbled while swallowing the soul orb. Having the experience from last time, the process of swallowing it became much smoother. How is it? Qin Ze asked. The clone opened his eyes, and there was electricity flickering inside. Watch me shatter the darkness with thunder. Zay. Streaks of blue electric snakes slithered around the clone. All the hair on the clone stood on end, with azure electrical arcs leaping back and forth between the tips of his hair. Urghala. The clone clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. Crackle. The clone's right fist thrust upward violently, and a bolt of lightning shot out from between his fingers. With a bang, the ceiling light shattered into pieces. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Only the electrical currents on the clone's body provided a faint glow. Qin Ze said, "Are you crazy?" The clone replied, "If I am crazy, you're crazy." Qin Ze cursed, "Change the damn light bulb for me." The clone put his hands on his hips. "From today onwards, I will not allow anyone to speak loudly to me anymore. From now on, you will call me the Lightning Lord." Qin Ze kicked the clone so hard he fell flat on his face. "Change the light." The Lightning Lord got up angrily and stared straight at Qin Ze. Electric currents crackled all over his body, and a lightning snake as thick as an arm coiled and slithered around his waist, ready to launch a strike right at his face at any moment. They faced off for a moment. "Fine, I will change it." The Lightning Lord yelled, turned around, and walked into the storage room, rummaging through boxes and cabinets for a spare fluorescent tube. Qin Ze sat on the sofa, feeling the cultivation base feeding back from the Lightning Lord. The level of this soul orb seemed extremely high. The Lightning Lord had broken through directly to become a level 1 martial artist. At the same time, it also fed back a massive wave of vitality to Qin Ze. He opened the administrator terminal and saw that his vitality value had reached 999. Just one last push, and he would be able to break through to a level 1 martial artist. Qin Ze hurriedly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to run the lotus meditation method. Strangely, however, no matter how he circulated the technique, his vitality value remained stuck at 999. Qin Ze felt his sea of qi was bloated and could not contain even a little bit more vitality. Could it be that the method of breakthrough is wrong? Qin Ze stopped his lotus meditation, planning to go to school tomorrow to ask Teacher Yao. Teacher Yao probably would not be so stingy. Qin Ze then opened his palm, and a lightning ball the size of a baby's fist slowly condensed. He now had the Lightning Lord's innate ability too. From now on, he was a dual ability user. Qin Ze clenched his fist, and the lightning ball disappeared. "It is changed." The Lightning Lord flicked the switch, and there was light in the room once again. "Go hunt monsters in the wild with Brother Devour. The two of you can look out for each other. I will give you 10 extra clones." Under the leadership of Brother Devour, the Haizi circus had grown increasingly strong. Coupled with Qin Ze's endless supply of clone support, his eyes were practically spread throughout the entire Zhongcheng. Now, with the addition of the Lightning Lord, the circus was like a tiger with wings. After the Lightning Lord left, Qin Ze started thinking about his next plan. The most pressing matter at hand was the martial arts exam, which was less than 100 days away. Once the martial arts exam was over, Qin Ze figured he would be at least a level 1 martial artist by then and could enter the alien realm again. And he would have saved up enough clones. During this trip to the alien realm, Qin Ze lost nearly 20 clones. Along with the ones he just gave the Lightning Lord, Qin Ze now had only about 10 left on him. If he encountered another sudden situation, like the poisonous fog in the passage, these clones might really not be enough to burn through. He had to lay low for a while. Qin Ze took out 3 cigarettes, lit them, and placed them on the coffee table. "BT, here are the cigarettes I promised you. Next time I go to the alien realm, I will definitely avenge you." The waters of the alien realm were very deep. Qin Ze just dipped his toe in and nearly drowned. Mutants, shelters, sky islands, humanoid combat weapons. A massive secret seemed to be hidden behind all this. And to unravel all of this, it seemed the only way was to go to the Sky Island to find the answers. Qin Ze sighed. BT was a good comrade. Without her, he would not have made it back. Qin Ze planned to erect a monument for her in the alien realm. However, the clones suddenly began to protest one after another. "We were all treated as disposable consumables by you. Why did not you think about erecting a monument for us? You bastard who forgets his brothers for a pretty face. Utterly despicable, so despicable." Qin Ze rolled his eyes. "Erecting a monument for myself, am I crazy?" Fun-seeking clones, however, were extremely enthusiastic about the matter and we're discussing the feasibility of its implementation. I think we should erect a monument and hold a memorial service while we are at it to pay tribute to so many of our fallen brothers. Seconded. This monument needs a name. What should we call it? The Qin Ze Monument. Qin Ze my foot, let us call it the Qin Ze Monument. That is great, the Qin Ze Monument it is. Qin Ze did not join the discussion. He closed his eyes and curled up on the sofa. The clones talked over one another, their chattering actually having quite a hypnotic effect. It was not long before Qin Ze fell asleep. The He family. The main gate and the courtyard were draped with white cloths. The mourning hall had been set up in the front yard, and a woman collapsed to her knees in front of the coffin, clutching He Bai's portrait and wailing loudly. My son, how could you just leave your mother all alone? How can a white-haired person send off a black-haired person? Sob, sob, sob. He Guang stood to the side with red eyes, his face growing increasingly gloomy. When He Bai's battered and mangled corpse was sent home, He Guang almost suffocated. The younger brother who had been talking and laughing with him in the morning was now forever separated from him by death in the evening. He Guang's heart ached deeply. Qin Ze, it must be you, it must be you. He Guang clenched his fists. He believed Qin Ze was the one who did all this. He Bai must have died at his hands because he underestimated his opponent. He Guang was full of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should not have let his third brother make a move last night. Third brother, rest in peace. I will bring Qin Ze's head to pay tribute to your spirit in heaven. Just then, a man in a military uniform walked up to He Guang. Eldest brother, you are back. Seeing the man beside him, He Guang finally felt a little relieved. The man was He Fang, the eldest brother of the He family, and a level 2 martial artist in the city defense department. Since their father passed away early, He Fang had always been the one carrying the family's burdens. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the backbone of the He family. Take madam down to rest, He Fang said in a deep voice. The wailing woman was supported away, leaving only the various aunts and relatives of the He family in the mourning hall. Come with me. He Fang led He Guang to the study. Tell me what happened. He Fang sat down and rested his feet on the desk. Gritting his teeth, He Guang recounted the plot he and his third brother had hatched last night. Eldest brother, it must be that kid surnamed Qin. I want to avenge third brother. Bang! He Fang slammed his hand heavily on the desk. Look at the good deeds you have done. Do you think you have not caused enough trouble? He Guang looked astonished. In his impression, his eldest brother was always fiercely protective of their own. He should not be reacting like this. A teacher from the school spoke about third brother's matter. He was killed by alien beasts. At that time, her vitality was exhausted, and she could not rescue him. She has already apologized to us and promised compensation. This matter ends here. He Guang was defiant. She is just a teacher. Who does she think she is? Leaving him to die, she should die too. She should be buried with third brother. Eldest brother, he said coldly. Second brother, when are you finally going to mature? Do you think I can just swallow this anger? The news was relayed to me by my direct superior. That teacher did not even see me. My superior specifically instructed me to let it go, and also said it had nothing to do with that guy surnamed Qin. He Guang was stunned. What exactly is the background of this teacher? The eldest brother stood up. Her background does not matter. What matters is that this issue stops right here. Also, you will stay at home and behave yourself these next few days, all the way until you go to the abyss next month. Do not cause any more trouble for me. Watching his eldest brother leave, He Guang bit his lip until it bled. The classroom was filled with an incredibly heavy atmosphere the next day. The bodies of all the students who went missing yesterday were found today. The City Defense Bureau and the school are currently discussing compensation details with the victims' families. Rewards for the students who participated in the trial have also been fully distributed. Everyone received a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Those who performed exceptionally well were also awarded extra blood crystals. Teacher Yao gave Qin Ze an S-rank evaluation, so he received 2 blood crystals. Blood crystals are about half the size of an infant's fist, packed with rich vital energy that can be absorbed directly. Qin Ze is currently stuck at a bottleneck, so absorbing them is useless for now. He carefully tucked them away. The trial mission has been suspended. I heard the City Defense Bureau sent intermediate warriors into the otherworldly realm to sweep away high-threat beasts. Fatty was telling Qin Ze some gossip he heard from his dad. It is a good thing I did not go, otherwise I had have been a goner too. Fatty could not help but sigh. He is an awakened talent, so he does not need to take the martial arts exam, and his participation in the trial was voluntary. Fatty woke up late yesterday and missed the bus, but it actually saved his life. Z, what kind of gadget are you wearing on your hand? Fatty noticed Qin Ze's administrator terminal. Qin Ze showed it off generously. It is the little genius phone watch plus version. Fatty immediately lost interest. You are so boring, Z. There was a body tempering class in the morning. Qin Ze thought that since teacher Yao was so badly injured yesterday, she would not come to school today. But after the bell rang, teacher Yao still appeared in the classroom. She was still in her white martial arts uniform, showing no signs of injury at all. The two exchanged a knowing look, then went about their own business. After class, Qin Ze knocked on the door of teacher Yao's office. Something on your mind? Teacher Yao put down the documents in her hand and looked at Qin Ze with confusion. Qin Ze gave a smirk. Teacher Yao, I have a question to ask you. Do you know how to break through to become a level 1 warrior? Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on teacher Yao's face. Are you about to break through? Qin Ze nodded. It is I, the unworthy student. Teacher Yao stood up and grabbed Qin Ze's wrist. Your blood energy has reached the limit. You really are about to break through. Teacher Yao looked at Qin Ze in disbelief, as if looking at a monster. According to the background check she conducted, Qin Ze comes from an ordinary family. His parents and older sister are all ordinary people, and there have not been any warriors in his family for 3 generations. It is fair to say that the emergence of Qin Ze as a warrior is like a miracle for the Qin family. For the past 3 years of high school, Qin Ze's martial arts performance was mediocre, and he showed no particular talent. How has he suddenly become a completely different person in the last half-month? Breaking through to level 1 before turning 18 is something even children from martial arts families, who treat chi-gathering pills like candy, cannot achieve that quickly. Have you been practicing some forbidden technique? Teacher Yao frowned deeply. Some prohibited methods can achieve rapid breakthroughs in a short time, but of course, there is a price to pay. It could be your life, your spirit, or your faith. In short, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Qin Ze answered honestly, I am only practicing the fate reversal technique and the lotus meditation. Teacher Yao looked straight into Qin Ze's eyes, and at that moment, Qin Ze suddenly felt as if he were staring at a magical artifact. Tell me, what techniques are you practicing? Teacher Yao's voice echoed in Qin Ze's mind like the morning bell of a temple, brooked no refusal. This power was even stronger than that of a magical artifact. Soon, the pressure and righteousness were dispersed by other clones, and the pressure on Qin Ze disappeared as he repeated his previous answer. I am only practicing the fate reversal technique and the lotus meditation. Teacher Yao was stunned. Could Qin Ze really be a once-in-a-century martial arts genius? So, Teacher Yao, do you know the method for the breakthrough or not? If you do not know, I will go ask someone else. Qin Ze pretended to be impatient. Teacher Yao let out a hum and sat back down in her chair. Do you feel like your Qi is full, and no matter how much you meditate, your blood energy will not increase even a bit? Qin Ze nodded. Teacher Yao said calmly, I told you before that blood energy and the fate reversal technique complement each other. The progress of the fate reversal technique actually reflects the strength of your physical body to a certain extent. You have reached the limit of your current physical body's capacity for blood energy. Your body cannot sustain anymore. If you want to break the threshold of 1,000 in blood energy, you must first temper your body. What you just said is truly a redundant piece of wisdom. Qin Ze suddenly felt like he had had an epiphany. So what should I do next? Teacher Yao stopped playing games. It is very simple. Use your blood energy to wash and refine your body. The first step is to start by refining your bones. The more bones you refine, the stronger your physical body will become, and the more blood energy you can hold. Qin Ze, why have the teachers in class never mentioned these things? Teacher Yao rolled her eyes. Duh, these are things you only learn when you get to university. Who would break through to level 1 warrior before the age of 18? Qin Ze blinked, understanding Teacher Yao's point. It turns out he was breaking through too early. I thought the seniors in university were at least level 1 warriors. Teacher Yao threw a book at Qin Ze's face, too lazy to listen to his cockiness anymore. Go back and practice it yourself, and come back to ask me if there is anything you do not understand. Qin Ze picked up the book, which had the words bone tempering method written on it. There was also a line of small text in the top left corner. Third edition, dedicated bone tempering textbook for martial arts universities. So it was a university textbook. Thank you, Teacher Yao. Qin Ze happily put the book away. There is always someone better than you. Do not become smug and arrogant just because you have a bit of talent. Especially when you go to university, there will be talented people everywhere. Teacher Yao was worried about Qin Ze ending up like the prodigy in the legend, so she gave him some advice. Qin Ze nodded. Do not worry, teacher. I will keep a low profile. Goodbye, teacher. Bang! Qin Ze remembered to close the door behind him. This little Jiang city has really produced an extraordinary little guy. Teacher Yao had a completely new level of respect for Qin Ze today. She glanced at the file on her desk with Qin Ze's photo on it, then picked up her phone and made a call. Deliver the compensation to the He family today, and reiterate again that He Bai's death has nothing to do with Qin Ze. Before the sapling grows into a towering tree, Teacher Yao decided to provide as much protection as she could. I understand, miss. The head of the family just asked about the mission progress. When are we moving to the next step? Teacher Yao picked up a pen and circled a date on the calendar. Let us do it today. Send the word down, the mouse can be released. Yes, the voice on the other end replied. Qin Ze happily carried the book back to the classroom. He was about to become a level 1 warrior. However, after reading through the book, Qin Ze realized that the breakthrough was not as simple as he had thought. With 81 difficulties to overcome, he had only just reached Gao village. An adult has 206 bones. Among them, there are 29 skull bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. A martial artist of each level needs to refine at least 10% of their entire body to expand their Qi Si and endure more vitality. By the 9th time, all bones will be fully refined, reaching a total body refinement progress of 90%, which corresponds to a level 9 martial artist. As for the method of the 10th body refinement, the book did not mention it. But for Qin Ze right now, this was already enough. The first refinement must begin with the limb bones, followed by the trunk bones, and finally the skull bones. Qin Ze closed his eyes and began to guide his vitality into the bone he wanted to refine, following the method recorded in the book. This was an incredibly tedious and lengthy process. Just like washing clothes, it required repeated rinsing with water over and over again. After dozens of refinement attempts, Qin Ze opened his eyes. It is done. Qin Ze stretched out his right pinky finger. What he just refined was the tip of his pinky. From the outside, that segment of the finger did not look any different from the rest. However, his Qi Si was noticeably just a tiny bit larger. Running the lotus meditation technique again would not result in an inability to absorb vitality like before. The administrator terminal only displayed vitality as an integer. But Qin Ze felt that his vitality had already reached 999.1. Qin Ze casually glanced at the clock on the classroom wall and noticed it was already 4 in the afternoon. School would be over in half an hour. It actually took an entire afternoon. And this was just the easiest pinky finger to refine. If he were to refine all 20 or so bones for the first time, it would take at least 2 months. That is way too long. Qin Ze had a sudden flash of inspiration. Since clones could return cultivation progress, could they also return bone refinement progress? The book never said that one had to wait for full vitality to refine bones. It just meant that bone refinement was more efficient when vitality was full. After all, having a large, ample supply could save a lot of time. But having clones refine bones did not require considering all that. As long as it could be fed back, it was fine. With so many clones practicing together, many drops make an ocean. He did it without hesitation. Qin Ze immediately made all his current dozen or so clones start refining their bones. It really works. While the clones were refining, Qin Ze clearly noticed the progress bar increasing by a tiny sliver. Not bad at all. I can keep slacking off. Qin Ze felt delighted. There is no way I am going to refine bones myself. I have clones anyway. I just need to occasionally refine a little bit for show. With more clones appearing every day, running at full throttle, Qin Ze estimated he could complete his first bone refinement in less than a month. Brother Z, you are finally awake. You need to practice moderation. Jacking off too much will destroy you. Seeing Qin Ze open his eyes, the fatty muttered softly. This period was a study hall. Most students participating in the martial arts exam were meditating, while those only taking the liberal arts exams were frantically doing practice tests. Teacher Yao, sitting at the podium, merely glanced over when she saw Qin Ze wake up. "Is the whole afternoon just study hall today?" Qin Ze asked. "It is Teacher Yao's study hall," the fatty nodded. "Why did not you wake me for class?" "I was going to wake you up, but Teacher Yao would not let me." The fatty faintly smelled gossip. "Brother Z, is there some sort of dirty deal between you and Teacher Yao?" "I heard that when she came out of the anomaly, Teacher Yao was even wearing your school uniform." "Kids should not ask about adults' business." Qin Ze pushed the fatty's leaning face aside. "I am going to sleep a little longer. Remember to wake me up when school is over." Bone refinement consumed far too much mental energy because it required constant focus. The slightest distraction would result in failure, and he would have to start all over again. Qin Ze felt like he had just pulled an all-nighter at an internet cafe, dead tired. The fatty said heartbrokenly, "Moderation, Brother Z." When school ended, the fatty woke Qin Ze up. Even though he only slept for half an hour, Qin Ze felt refreshed. He had finally come back to life. "Wait a moment." At the classroom door, Teacher Yao stopped Qin Ze. "Is something the matter, teacher?" "Hold out your hand." Qin Ze obediently did as told. Teacher Yao grabbed his wrist, and after a moment, joy appeared on her face. She knew Qin Ze had been refining his bones all afternoon, so she did not let the fatty disturb him. Teacher Yao was very curious about what level this genius had refined to after an entire afternoon. According to the geniuses in martial arts universities, an afternoon's time was enough to refine 2 to 3 hand bones. Qin Ze only refined 1. Just average, huh? This makes a lot of sense. A genius cannot be an all-around genius. When God opens a door, he also closes a window. Qin Ze's vitality grew very fast, but his bone refinement speed was very ordinary. "Teacher Yao, did you win the lottery?" Qin Ze did not understand why Teacher Yao suddenly became so happy. Ahem. Teacher Yao pulled her hand back. "Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Bone refinement is an incredibly long process. You must persist. Giving up halfway will not make you a martial artist." Qin Ze nodded. "Of course, I know that." Teacher Yao wanted to pat Qin Ze's head like an elder to show encouragement. Then she awkwardly realized that Qin Ze was much taller than her. She could not reach even on her tiptoes, so she helplessly gave up the idea. Train hard. Your teacher will be waiting for you at the martial arts university." Teacher Yao stood on her tiptoes to pat Qin Ze's shoulder and turned to leave with the posture of an expert. Qin Ze did not know what kind of fit she was throwing again. Can a middle school teacher skip levels and go to a martial arts university? "You are awesome, Teacher Yao." With the prize money, Qin Ze finally did not have to worry about food anymore. Living frugally, it would last until his parents and Qin Yu returned from their trip. After eating a portion of pork trotter rice downstairs, Qin Ze turned on his computer to check the news about the anomaly. Sure enough, as the fatty said, the anomaly had been sealed off to the public again. Scrolling through the pictures, a striking headline caught Qin Ze's attention. Manga delegation will arrive in Jiangcheng next month to jointly develop the Jiangcheng anomaly. As a strategic partner of the human race, Jiangcheng warmly welcomes the arrival of the manga. Alien races are coming. Qin Ze felt a little bit unhappy. This is clearly an anomaly on Earth. Why jointly develop it with an alien race? Many people in the comment section had the same thoughts as Qin Ze, and they were already arguing fiercely. What the hell are those officials doing? The cake is not even enough for our own people, yet they are giving it to outsiders. Your perspective is too narrow. The higher-ups made this decision from the standpoint of all mankind. Crooked bias. I think there is nothing wrong with it. The manga have been so good to us, consider it paying protection fees. The anomalies should be in the hands of civilization. Handing the Jiangcheng anomaly to the manga is the best choice. Putting facts aside, the you have more experience exploring anomalies. The upstairs commenters are a bunch of human traitors. Qin Ze frowned slightly. The manga seemed to be a very badass race. Would they be able to withstand the poisonous gas in the passageway? Qin Ze panicked a little. I cannot slack off anymore. I need to refine my bones immediately. Qin Ze looked at the computer screen reluctantly. Maybe slack off just a bit longer. Let us slack off a bit longer. It is not going to matter for these few minutes anyway. Dragging the mouse down, Qin Ze discovered another somewhat strange trending news. Universal celebration, the shame of the human race, Wang Bio, will be executed in 10 days. Qin Ze quickly scanned the news and discovered that this guy named Wang Bio was a real tough nut. No fewer than 20 martial artists had died at his hands. This even included 5 officers from the law enforcement department and 1 judge. Law enforcement officers are at least level 2 martial artists, while judges start at level 3. These people already counted as a significant force within the abyss. Yet all of them had perished at the hands of Wang Bio. Because of this, Brother Bio was branded with the title of the shame of humanity. However, Qin Ze searched for ages, but never found a single news report that mentioned the motive for Brother Bio's killings. The internet trolls were also chiming in with their own opinions. Scum like this should not be allowed to live, good riddance. So many martial artists died because of him. Do you have any idea how many resources the state pours into training just one martial artist? Human nature is inherently good. Nobody is born liking to slaughter the innocent. Why has no one mentioned his motive? There is definitely something fishy going on. There is no such thing as a good martial artist. I think Brother Bio is a good guy, good kill. And the tyranny of martial artists, freedom belongs to the people. Deleted. What, you are not convinced? They are going to live stream the execution day, you know. My dad died at his hands, now he can finally rest in peace. And the tyranny of martial artists, freedom belongs to the people. Deleted. The officials say he is part of a terrorist organization. Good thing they caught him in time. Martial arts exam is coming up soon. Will not such a high-profile live stream bring retaliation from that organization? Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Department is not a pushover. If they dare to show up, they will be wiped out in one go. Maybe it is just entrapment. Bored at home alone late at night. College girl chats online. Click here for details. www. As expected, the internet environment is harmonious in every world. Qin Ze dragged his mouse and clicked the link. Let me see which college girl is so shameless. For the following week, Qin Ze continued his daily bone tempering routine as planned. Thanks to the constant efforts of his clones, Qin Ze had already tempered 10 bones in his left hand, even faster than previously estimated. He would occasionally have dinner at Ma Yan's place after school. After all, it was hard to refuse such hospitality. Additionally, during this period, the City Defense Bureau had cleared out all beasts above F rank in the Otherworld realm. The manager's terminal allowed them to see the real-time feeds transmitted back from the shelter. There were a few intact cameras in the East District, and Qin Ze discovered that the City Defense Bureau had already explored up to the edge of the toxic gas. At first, they used drones, but the drones were completely corroded before they could get very far. Later, they brought in an intermediate martial artist. The other party did not get more than a few meters in before turning back. The City Defense Bureau was stumped and could only guard the perimeter. This finally put Qin Ze's mind slightly at ease. There was also another piece of good news that made Qin Ze quite happy. The Blackie Circus finally landed its first client. Most reincarnated people start by making money. With their past life experience, they soon become filthy rich. But Qin Ze was practically the disgrace of all reincarnated people. He was broke as a church mouse. To make money, he specifically had the Blackie Circus open a mercenary division. Whether it is assassination, escorting goods, guarding a venue, or catching a cheating partner. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. Where there is light in this world, there is shadow. Especially in this world full of martial prowess, the gray areas were particularly active. After nearly a month of hard work, the little Blackies finally built a small reputation in the Jiangcheng underworld, to the point where clients were now approaching them. Out of respect for the client, Qin Ze decided to meet them in person tonight. Time passes in a flash, much like the stamina of a middle-aged man. In the blink of an eye, night fell and the lights flickered on. Qin Ze arrived at a warehouse in the North City. This was the base of operations for the circus, and the dilapidated warehouse had been converted into a passable office. With Qin Ze's current financial situation, this was the only place he could afford to rent. If Ma Yan's neighborhood was a slum, this was the true hangout for all sorts of lowlifes, the gray zone of Jiangcheng. Gotham City and Queens are small fries compared to this place. It got to the point where even the police station could not be bothered to come here. Qin Ze sat in the boss's chair and took a spin. Not bad, looks the part. Brother Devour and the Dharma King stood to his left and right. Brother Devour wore a lion mask, while the Dharma King had a minotaur one. You wear this. The Dharma King placed a mask in front of Qin Ze. The mask was split down the middle of the bridge of the nose, pitch black on the left and pure white on the right, with gold patterns traced along the edges. It looked both evil and charming. Well prepared are not we. Qin Ze put the mask on, and the vibe was instantly there. Besides the Dharma King and Brother Devour, there were 27 other little blackies in the base. Additionally, over 30 clones were stationed in key locations throughout Jiangcheng to gather intelligence at any moment. When the person arrives, keep it professional. Be yourselves usually, but in front of outsiders, at least act like humans. Qin Ze tapped on the table. The Dharma King bowed very gentlemanly. As you wish, my dear ringmaster. Brother Devour lifted his head. Relax, I have already built a reputation as the Night Lion King. I cannot afford to embarrass myself. Qin Ze rolled his eyes. You would better not. Ringmaster, the guest is here. A moment later, a clone wearing a rooster mask pushed the door open and said respectfully. Qin Ze waved his hand. Bring my guest in. Rooster Brother turned and led in a figure in a black robe. The person was tall, nearly 2 meters high. They were wrapped from head to toe in a black long robe and wore a black mask on their face. Compared to them, Middle Eastern women are practically showing too much skin. Please have a seat. Qin Ze poured the visitor a glass of water. After sitting down, the black-robed person first scanned the surrounding environment, then fixed their gaze on Brother Devour and the Dharma King. These two were the strongest, having already surpassed the level of a first-tier martial artist. However, they acted with such reverence toward Qin Ze, who was not even a level 1 martial artist, which left the black-robed figure a bit confused. But that did not matter now. Having 2 level 1 martial artists was enough. Qin Ze interlaced his fingers on the table and said lightly, "Let me introduce myself. I am the ringmaster of the Blackie Circus. You may just call me ringmaster." Zero. The black-robed figure's voice was hoarse and grating, like 2 pieces of metal rubbing together. Very well, Master Zero. I wonder what your commission entails. The figure said, my commission is of great importance. It requires not just strength, but also courage. Do you have it? Zeza te. A bolt of lightning manifested around the Dharma King's waist as a warning. Show some respect to our ringmaster. The black-robed figure's eyes narrowed. An ability user. And it is the extremely rare and powerful lightning element at that. Forgive my lack of foresight. Please accept my apology, ringmaster. The figure lowered their head slightly. Ability users are highly valued everywhere. This little organization really is full of hidden talents. Qin Ze smiled. Let bygones be bygones. Please state your commission, my friend. The black-robed figure said slowly, I want you to raid the execution grounds. Time, place, target. Qin Ze opened his notebook, gripped his pen, and put on a listening expression. The black-robed man was stunned. Are you really this calm, bro? It is a prison break at the execution grounds, you know. Not catching a mistress or being paparazzi. I said I need you to hijack the execution ground, the black-robed man repeated. Qin Ze nodded. Time, place, target. I will evaluate based on multiple factors and finally give the commission amount. The black-robed man could not help but slap the table in admiration. Professional. Too professional. He really found the right person this time. The person I want you to save is named Wang Bio. He will be executed at the Yunshan execution ground in 3 days. Qin Ze felt the name was a bit familiar. Is it that disgrace of humanity on the news, Wang Bio? That is right, it is him. The black-robed man suddenly became agitated. He is not the disgrace of the human race. He is a hero of the human race, the enforcer of fairness. It really is Brother Bio. Qin Ze frowned slightly, starting to think about the feasibility of this task. Brother Bio is an internet celebrity now, hanging on the hot search headlines every day. The news press curses Brother Bio with different words every day. What the disgrace of the human race, the biggest scum of the human race, alien traitor, etc., etc. It can be said that down to 3-year-old lowlies, up to 80-year-old ladies, there is no one who does not talk about Bio with fear. It is estimated that the scene will be strictly guarded on the day of the execution. It is said that Brother Bio belongs to a terrorist organization. Is this guy in front of him from the same organization as old Bio? Qin Ze glanced at the black-robed man. You know Wang Bio's current situation better than I do. It is very difficult to hijack the execution ground. Not only the police department will be on the scene that day, law enforcement will probably also be there. The black-robed man was a little disappointed. So you are not going to take this task. Qin Ze shook his head. You have to add money. The black-robed man naturally knew the danger of this matter and had been prepared to bleed heavily before coming. Name your price. Qin Ze stretched out his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. At least this number. The black-robed man was silent for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. No problem, 5 million it is. I will give you a deposit of 3 million first and give you the balance after the matter is completed. Qin Ze's breathing became a bit rapid. 5 million. Heaven and earth conscience, what he wanted to say just now was actually 500,000. Seeing the other party keep silent, he even wanted to lower it down. No wonder the gray area in the city is so active. It is really profitable. Qin Ze tried his best to hold back, pretending to be unfathomable. Let me make it clear first. Wang Bai's situation is special. We cannot guarantee bringing him out 100%. The black-robed man nodded. I know the rules. Whether the person is safe or not, the deposit will be given to you. Slap. The black-robed man placed a suitcase on the table. After opening it, there were stacks of cash inside. Dharma King and Devourer's eyeballs were about to pop out. Because the main body had not seen any big scenes, the clones had not seen so much money either. Dharma King, why are my legs a bit weak? Devourer, look at you being so pathetic. Dharma King, if you are so great, why are your legs trembling? Qin Ze, grab the chairs, do not embarrass me, pretend we have seen big scenes. The 3 communicated in their heads. After looking at each other, Dharma King and Devourer grabbed Qin Ze's chair, motionless like a mountain. All right, we will accept the deposit. Qin Ze closed the suitcase and put it by his feet. The black-robed man could not help sighing. As expected of an organization with a gifted ability user, they can still remain as steady as an old dog in front of so much cash. Once the person is saved, where are we sending him? The black-robed man thought for a moment. There is a crooked neck tree on the top of Haifeng Mountain. I will be waiting there. Qin Ze, okay. The action will be 3 days from now. We will make a detailed plan during this period. If there are any problems, we will negotiate with you anytime. The black-robed man felt that the other party was very professional. This deal is secure. See our guest out. Chicken Bro came in upon hearing the sound, escorted the black-robed man out, and returned a moment later. He is gone, Qin Ze asked. Chicken Bro replied, he is gone. Everyone come out, pretending to be human for so long must have exhausted you guys. Qin Ze clapped his hands. The clones wearing all kinds of animal masks walked out from the back room. Everyone surrounded Qin Ze in the middle, staring scorchingly at the suitcase full of money. Qin Ze opened the suitcase, scooped up a handful of banknotes, and scattered them like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. First business order, open for business. The clones followed with loud cheers. 3 million, 3 million, cannot spend it all in one lifetime. I want to buy a bicycle. I want to dye my head green. Let us split the money. Qin Ze kicked the clone, who proposed splitting the money to the ground. Bang! Qin Ze closed the suitcase. I will leave 1 million for you guys as activity funds. Now let us discuss the action 3 days later. The clones looked at me, I looked at you, and they all quieted down. Useless at the crucial moment. Dharma King, you speak. Seeing that they were all playing dumb, Qin Ze directly called out names. Dharma King stayed silent for a moment. How about, we run off with the money? The other clone's eyes suddenly brightened. Feasible. This broken warehouse only cost a few $100 anyway, discard it if we must. The execution ground is hard to hijack, do not know how many brothers will fall in. Let us slip away, the world is so big, where cannot we settle down? Move out, let us move out right now. Qin Ze's face darkened with lines. Running away on our very first order, how is our circus going to do business in the future? Devourer spoke, I have a plan. Half an hour later, Qin Ze finalized it. Then it is settled. Send 2 brothers to Yunshan tomorrow to scope out the place. 3 stooges are equivalent to 1 Zhuge Liang. Based on Devourer's plan, a room full of stooges finally formulated a somewhat decent action plan. There should be a secret about Brother Bio, otherwise there would not be so many people caring about him, Dharma King suddenly said. Devourer, anyway, he will pass through our hands immediately. We will know if there is a secret at first sight. Qin Ze also meant the same. He was equally full of curiosity towards Brother Bio. He wanted to know just how disgraceful this disgrace of humanity was. Qin Ze stood up, straightened his collar, and said loudly, "Everyone, our first performance in this world is about to begin. Even if no one applauds, remember to take a graceful curtain call. Is the matter settled?" In a narrow and gloomy room, over a dozen black-robed men gathered together. They were tall and short, fat and thin. Without exception, all were covered tightly, leaving only 2 eyes exposed. The money has been given to them. The strongest ones are just 2 level 1 martial artists. Although one of them is a level 1 gifted ability user, the level is too low to affect the overall situation, said the tall black-robed man who had negotiated business with Qin Ze earlier. Unexpectedly having a gifted ability user, will there be any accidents? What if they actually manage to save him? Someone questioned. The tall black-robed man sneered, then it will save us even more trouble. But I suggest you rest your heart in your stomach. If those pieces of trash actually manage to hijack the execution ground, I will take off my head. 3 days later. Cloud Mountain. At the crack of dawn, the area around the execution grounds on the summit was already swarming with reporters from various tabloids. The authorities had announced in advance that this execution would be broadcast live, ostensibly to deter any potential troublemakers. However, their true motives remained a mystery. As the first rays of sunlight broke, a police vehicle drove to the top of the mountain. The door opened and Wang Bio was dragged out, his hands and feet shackled, his face unshaven and weary. Reporters crowded around with their cameras, flashes firing continuously at Bioji. Wang Bio, look this way. Do you have anything to say about the title, Shame of the Human Race? Can you share what was going through your mind when you committed those murders? Why did you kill those people when they had no grievances against you? 22 martial artists in total. Do you have any idea how much they contributed to humanity? Wang Bio suddenly lifted his head and looked at the reporter who had asked the last question. They were nothing but maggots. Aside from turning into flies, they contributed absolutely nothing to humanity. I killed them for the sake of justice. Wang Bio's eyes were bloodshot, and his roar of fury was like that of a crazed beast. The reporter who asked the question was startled, stumbling, and nearly falling to the ground. Keep moving. A police officer shoved Wang Bio from behind and pushed him onto the execution platform. What a maniac, he is absolutely insane. The reporter broke into a cold sweat from the shock. A reporter beside him patted his shoulder to console him, saying, "These serial killers are all mentally unstable. They are all psychopaths. I have interviewed many of them before. You will get used to it." The shaken reporter gritted his teeth. A bastard like that deserves to rot in hell. The execution platform was a small plaza covering about 50 square meters. In the center stood an iron post. Behind it stood a structure resembling a gantry crane. A triangular nozzle protruded from the center of the beam, aimed directly at Wang Bio, who was tied to the post. When the execution begins, both sides of the gantry will start charging up. Once the charging is complete, the energy will gather in the triangular nozzle and fire a flame reaching 2000 degrees Celsius. The person on the post will be instantly reduced to ash. Qin Ze, standing in a tree in the distance, looked at this strange execution device through his binoculars and clicked his tongue in wonder. Humans are truly inventive, always coming up with new ways to torture and kill. The Dharma King beside him nodded, exactly, for example, candles and whips. Swish. Brother Devour jumped onto the tree and brushed the leaves off his shoulder. The brothers are all in position. Qin Ze took out his mask and put it on. In half an hour, we start our performance. Brother Devour said in a low voice, "Besides us, there is another suspicious group in the area. They seem to have the same objective." Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. Bio-OG is quite popular, it seems. When we make our move, be quick and efficient. Do not let anyone else take our final payment. Brother Devour assured him, "Do not worry, it will be a big surprise." Meanwhile, at the highest point of Cloud Mountain, Teacher Yao was lurking in the woods with a group of law enforcement officers. "Have the fish taken the bait?" Teacher Yao checked the time. An officer replied, "Sir Inquisitor, there are indeed many people around Cloud Mountain, but it looks like they are not all from the same group." Upon hearing this, Teacher Yao frowned. "The Maka tribe." "Officer, it does not look like them." Teacher Yao thought for a moment. "We cannot worry about that now. Proceed according to the plan and keep a close watch on them." By the execution platform, officer number 3 stood straight as a spear. police station was short-staffed, so he had been press-ganged into duty too. My right eye keeps twitching, something bad is going to happen. Officer number 3 muttered to himself. The time for the execution was approaching. 20 meters opposite the execution platform was a high stage where the Grand Justice was seated. Wang Bio, you are accused of murdering 22 martial artists. This includes 5 officers from the Law Enforcement Department and 1 inquisitor. After trial by this court, you have been found guilty of 13 charges, including murder, intentional killing of martial artists, treason, and home invasion murder. You are hereby sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. Wang Bio, do you have any final words? All cameras in the venue were aimed at Wang Bio. Wang Bio sneered, "What crimes have I committed?" Comments on the live stream scrolled by one after another. Death is imminent and he is still being stubborn, bah. Bioji was a decent man in his lifetime. Let us spit on him before he goes. Finally, he is dying. End the tyranny of the martial artists. Freedom belongs to the people. I wonder if anyone will come to raid the execution grounds. Wang Bio looked around and roared like a beast. These 20-plus bastards trafficked women and underage girls, not only forcing them into prostitution, but also harvesting organs from those who refused. Do not you think such martial artists deserve to die? Holy crap, there is a hidden story. That actually sounds like something martial artists would do. End the tyranny of the martial artists. Freedom belongs to the people. I do not believe it. He must be making it all up. He talks like it is the truth, but martial artists risk their lives every day against alien beasts to protect humanity. How could they do such things? Setting the facts aside, even if what he said is true, is it his place to be the one to judge them? The ones above are all martial artists, confirmed. Boring, I want to see blood flowing like a river. Wang Bio roared on his own. The existence of martial artists as a privileged class is inherently unfair. They are even above the law. On the surface, they appear righteous, but behind closed doors, they are all nothing but a pack of thieving scoundrels. All martial artists should die, every one of them. The Grand Justice shouted in anger, pure nonsense. Carry out the execution immediately. Clang! As the small gavel in the Grand Justice's hand fell, the gantry crane began to charge up. Wang Bio shouted at the top of his lungs, for the sake of justice. The charging was complete, and a small red energy ball gathered in the triangular nozzle. Zzz, boom, bang. A blue bolt of lightning suddenly struck the nozzle, and the gantry crane beam exploded instantly. What is happening? The Grand Justice stood up in a panic. Flame nozzle was hit by lightning. I am contacting the maintenance crew now for emergency repairs, the assistant replied. The Grand Justice looked up at the clear blue sky and muttered, on a clear day like this, where did that lighten? The Grand Justice widened his eyes as a bolt of thunder descended from the sky with a thunderous boom, striking the small plaza. Thunder descends from the heavens, darkness is born from the scarlet earth. A male voice mixed with the sound of thunder echoed across the summit of Cloud Mountain in the early morning. As the dust on the small plaza cleared, everyone saw a minotaur covered entirely in lightning. The Black Circus. Officer number 3 recognized the Dharma King's mask at a glance. Only the lunatics from the circus would wear masks of birds and beasts. Surrounding officers and law enforcement personnel realized what was happening and immediately began to surround them. Hands on your heads and get on the ground. The corners of the Dharma King's mouth curled up as he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Crackle. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions with the Dharma King at the center. It is an innate ability user. Get down. Enforcer number 3 shouted, immediately dropping to the ground with his hands over his head. Those who reacted quickly followed suit. Those who were a beat too slow were out of luck. Their kidneys were accurately struck by the lightning, shocking them crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, instantly incapacitating them. A flash of horror crossed number 3's eyes. To think the circus had grown to such an extent in so short a time. Dharma King quickly untied the ropes binding Brother Bio and hoisted him onto his shoulder. You guys are a bit late, but I suppose you are still in time. Brother Bio looked completely unbothered. The Dharma King raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you blabbering about? Dharma King pulled a gunny sack from his pocket, stuffed Brother Bio inside, and hoisted him back onto his shoulder. RPG. A weird shriek rang out from the crowd of reporters nearby. Right after, a rocket trailing white smoke tore through the sky, heading straight for the Dharma King. Dharma King casually whipped out a lightning 5-hit combo, detonating the rocket in midair. The Blood Hand Gang is conducting business. All irrelevant personnel get out of the way. Over 20 martial artists wearing black skull masks jumped out from the crowd, intent on snatching Brother Bio from the Dharma King. Kid, hand him over obediently, and your granddaddy will spare your life. Leading the Blood Hand Gang were 3 level 1 martial artists, while the rest were all unranked. Dharma King sneered, "So you are the ones trying to steal the circus is final payment. You overestimate yourselves. You are all completely surrounded by me. Scram while your granddaddy is still in a good mood." Gang leader was amused. They always say innate ability users look down their noses at everyone else, and today I have truly seen it for myself. Get them, brothers, end this quickly, and do not hurt our VIP. The Blood Hand Gang members swarmed forward. Dharma King threw a smoke bomb at his feet, and white smoke instantly blanketed the entire small plaza. When the smoke cleared, 13 clones wearing various animal masks appeared behind the Dharma King. "Brothers, let us show them the true strength of our circus." The Dharma King snapped his fingers. The gang leader was dumbfounded. Where did all these people pop out from? Is this a magic trick? Because the security at Cloud Mountain was simply too tight, Qin Ze decided to consolidate his forces. The combat-focused clones had all attached themselves to the Dharma King, who smuggled them into the execution ground. For the 3 million. Damasha. Yura. Little sunspots charge. The clones shouted all sorts of bizarre slogans, their morale soaring. The gang leader spat viciously on the ground, "Kill them." The two groups instantly clashed fiercely. Number 3 shouted, "All enforcers, follow me and apprehend the criminals." Dozen or so enforcers who survived the lightning shockwave also joined the melee under Number 3's lead, turning the entire plaza into a total chaotic mess. The reporters had long since scattered like birds and beasts. Only the cameras were left running the live broadcast, entirely unattended. Holy crap, it is a literal bloodbath. The enforcers are way too useless. They act all high and mighty usually, but in a real fight, so many got dropped in just one round. Am I the only one who thinks the circus is actually pretty badass? Place your bets. Bet left if you think the Blood Hand will win, right for the circus, and middle for the enforcers. Eliminate martial artist tyranny. Freedom belongs to the people. This comment has been deleted. The circus is ruthless. If they cannot win, they just blow themselves up. They must be brainwashed. Look, Brother Bio is being taken away by a minotaur. The battle in the small plaza was quickly decided. Although the little sunspots did not have the numbers advantage, they just stuck close and blew themselves up. After 4 or 5 blew themselves up in succession, both the Blood Hand Gang and the enforcers were terrified. "Lunatics, you are a bunch of lunatics." The gang leader's body trembled with fear. Though both sides were primarily unranked martial artists, the Blood Hand Gang was slightly superior to the Little Sunspots in both numbers and average level. But in an actual fight, the Little Sunspots had no rules whatsoever. They blew themselves up without hesitation, completely disregarding their own lives. A flurry of random punches can kill an old master, and with this kind of fighting style, no amount of masters could withstand it. "Boss, let us retreat. Over half of our brothers are already dead or injured." The Blood Hand Gang completely lost their morale. They kept trying to put distance between themselves and the Little Sunspots. However, their opponents clung to them like sticky plasters. If they took a step back, the enemies took a step forward, insisting on getting up close and personal. The gang leader gritted his teeth. "Retreat. You need to be alive to spend the money." At the gang leader's command, the Blood Hand members began to disengage from the battlefield. Enforcer number 3, having already suffered a loss, warned the other enforcers ahead of time to watch out for suicide bombers. The enforcers were cautious and were not caught in the explosions. Brother Bio poked his head out of the gunny sack and said in shock, "I have only been gone for a few months. Have fighting styles gotten this ferocious? Brother, which faction are you from?" The Dharma King grinned, "The Sunspot Circus." "Hold on tight, we are heading out." Dharma King shoved Brother Bio's head back into the sack and transformed into a streak of blue lightning, rushing down the mountain. The moment the Dharma King left, the remaining clones blew themselves up simultaneously. With a loud boom, the small plaza was blown to pieces, and billowing dust swept out in all directions. Teacher Yao, hiding at the highest vantage point, took in the entire process. "The target has been taken away. Should we pursue?" An enforcer beside him asked cautiously. Wait for the scouts to return, Teacher Yao frowned. No traces of the Equality Society were found nearby. Moments later, the scouts sent out to investigate returned. So neither of those two groups belonged to the Equality Society, Teacher Yao said. The scout replied, the Blood Hand is an old local gang with 3 level 1 martial artists. As for that circus, they just popped up recently. We do not have any intel on their specific situation yet. Teacher Yao rubbed his temples. Chase them. We cannot let them take him. He had originally planned to use Wang Bio as bait to lure out the Equality Society. But now the bait had been eaten. The Equality Society had not shown up, and a large group of lunatics calling themselves the circus had inexplicably appeared. It seemed things had gotten a bit out of hand. Dharma King stopped by a large rock with the gunny sack over his shoulder, panting heavily. I am exhausted. Rustle, rustle. The sound of footsteps rang out. The Dharma King looked up and saw a dozen people in black robes. It truly exceeds my expectations that you actually managed to get him out, a tall black-robed man said in surprise. The Dharma King glanced at him. Did not you say we would rendezvous at Black Wind Mountain? The tall black-robed man said indifferently, it does not matter. We never expected you to bring him out in the first place. We just wanted you to muddy the waters so we could fish in the chaos. The Dharma King realized what was going on, so you hired the Blood Hand too. The black-robed man nodded. That is right. This is called the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hurry up and hand over the gunny sack, and then you can die. The Dharma King set down the gunny sack from his shoulder. Why do you want to kill me? The tall black-robed man said impatiently, to stop you from learning about the key from Wang Bio. The fewer people who know about the key's existence, the better. The Dharma King was completely confused by this. Seeing the black-robed men all surrounding him and preparing to strike, the Dharma King suddenly raised both hands high. Wait a minute, I have a proposal. What do you have to say? The tall figure in the black robe said. Since you managed to bring him to me today, I will give you a chance to leave your last words. Fowing said with a sincere tone, I want to join you. The tall figure in the black robe was stunned. The other black-robed figures were all shocked and confused. After a long silence, the tall figure in the black robe asked, Are you serious? Fowing nodded, more serious than anything. The tall figure in the black robe frowned and pondered deeply. His brain was struggling to process this. He had originally intended to kill Fowing to prevent any future trouble. He never expected the guy to suddenly want to join his team. After all, as an awakened one with potential, he was hard to turn down. Eat this first. The tall figure in the black robe threw a small black box to Fowing, which contained a little red pill. It is a gut-rotting poison. If you do not take the antidote in 3 days, your internal organs will completely rot away. As long as you behave yourself, I will give you the antidote in 3 days. Fowing held the pill and took a look at it. Are you for real, man? Seeing this, the tall figure in the black robe sneered. Why are not you eating it? Did not you just say you wanted to join us? It seems your heart is not in it. Who says I am not eating it? Fowing suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, a plane. The black-robed figures all looked over. The tall figure in the black robe said, Do you really take us for fools? Since you will not eat it yourself, I will feed it to you. 2 black-robed figures stepped forward and blocked Fowing's path. Look, there is someone behind you, Fowing exclaimed again. The tall figure in the black robe was at his limit, veins popping on his forehead. You have completely exhausted my patience, you little brat. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out above their heads. The 2 black-robed figures blocking Fowing were pinned to the ground by a long sword. Who is there? The tall black-robed figure spun around, looking as if he were facing a great enemy. Fowing helplessly spread his hands. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Fairness Society, you have finally shown yourselves. Teacher Yao walked out from the deep forest with a group of law enforcement officers. Fowing was stunned. Why is Teacher Yao here? She even seems to be the leader, with all the law enforcement officers deferring to her. Fowing could not help but mutter to himself, so Teacher Yao, who looks so stern and upright, is actually a law enforcement officer. Unbelievable. These days, even aliens can be local law enforcement officers. The tall black-robed figure squinted. I thought I was careful and cautious enough this time, yet we still ran into you. Tell me the whereabouts of the key, and I will give you a quick death. Teacher Yao flicked her wrist, and a blue long sword appeared in her hand. It seems you did not get any useful information from Wang Bio. He really has a tough mouth, the tall black-robed figure grinned. It is a pity that only Wang Bio knows about the key. He once said that whoever rescues him will be told where the key is. Otherwise, why do you think we would go through so much trouble to rescue a traitor? Though in a way, he is indeed a hero who strives for fairness. Hearing this, Teacher Yao felt a hint of disappointment. The plan to get the key had failed, but as long as Wang Bio was still alive, they could pry it out of him eventually. Today's harvest was already substantial. The elusive Fairness Society had been caught red-handed. These people represented at least half of the Fairness Society's strength in Zhangcheng. Taking them down would effectively achieve the main objective. Execute them all, leave no survivors. Following Teacher Yao's order, the law enforcement officers chose their targets and rushed forward to engage in combat. Both Teacher Yao and the tall black-robed figure had a clear target, Wang Bio in the sack. The black-robed figures had gone through so much trouble in this operation, just to rescue Wang Bio. For Teacher Yao, although Wang Bio was just bait, he still had value and could not be discarded. Seeing these two powerful warriors charging at him, Fowing felt a bit nervous. I just remembered I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Let us meet another time. Fowing threw the sack off his shoulder and bolted away like lightning. Teacher Yao and the tall black-robed figure both reached for the sack, completely ignoring a small fry like Fowing. The tall black-robed figure grabbed it first, but looked up to see Teacher Yao slashing at him with her sword. He casually swung his arm and threw the sack under a tree. Boom! The tall black-robed figure shook his arms, unleashing the fourth stage of his technique at full power. Like a crazed baboon, he rained punches down upon Teacher Yao. Teacher Yao blocked continuously with her sword while retreating rapidly. So much for the adjudicators of the Law Enforcement Department. How dare a mere ant try to fish for a tiger? Teacher Yao remained unperturbed. Although she appeared to be on the defensive, she parried every blow with ease. In just 2 minutes, the tall black-robed figure threw over 100 punches, yet failed to even touch the corner of Teacher Yao's clothes. If this were 10 days ago before I broke through, you might have had a chance. It is a pity that now I can suppress you with a single hand. In the next second, the aura belonging exclusively to a Tier 4 warrior erupted from Teacher Yao, enveloping the entire battlefield. A Tier 4 adjudicator. The tall black-robed figure panicked slightly. To think a Tier 4 adjudicator would appear in a godforsaken place like Zhangcheng. He finally realized that Teacher Yao had been targeting their group all along. He had thought the enforcement officers were acting because they learned about the key and wanted to silence Wang Bio. He did not realize they were the actual targets. Bang! Teacher Yao slashed the black-robed figure away with her sword. Cough, cough, cough. The black-robed figure coughed up blood, a ghastly wound appearing on his chest that cut deep to the bone. I get it now. You are afraid we will ruin your plans with the Maka clan. But we are not the entirety of the Zhangcheng Fairness Society. The black-robed figure's skin suddenly turned red, and he shouted, "Fight for fairness." Swish! White light flashed, and the tall black-robed figure's head was severed by Teacher Yao. The sword strike was so fast that he did not even have time to self-detonate. The other black-robed figures were quickly dealt with, leaving no survivors. Teacher Yao sheathed her sword, walked to the tree, and knelt to open the sack. Is the fight over? Inside the sack was a head wearing a hyena mask, who even lazily yawned. Where is Wang Bio? Teacher Yao's gaze sharpened. Damn it, Wang Bio was gone. That bull-headed guy had been carrying the sack the whole time. When did they switch places? Teacher Yao could not figure it out. In that case, my mission is complete. As he spoke, the hyena man's skin turned red rapidly. They were too close, and Teacher Yao did not have time to draw her sword. Get down. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the ground. As the smoke cleared, Teacher Yao stood up, covered in dust. Looking at the crater left by the self-detonation, she could not help but grit her teeth. The Blackie Circus. Meanwhile, by a lake near Yunshan, Qin Ze was lounging against a rock, soaking up the sun with a fishing rod in his hand. Splash! Brother Devour suddenly popped out of the water, carrying a sack on his back. Could not you have come up from the other side? You have scared all my fish away. Qin Ze lifted his hand and reeled in the fishing rod. Brother Devour glanced at the empty bucket and said disdainfully, "With your skills, you would not catch a single fish even if you fished for another year." Qin Ze curled his lips. "I have been tricked. Who was it that told me there were culters in this lake? Thud. Brother Devour threw the sack onto the ground, then shook his body like a dog, circulating his vital energy once. The water on his clothes instantly evaporated. Qin Ze watched with great envy. It is so nice that you guys can break through to level 1 without having to temper your bones. Brother Devour suspected he was being sarcastic. Immediately, several more arms and legs popped out of his body. You can do it too if you turn into this. Although there was no bone tempering, the unpurified soul orb had mutated their cells. All the cells in the bodies of Brother Devour and the Dharma King had been altered by the soul orb, allowing them to withstand more vital energy as well. They were completely following the evolutionary path of mutant beasts. Dharma King and Brother Devour looked human on normal days, but in a full-throttle combat state, it was hard for them to control their cellular mutations, thus exhibiting a rather unique appearance. Untie the sack. The weather is so nice, let Brother Bio come out and get some sun too. Qin Ze tossed a couple of handfuls of bait into the lake, chumming the water again. Brother Devour opened the sack. Inside, Brother Bio looked half dead, his face livid and his lips pale. Smack, smack. Wake up. Brother Devour slapped him twice, once on each cheek. Cough, cough. Brother Bio spat out 2 mouthfuls of water and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the 2 masked men in front of him, his brain shut down for a good while. You are not from the Equality Society. Qin Ze cast his line with his back to Brother Bio and said flatly, the Equality Society did hire us to rescue you, but after it was done, they tried to discard us. The rescue plan devised by Qin Ze and his group of amateur masterminds was very simple. The Dharma King took a few cannon fodders to handle the high-profile frontal assault. Then after putting the person in a sack and bringing him out, they would fly close to the lake's surface and quickly toss the sack into the water. The clone that had been clinging to the Dharma King beforehand would crawl into a new sack by itself and climb onto his shoulder. Brother Devour, who was lying in ambush underwater in advance, would retrieve the sack from the water and bring it to Qin Ze. For the sake of the remaining final payment, Qin Ze actually intended to hand the person over. As a result, the Equality Society tried to double-cross them. If Teacher Yao had not unexpectedly showed up halfway, the Dharma King would have been a goner. Qin Ze was very angry. Brother Bio grinned. That is indeed the Equality Society's style of doing things. So what do you plan to do with me? Qin Ze asked in a deep voice. Let me ask you 2 questions first. What kind of organization is the Equality Society? Brother Bio was taken aback. You do not know the Equality Society. Brother Devour stood straight beside Qin Ze like a bodyguard. Just answer what you are asked. Brother Bio shook his head. A tiger down in the plains is bullied by dogs. In the past, he would not have even given a level 1 martial artist like Brother Devour a second glance. He could have swatted him to death with one hand. But now, his own little life was held in their hands. The Equality Society strives to build a fair and just world where everyone is equal and there are no classes. Their slogan is to fight for fairness, and their mission is to eliminate the tyranny of martial artists, so freedom belongs to the people. Qin Ze sneered, a bunch of empty and pretentious nonsense. Brother Bio asked, you also think the Equality Society is dreaming? Qin Ze reeled in his line. The fish had gotten away again. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Even if the martial artist class disappeared, a scholar class might just emerge instead. I do not believe that everyone inside the Equality Society is equal and that everyone holds the same amount of power. Hearing this, Brother Bio looked thoughtful. The conflict between the martial artist class and ordinary people truly exists, and it is growing more intense by the day. Although the Equality Society is indeed hypocritical in a sense, they are at least trying to eliminate this conflict. Qin Ze shook his head. Doing so is completely meaningless. Eliminating the conflict is not something that can be achieved by wiping out all martial artists. It treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Just like you said, if the Equality Society ultimately succeeds, how do you know they will not become the new martial artist class? Brother Bio was left speechless. His brain was short-circuiting a bit. His mind could not figure out so many complex things. He just felt that what Qin Ze said made a lot of sense. Should we just do nothing then? Just let the martial artists shit and piss on everyone's heads. Brother Bio finally thought of something to retort Qin Ze. I am just saying the Equality Society's direction is wrong. If all the martial artists are dead, who is going to fight the mutant beasts? Rely on those useless riffraffs from the Equality Society. This world is already rotten to the core. What it needs is to rebuild order. Brother Bio was clearly a warrior type. No matter how much scholarly stuff was explained to him, his little brain would not be able to comprehend it. After all, you are from the Equality Society too, so I cannot be bothered to debate with you. Brother Bio remained silent for a long while. Even though I do not understand a lot of what you said, I think it makes a lot of sense. Besides, I have not been a member of the Equality Society for a long time. Brother Bio sat up cross-legged. Those people are too rigid. You have to obey orders no matter what you do. Just killing them straight away is enough, but they dawdle and act like old women. It is annoying to death. Qin Ze nodded. He really was a warrior type. I disobeyed orders and then I got kicked out. But I do think the slogan, "Fight for Fairness," is pretty good. Qin Ze said, I do not want to know about your grievances and entanglements with the Equality Society. Now tell me, what is the deal with the key? Brother Bio recalled, about 2 months ago, I discovered an organization trafficking humans and organs in the neighboring Cloud City. I followed the clues all the way and finally found out that the masterminds behind it were a few martial artists. It was raining heavily that night, and I slaughtered every single one of them. And then I got the key. As he finished speaking, Brother Bio took off his shirt. On his chest, there was a tattoo of a small tree. The tattoo was only about 10 centimeters long, but it was incredibly lifelike and vivid. This is the key. Qin Ze sized up the tattoo, but did not notice anything special about it. The key to what? Brother Bio scratched his head. I do not know. At the time, this thing was a small sapling planted in a flower pot, about half the size of a palm. I heard them say it was the key to open some new world. I could not be bothered to listen to them blabbering, so I raised my knife and killed them all. Qin Ze fell silent. Great. His stereotype of brainless brutes had deepened once again. I touched that little sapling with my hand, and then it turned into this. Later, I was caught by law enforcement. During a live news broadcast, I yelled at the camera that whoever rescued me would get the key. Sure enough, the Equality Society came. Brother Bio looked extremely smug, wearing an expression that said, "Hurry up and praise me." Law enforcement did not find this key, Qin Ze asked. Brother Bio scoffed. If I do not say anything, who would know the key is a tattoo? Besides, having a tree tattooed on your body is pretty normal, right? Qin Ze did not even know where to begin roasting him. What kind of serious person would get a tree tattoo? It had no style at all. Brother Bio said deeply, I, Wang Bio, am a man of my word. Since you rescued me, the key is now yours. It is already welded to your body. Are you planning to cut off that piece of skin to give it to me? Qin Ze said. That is simple. Brother Bio pressed his right hand against Qin Ze's chest. Qin Ze frowned slightly, feeling a scorching heat on his chest, as if a branding iron had been pressed onto him. Done. In less than a minute, Brother Bio pulled his hand back, and the small tree on his body had disappeared. Qin Ze pulled open his collar and saw that the small tree had been transferred to his chest. Subconsciously, he could sense a subtle connection forming between himself and the small tree. If he wanted to, a single thought could return the small tree to Brother Bio or pass it to the guy who devours. You are just giving it to me like this. Although he did not know what specific use this small sapling had, judging from the attention the Fairness Society and the law enforcement gave it, it definitely was not something simple. Brother Bio was a bit too generous. That was very much like a martial general. Brother Bio waved his hand. I have no use for it anyway. Just take it as your payment. It just so happens that the Fairness Society did not give you the final installment. He felt that the Qin Ze in front of him was very smart, with a bit of a devious strategist vibe, and mysterious things like the key should be left to smart people. The reason was just that simple. I will accept it then. Qin Ze turned around and continued fishing. The guy who devours stood aside respectfully with his hands behind his back. Brother Bio scratched his head. How come no one is paying attention to me all of a sudden? Hey, how exactly are you going to deal with me? Get lost, go wherever you want. Brother Bio was stunned. You are just letting me go like this. Qin Ze looked back at him. Otherwise what? Should I keep you here and treat you to a meal? The key was in hand, and he knew the information about the Fairness Society. Brother Bio had no more utility value for him. This type of martial general is not suitable to keep around. He is too bad for his godfather, so it is better to set him free. Brother Bio smiled. You are actually quite compatible with my personality. Parting ways today, I will continue to fight for the new order. Brother Bio leaned against the tree and slowly stood up. He had been injected with a suppression agent earlier, so his vital energy could not circulate, and he could not exert any strength. Now it had finally recovered a bit. Qin Ze, did not you say you were fighting for fairness? Brother Bio, that was before. I think the new order you mentioned is more impressive now. Qin Ze said, what is this new order I mentioned? Brother Bio shook his head and said firmly, it does not matter what it is anyway, I think you are right. Qin Ze rolled his eyes. What level martial artist are you? Level 5. No wonder he could kill so many martial artists and still walk away unscathed. Goodbye. Brother Bio pushed off with both feet, slapping the water as he dashed toward the opposite shore. However, just after crossing halfway, with a splash, he fell into the water. A moment later, Brother Bio surfaced, swearing while swimming toward the opposite bank. Damn, failed to act cool. My vital energy has not fully recovered yet. The guy who devours watched Brother Bio's figure move further and further away and asked, why did not you off him? If he blabbers everywhere that the key is with us, would not we become the target of everyone? Qin Ze, did not you hear he is a level 5 martial artist? Even if he is out of vital energy, just by standing there, the two of us could not break his defense. Does not matter, Brother Bio is also quite an amusing character. I am actually quite looking forward to meeting him again. What Qin Ze did not know was that his casual actions and decisions would give the circus a loyal missionary in the future. Teacher Yao returned home looking disheveled. She walked into the bathroom, took off her tattered coat, stood under the shower, and turned on the hot water. Steam swirled, casting a hazy figure onto the frosted glass door. Ring, ring. The phone in the living room rang. Teacher Yao heard it but ignored it. She bit her lower lip tightly, her heart full of resentment. Damn it. Bang. She raised her hand and smashed it against the wall, causing the marble tiles to shatter. Plan was clearly so flawless, having even considered all possible situations. But in the end, an accident occurred. Circus. Teacher Yao gritted her teeth. She vowed to find this group of rats and crush them one by one. Drip, drip, drip. Teacher Yao turned off the shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Seeing the missed calls on the phone, her eyes revealed a hint of fear. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Yao called back. A moment later, a man's voice sounded on the other end of the line. Wang Bio is lost, your trial mission failed, and the family is very disappointed in you. Teacher Yao quickly said, Wang Bio's disappearance was just an accident, and I have already uprooted the main forces the Fairness Society had lurking in Jiangcheng. Give me a little more time, and I will definitely find Wang Bio. The other side, failure is failure. I do not want to hear any explanations or reasons. Return immediately. Teacher Yao was reluctant. I have already investigated clues that Wang Bio was taken away by an emerging local organization, and I can definitely find him. Return. The man's tone was unquestionable. Wang Bio might just be a smokescreen. The key is not on him at all. The family has assigned you new tasks that need to be carried out. Return in 2 days without fail. Beep, beep, beep. Teacher Yao put down the phone, her face filled with endless sorrow. She curled up on the sofa as silver moonlight spilled in, covering the room in a silver cloak. Sigh. For a long time, a helpless sigh echoed in the darkened room. In a dimly lit conference room, 3 figures in black robes sat around a giant round table. There were 12 chairs around the round table, each with a totem corresponding to one of the 12 zodiac signs. Among them, the chairs for Leo, Aries, and Pisces were occupied, and each of them wore their own zodiac mask. Members lurking in Jiangcheng were all annihilated by the law enforcement, including 2 gray-robed deacons and 26 members. The president is very angry now. Aries, you were responsible for Jiangcheng. Do you have anything to say? Leo said in a deep voice. Aries looked coldly at Pisces. If it were not for that damn key, my people would not have been exposed. Pisces giggled, and who was the one in such a hurry to claim credit that they came to seek my cooperation? Enough, Leo slammed the table hard. In over a month, the Maka tribe will arrive in Jiangcheng. We are determined to win this Jiangcheng alien domain. Aries, I hope you do not let the president down again. Aries snorted, are you teaching me how to do my job? Pisces began being sarcastic again. Exactly, Lord Aries is a favorite in front of the president. Does a minor Leo like you have the right to point fingers? Boom. Terrifying murderous intent was released from Aries, instantly enveloping Pisces. Oh, I am so scared. Pisces unleashed their vital energy and clashed with Aries. Stop it, all of you. Leo's pressure shocked the entire room. In comparison, Aries and Pisces were like two candle flames in a gale, ready to be extinguished at any moment. You have broken through. Pisces' eyes were filled with horror. Aries could not help but sit up straight. Leo did not answer and said faintly, Pisces continue to track the location of the key. Aries is responsible for the Jiangcheng alien domain. If you fail again, bring me your heads. As he spoke, Leo disappeared from his chair. Little lamb, do you want to cooperate with me again this time? Pisces crossed their legs and played with the idea. Get out, Aries disappeared. You really cannot take a joke. Pisces left shortly after. The conference room plunged into darkness once more. P.S. I have already imagined the scene of two lions fighting in the future, hehe. Class Ms. Yao is sick. I will be taking over your body forging classes from now on. On the training ground, the students let out a collective wail after hearing their homeroom teacher's words. They would not be able to see their beautiful teacher anymore. Qin Ze's eyes flickered. The image of Ms. Yao making an entrance with the law enforcers yesterday appeared in his mind. So Ms. Yao has finished her mission. It is good that she left. He would not have to worry about his secret being exposed anymore. Without the beautiful teacher, the body forging class was dull and boring. The students were lifeless for the entire afternoon. When school was over, the class monitor walked up to the podium. Next week is my birthday. I am planning to hold a birthday party, and I hope everyone can come. This might be our last gathering before the martial arts exam. The class monitor was a cute girl with a baby face, and many people in the class had a secret crush on her. Hearing that the class monitor's birthday was approaching, some people's minds immediately became active. Brother Z, are you going? The fatty asked. No, Qin Ze replied decisively. Gatherings and such are the most troublesome. The fatty said, if you are not going, then I am not going either. Lately, I vaguely feel that my ability is about to break through. Qin Ze patted the fatty's shoulder. Keep it up, your ability is very useful in actual combat. As he spoke, he could not help but picture BT's ghost-like figure in his mind. It was just a pity that the fatty was still far from BT's level right now. In the evening, Qin Ze was invited to Ma Yan's house for dinner. He had to admit, Ma Yan's cooking skills were very good. They were both best friends, so why was Qin Yu so terrible at it? Sister Ma Yan, are you in a good mood today? Qin Ze noticed that Ma Yan had been humming a song in the kitchen. Yeah, today is payday, and I even got an extra bonus. Ma Yan brought the dishes out and said joyfully. No wonder, Qin Ze smiled. To afford medical treatment and medicine for her bedridden mother, Ma Yan wished she could work 10 jobs a day. Seeing her life get a little better step by step, Qin Ze was also happy. Qin Ze had money now, and he had offered to lend money to Ma Yan so her mother could stand up sooner. However, Ma Yan refused. The favor was too big, and she did not know how to repay it. Ma Yan had her own stubbornness. Crash! Wow! An exclamation came from the kitchen. Qin Ze hurried into the kitchen and found Ma Yan staring blankly at her cut and bleeding finger. Are you okay? She did not react, so Qin Ze shook her shoulder. Sister Ma Yan, do you want to go to the hospital? Ma Yan's eyes finally returned to normal, and she shuddered. And no, I am fine, my hand just slipped. I spent an hour making that braised pork. Looking at the shattered plate and the food on the floor, Ma Yan was very sad. Qin Ze grabbed a broom to sweep up the broken pieces. The rest of the dishes will be enough for us to eat. During dinner, Ma Yan suddenly said, the company recently received a new batch of qi gathering pills. Do you need any? I can get them for you at the internal employee price. Qin Ze shook his head. Qi gathering pills are not of much use to me right now. Qin Ze's qi had already reached its limit. No matter how many qi gathering pills he took, it would not help. The most important thing now was bone tempering. All right. Just tell me whenever you need them. After dinner, while Ma Yan was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Qin Ze quietly left some money behind and then left. A top-tier private room in the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. 3 middle-aged men were exchanging toasts. Damn it, what the hell are the enforcers even doing, letting that Wang Bio get away? The balding man cursed. Let him run, I reckon he will not dare to be so high-profile anymore, the man with black-framed glasses said. The most urgent matter is to restock our supply quickly, another bald man said. That idiot caused a scene and broke the supply chain. The few who died were all suppliers. Finglu has not had fresh blood for a long time, and all the organ transplant surgeries have stopped. Man with black-framed glasses sighed. The financial report for the last quarter was halved outright. We cannot let this continue. The bald man looked at the balding man. Old Zhao, you have always been in charge of the supply. You cannot drop the ball at a critical moment. The balding man smiled faintly. Do not worry, I have already found a new partner. I called you all here today to meet him. Knock, knock, knocks. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. The balding man raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil. As the private room door opened, He Guang walked in, looking travel-worn. Although he was mentally prepared, a stormy sea still surged in his heart when he clearly saw the faces of the three men in the private room. Although the He family was a leading martial arts family in Jiangcheng, they still fell a bit short in front of these three. I am sorry, there was traffic on the way, I am late, He Guang quickly explained. The balding man said, let me introduce you. He Bai is the second son of the He family in Jiangcheng. His older brother is a major in our Jiangcheng City Defense Department, a level 3 martial artist. He Guang will also break through to become a level 2 martial artist soon. He is young and promising. Hearing this, He Guang was flattered. Not at all, everything still relies on the various resources you provide. The balding man smiled, very satisfied. The bespectacled man asked, you should know why you were called here, right? He Guang nodded. Mr. Zhao has already told me. You need fresh goods. I am very familiar with Jiangcheng, so I will be in charge of this area from now on. The bald man said, work hard, young man. As long as we have meat to eat, you will definitely get your share of the soup. He Guang stood up to pour wine for the three of them, then raised his own glass. This junior will definitely go through fire and water for you three seniors without hesitation. They resumed exchanging toasts in the private room, and the atmosphere became very cheerful for a time. I reckon I can only work for you seniors until the end of the year. I have to go to the abyss next year. The bald man caught the underlying meaning in He Guang's words. As long as your work satisfies us, you will never have to go to the abyss again in your life. He Guang was overjoyed. Having been there once, he never wanted to go again. He did not want to experience the mortal fear of facing alien beasts directly for a second time. Thank you, seniors. I will definitely not disappoint you. This morning's practical class is a field visit to the Black Mountain Research Institute. Classes 1 to 3 will be the first batch. The buses are already parked on the sports field. Let us head down and gather. The homeroom teacher announced to the students early in the morning. Practical classes were held at the end of every semester, and they usually involved visiting companies and enterprises related to martial artists. Black Mountain Research Institute was responsible for researching various martial artist pills and cultivation techniques. It was even rumored that they researched alien beasts inside. Because the Black Mountain Research Institute had very high benefits and treatment, fresh university graduates fought tooth and nail to get in every year. At the same time, the Black Mountain Research Institute had a student aid fund and would select top students to sign agreements with. Those who received the student aid fund had to work at the institute for 10 years after graduating from university. Sitting on the bus, Qin Ze felt a bit expectant in his heart. Lin Xiao was a researcher at the Black Mountain Research Institute, and the alpha reagent was produced there. The bus soon drove out of the city, and half an hour later, it stopped in front of an alloy gate at the foot of a large mountain. Rumble! A 10-meter-tall alloy gate slowly opened. It was the students' first time seeing such a tall gate, and they exclaimed in amazement. Qin Ze was not surprised at all. Compared to the shelter's gate, the Black Mountain Research Institute's impressiveness felt a bit lacking. Inside was an extremely expansive parking lot. There was a track in the middle, and a black train was parked by the platform. Students, welcome to the Black Mountain Research Institute. A staff member wearing the institute's uniform had already been waiting there. Good morning. Welcome to the Black Mountain Research Institute transportation system. This system provides a comfortable and safe travel environment for our research staff. The current time is 9:37 a.m. The weather is sunny, with an outdoor temperature of 27 degrees Celsius and an indoor temperature of 22 degrees. Students fastened their seatbelts and sat in their seats, curiously pressing their faces against the glass to look outside. The train was not moving very fast as it traveled through a deep, dark tunnel. From time to time, you could see workers along the tracks using welding torches to work on something. It is so deep. I reckon they must have hollowed out the entire mountain. With the institute hidden in such a secret location, even a beast tide would not be able to break through. Students were chattering away. This trip was truly an eye-opener for them. The chubby student clicked his tongue in amazement. My family's company actually has quite a few collaborations with Black Mountain, but this is my first time visiting. I was thinking about potentially working at Black Mountain Research Institute for a while after graduation, before going home to take over the family business. Now the chubby student no longer had that thought. Qin Ze had been calm throughout the entire journey. Compared to the shock of seeing the shelter for the first time, this was nothing more than child's play. The train has arrived at platform 1. Please disembark in an orderly manner. 10 minutes later, the train pulled into the platform. Everyone got off, lined up, and followed the staff member ahead. From here on, this is the real Black Mountain Research Institute. The group stood in front of a closed alloy door. The staff member swiped a card, and the door opened. Inside was a spacious hall, where many people could be seen coming and going in a hurry. In the center stood a sign, indicating the research departments on each floor. The sign showed that the institute had 5 levels, and Qin Ze and the others were currently on the first floor, in the reception hall. Next, I will take everyone to visit our specimen hall. The group took the elevator down to the second floor, which was entirely dedicated to the specimen hall. Inside transparent glass cabinets were specimens of various strange beasts, some being nothing more than white skeletons. The beasts were all massive with ferocious appearances. Even as cold corpses, they still exuded an intense pressure that was overwhelming to these inexperienced students. The specimen hall houses everything from F-class beasts to S-class beasts. By dissecting these beasts, we can understand their genetic sequences and cellular strength, allowing us to identify their weaknesses. Therefore, it is not just warriors who fight against the beasts, but also a vast number of research scientists. For those students who did not take the martial arts exam, do not be discouraged. Aim for a good university, and you are welcome to join our Black Mountain Research Institute after graduation. The staff members soon began talking about the benefits and various perks of the institute. Qin Ze realized that this was not a practical training session at all. It was clearly the institute advertising to recruit people. After finishing the specimen hall tour, the group went to the Medicine Research and Development Department. Through the transparent glass walls, you could see the researchers inside, all looking tense. They were bundled up tightly, and even their eyes were covered with protective goggles. Medicine R&D Department primarily develops various healing medicines and chi-gathering pills needed by warriors. Occasionally, we also receive orders from the front lines to develop specific medications. Currently, the R&D Department is most in need of people. Students who took the academic exam can sign up for the corresponding majors in college and join us after passing an interview upon graduation. The staff member was exceptionally enthusiastic toward the students who were not taking the martial arts exam, showing them all sorts of care. As for crude martial artists like Qin Ze, they were all left sitting on the sidelines. "This guy is so realistic," the chubby student grumbled. Qin Ze smiled. "You have no utility value to them, so be grateful they even let you come along to look around. Do not ask for too much." After visiting the R&D department, Qin Ze felt the need to use the restroom. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." The staff member said, "Go straight, then turn right." He was not worried about Qin Ze going anywhere he should not. The institute has doors every few meters, and you cannot go anywhere without an access card. "Brother Z, wait for me." The chubby student followed along. In addition to him, Qin Ze also saw the class monitor. "Qin Ze, will you be coming to my birthday party next week?" the class monitor asked. "Sorry, the martial arts exam is coming up soon, and I still need to train," Qin Ze replied. I see the class monitor's eyes dimmed slightly. Qin Ze and the chubby student were standing side by side at the urinals when the latter said, "The class monitor likes you, cannot you tell?" Qin Ze, life's 3 great illusions: your phone vibrating, thinking you can pull off a counterkill, and thinking she likes you. The chubby student sighed, "You really are impervious to everything." After shaking off, Qin Ze washed his hands and left the bathroom. The lights in the hallway suddenly went out, and everything fell into darkness. Bang, bangs, bang. All the doors on the floor closed shut. Only the emergency lights on the walls flashed with red light, accompanied by a piercing alarm. What is going on? Did not pay the electric bill. In the pitch-black darkness, the chubby student tripped over his own feet. "Qin Ze, just wait." It was so dark you could not see your own hand, and they were not familiar with the path. There was nothing else to do but wait for the power to return. Just then, the intercom above sounded. A transformer malfunction has occurred. Staff are performing emergency repairs. Please stay where you are and do not move around. Everything will return to normal shortly. The chubby student shook the water off his hands. We really are unlucky, running into everything. Qin Ze frowned slightly. His sixth sense was ringing alarm bells. Bang! A loud crash suddenly came from the women's restroom nearby, like something smashing onto the floor. Following that was a scream. Ugh! It was the class monitor. Qin Ze and the chubby student rushed into the women's restroom. By the faint red glow of the emergency light outside, Qin Ze saw the class monitor slumped on the ground. The ceiling ventilation panel had fallen, shattering 2 tiles. Not far in front of the class monitor was a hunched, humanoid creature letting out dangerous growls. What is that thing? The chubby student's voice trembled. The lighting was too dim to see its face clearly. Qin Ze felt the silhouette looked slightly familiar. Grrrr. After a brief standoff, the creature lunged fiercely at the class monitor on the ground. Qin Ze instantly unleashed his level 1 destiny reversal technique, trading a solid punch with it. With a bang, both parties recoiled simultaneously. In a flash, Qin Ze grabbed the class monitor's arm and pulled her to safety. Up close, Qin Ze finally saw the creature's appearance. It was a man under 30, completely bald with sallow skin. He was wearing a blue and white hospital gown with a number 3 on his name tag. An alien corrupted one. Qin Ze locked his brows. Corrupted but not fully. This guy looked quite different from the corrupted ones found in the other realm. He looked more like a neutered version. A foreboding feeling grew in Qin Ze's heart. Could reality be replicating the disaster of the corrupted ones from the other realm? The mutant did not make any more rash attacks. The brief clash just now made him realize that Qin Ze's strength was far above his own. The mutant pulled some distance away from Qin Ze. His eyes emitted an eerie red light, accompanied by low growls from his throat. Is this an alien beast? The class president scrambled to her feet, still reeling from the shock, and hid behind Qin Ze. Just now, while she was washing her hands, the mutant had suddenly jumped out of the ventilation duct. You could say that. Obviously, the mutant in front of them was a product of the research institute. It had escaped for some unknown reason. Rumble. A loud noise came from the ventilation duct overhead. Immediately after, 2 more mutants jumped out. And the noise inside the duct still had not stopped. You guys go first, Qin Ze said. You got this, Brother Z. Fatty knew his own limits. Staying would only distract Qin Ze and drag him down. I will fight alongside you. The class president mustered up her courage and stepped out from behind Qin Ze. Fatty felt a major headache coming on. Class Prez, stop getting in the way here. Boom! Right as Fatty was speaking, a massive crash echoed overhead and more than half the ceiling smashed down. Crashing down along with the ceiling was a black silhouette. Fatty reacted quickly. He instantly grabbed the class president's arm and activated his innate talent. In a flash, Fatty teleported backward by a full 5 centimeters. That is right. Through Fatty's strenuous efforts lately, his distance had extended. Sharp claws slashed down right against Fatty's chest, leaving a shallow bloody scratch on his skin. If Fatty had not teleported just then, he probably would have been sliced clean in half. Thump, thump, thump. One mutant after another leaped from the shattered ceiling, dropping down like dumplings into a pot. In just a few dozen seconds, over 20 mutants were standing in the not-so-spacious restroom. Pincering him from front and back, they trapped Qin Ze in the middle. Go now, Qin Ze said in a deep voice. I will go get security. Fatty grabbed the class president and ran for their lives. 2 mutants tried to chase after them. Qin Ze flicked a bolt of lightning from his fingertips, and the 2 instantly collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. In an instant, Qin Ze drew all the mutants aggro. These mutants looked pretty much identical. Scarlet eyes, sallow skin, smooth bald heads, and uniform clothing. Based on the fluctuations of their auras, Qin Ze judged that these mutants were only around level 0.4. Bang! A massive black shadow leaped down from the hole in the ceiling, smashing a shallow crater into the floor. Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. Finally, one that can put up a bit of a fight. This new mutant was nearly 2 meters tall. His entire body bulged with muscles, and the teeth in his mouth were as dense and sharp as a shark's. A row of bone spikes jutted from his back, and he even dragged a 1.5-meter-long tail. The brute seemed to be the leader of this group of mutants. The moment he appeared, the other mutants stepped back, bowing in submission. Humans die. The brute spat out 2 slurred words. The other mutants, having received their orders, stepped forward and began to close the circle. Qin Ze scoffed. Did you think you are the only ones with numbers? Snap. Qin Ze snapped his fingers. The clones attached to Qin Ze stepped out one by one. These guys wore neat black suits and various animal and bird masks. They lined up in a single row behind Qin Ze. The brute's eyes widened in astonishment. He scratched his head. He really could not figure out where all these people had come from. Over 30 Qin Zes, plus more than 20 mutants, packed the restroom to the brim. Brute's vertical crimson pupils stared directly at Qin Ze, while Qin Ze remained equally unfazed. Qin Ze raised his right hand and beckoned the brute with his finger. Come on. Pawns against pawns, kings against kings. Crack. The tail behind the brute slammed heavily against the ground, followed by a deafening roar. Beating their chests and shouting, the mutants launched their attack. Facing mutants as ferocious and terrifying as wild beasts, the clones were all fired up like they were on stimulants. Damasha. For the commander. Yura. Dedicate your hearts. Let us wreck them. The two sides clashed violently, their battle cries blending into a continuous roar. The clones were generally around level 0.4 to 0.5, on par with the mutants in terms of power. This gang fight was a back-and-forth brawl. However, because there were more clones, they could execute righteous beatdowns, giving them a slight upper hand. It was only because the space in the restroom was too small. Otherwise, Qin Ze would have wanted to let out another 20 or 30 clones. Sneak attack. Attack his lower body. I will feign sleep in the front to bait the enemy. You strike from the side. Watch closely, I am going to launch a powerful attack. Not only does the enemy refuse to surrender, but they actually dare to fight back. While the clones were fighting passionately, Qin Ze was also itching for action. Come over here. Qin Ze provoked. Brute's brain was already entirely made of muscle, so how could he withstand such provocation? He lunged forward, viciously swinging his tail in a sweeping strike. A nearby mutant could not dodge in time, and its body was struck by the tail, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Qin Ze shook his head. When you go ruthless, you really do not even spare your own people. Brute's tail pressed forward unstoppably, kicking up a whistling sound as it tore through the air straight for Qin Ze's head. Qin Ze gracefully stepped sideways, and the tail smashed down at his feet, just barely missing the tip of his nose. Looking at the tail practically delivered to him, Qin Ze bent down and gripped it tightly. The tail is a sensitive spot for almost all animals, and the brute was no exception. The moment Qin Ze grabbed his tail, all the bone spikes on his back stood up straight. The brute forcefully swung his tail, trying to break free. However, he found that Qin Ze's hands were like a pair of steel pliers. The harder he struggled, the tighter those hands gripped. Are you ready? Qin Ze whistled and thrust his hips powerfully. Like swinging a sledgehammer with a whoosh, the brute was swung up into the air. The brute smashed down the wall of the women's restroom and crashed into the men's restroom next door. Qin Ze clapped his hands and walked into the men's room. He saw the brute sprawled in a stall, his head resting right in the urinal. The brute shook his head and scrambled up from the floor. It was obvious that this guy was extremely angry now. Qin Ze's internal vital energy surged, circulating a layer of the fate-defying art. Just as he was about to deliver a righteous iron fist to his opponent, the brute's eyes suddenly flashed. An eerie crimson light engulfed the entire space, even if only for a single second. Qin Ze found that he could not move. Like the 7 fairies hit by the Monkey King's immobilization spell. All the vital energy in his body had completely stagnated. The brute charged over, pinned Qin Ze by the shoulders, and slammed him against the wall of the women's restroom. Qin Ze's body was imprisoned, unable to resist. The brute's tail reached over from behind, the tip peeling back outward like a banana to reveal a sharp bone spike. The bone spike hovered right over Qin Ze's forehead, and a playful smile appeared on the brute's face. Qin Ze clicked his tongue in wonder. A mutant with an innate talent. This was a first. You do not actually think you have got me beat, do you? The corners of Qin Ze's mouth curled up, and lightning faintly flickered within his pupils. Crackle! An angry bolt of lightning struck the big guy directly in the chest. With a scream, the big guy flew backward and crashed into the men's restroom. Qin Ze landed on the ground, his body crackling with arcs of blue electricity. Innate abilities do not consume vital energy, they are triggered by mental power. It takes just a single thought to activate the ability instantly. That is why people with innate abilities are so highly sought after. Unlike martial artists, they do not need to condense vital energy and have no casting delay. Are you even trying, weakling? We are already done on our end. You are the only one still dragging your feet. If you need a hand, just ask your daddies. The original really is a hopeless case. The clones had finished their fight. All the mutated ones were taken out, with 0 casualties among the clones. After all, they outnumbered the enemy by half. With such an overwhelming advantage, even a bunch of dogs could win. The clones were either squatting on the ground or poking the corpses with their fingers. They were all bored to death. Qin Ze's voice carried the power of thunder, echoing with a natural reverb. Keep your eyes peeled and watch closely. Your daddies will always be your daddies. Qin Ze condensed a lightning snake as thick as an arm on his right arm. Ooh, he is showing off now. Let me see. Can one punch electrify that guy through and through? Get it done fast. Qin Ze ignored the jeers of his clones. The charge was complete, time for the execution. Just as Qin Ze approached the hole in the wall, a dense flurry of bone spikes flew out from the men's room, leaving him nowhere to hide. Qin Ze reached out and pulled a bystander clone in front of him. The bone spikes rained down like a storm, pinning the clone down. Qin Ze, you jerk. Thud. The clone collapsed to the ground, his chest, face, and thighs bristling with bone spikes, looking just like a human hedgehog. His skin turned cyan as his body twitched violently. Poisoned. Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. This mutant had a bit too many innate abilities. It was lucky he had not reached level 1 yet. Otherwise, Qin Ze and his clones would not have been enough to handle him. Your attack is over. Now it is my turn. Too bad there are no ifs. Qin Ze stepped into the men's room, where the big guy was leaning against the wall, panting. It was clear that his last move had taken quite a toll on him. Seeing Qin Ze completely unharmed, the big guy was stunned. Roar! He used his remaining strength to lunge at Qin Ze. Accept the judgment of the thunder. Qin Ze unleashed a straight punch. The lightning snake on his arm flew like a wild horse, crashing into the big guy's chest. The dim space was filled with lightning, and within an instant, the electrical snake pierced right through the big guy's massive body. The lightning snake left the body and charged straight into one of the stalls. Boom! The toilet exploded. Feces flew everywhere. Qin Ze stepped back, his face darkening. He had almost been baptized in a rain of excrement. Damn it! Who does not flush after using the toilet? The big guy fell over stiffly white smoke, still rising from the gaping hole in his chest, and the air filled with the smell of charred meat. No soul pearl. One of the clones even gutted the big guy, but found no trace of a soul pearl. It is well known that mutated beasts with innate abilities have soul pearls, as these abilities are inherited through them. Neither the ordinary mutants, nor the ones with innate abilities, had any soul pearls in their bodies. Looking at the blue and white striped hospital gowns on these mutants, Qin Ze suddenly had a bold guess. The lights turned on. The emergency lights in the hallway went out. The locked gates outside opened one after another. Clones returned to Qin Ze one by one, including the lucky one who had not been poisoned to death earlier. Hasty footsteps echoed outside the restroom. A team of fully armed security guards walked in. Leading them was a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses. When he saw the scene in the restroom, his brow furrowed. The big guy had a huge hole in his chest, clearly killed in one hit. The other mutants had died in various ways. Many of them had arms and legs twisted beyond recovery, as if they had suffered inhuman torture. However, that was just the clones running recovery tests out of boredom. Did you kill all of them? The man in the trench coat fixed his gaze on Qin Ze, the only living person in the room. As you can see, Qin Ze shrugged. The man in the trench coat felt his worldview shaken to its core. A middle school student had single-handedly taken down over 20 mutants, and one of them had even been labeled highly dangerous by the Research Institute. Are students these days really that fierce? The man pressed his earpiece. I have arrived at the scene. All test subjects are dead. Yes, I understand. Qin Ze yawned. Can I leave now? The man blocked his path. Sorry, not yet. Qin Ze complained. You are making things difficult for a minor student. Does your conscience not hurt? I just came for a practical class and almost lost my life. Now that I have barely survived, you will not even let me leave. Do you have any idea how much of a shock my fragile heart has taken? I am so depressed. The man's mouth twitched. With all these corpses, and you tell me your heart is fragile and depressed. The monsters are the ones who should be depressed. You are certainly not. The man took a deep breath, fighting the urge to retort. This matter is indeed a dereliction of duty on our institute's part. We will discuss compensation with your school later. Rest assured, everything you have lost will be compensated. Qin Ze sniffled, looking as if he were scared to death. Then why will not you let me leave? Man explained, there are some things we need you to cooperate with our investigation on. After we ask about the situation, we will let you go. Qin Ze leaned against the wall. I forgot to mention, I am not just depressed, I also have claustrophobia. I cannot stay here for too long. Weak, pathetic, and helpless. The man gritted his teeth. Damn it. His fist clenched. Click, click, click. A few minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels echoed in the hallway. It is the little brother, we meet again. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance in a white lab coat, her hands coolly in her pockets. Professor, all the test subjects were killed by him, the man reported truthfully. Lin Xiao looked at Qin Ze. She looked him up and down. Her eyes were shining. She looked as if she were seeing some peerless treasure. Qin Ze stepped back twice. His intuition told him that this was a bad woman. Do not look at me like that, I am still a kid. Tusk, 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 Lin Xiao curled her lips. I have never seen a kid so powerful. Come, let big sister take a look at how far you have developed. Lin Xiao picked up her syringe and walked toward Qin Ze. Qin Ze dodged to the side. Is there something seriously wrong with this woman? She just loves giving people injections. Lin Xiao was not angry either. She brushed her bangs back from her forehead. Do not be nervous. Big sister is doing this for your own good. Qin Ze looked at the man in the trench coat. Does cooperating with the investigation also include drawing blood? The man in the trench coat coughed a few times, then said to Lin Xiao, Professor Lin, it is more important to get down to business first. Lin Xiao curled her lips and reluctantly put the syringe back into her pocket. She first inspected the corpses of the lackeys, and only then did she focus on the hole in the big guy's chest. The cut is clean and the wound is charred black. It seems to have been hit by a strong electrical current. Lin Xiao truly lived up to her professionalism. With just one glance, she clearly figured out the big guy's cause of death. I did not expect you to be a gifted ability user. A lightning abilities. Lin Xiao looked at Qin Ze again. She was getting more and more curious about him. I really want to draw a vial of blood. So what is the deal with these mutant beasts? Qin Ze changed the subject. They are not mutant beasts, Lin Xiao muttered, then said to Qin Ze, anyway, this was an accident at our research institute. They broke out of their cages when the guards were caught off guard, destroyed the transformer, and tried to escape through the ventilation ducts. Good thing they ran into you. Qin Ze, all I know is that a defenseless student like me almost died just now. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. You defenseless. You will be compensated. But before that, you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Lin Xiao placed a document in front of Qin Ze. Knowing his situation, Qin Ze did not hesitate at all and immediately signed his name. Good. I thought it would take some convincing to make you compromise. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. With so many muscular men standing across from him, Qin Ze had no doubt that if he just said the word no, he would be swarmed by burly men the next second. So what is my compensation? Lin Xiao put away the non-disclosure agreement. Publicly, we will announce that you subdued the thugs who infiltrated the research institute. I will give you a perfect score for this practical class, and then give you a reward for your courageous act. And Qin Ze pressed. A hush fee of just that little bit, do not even think about it. I heard from Yao Zhu that you have reached the bone tempering stage. I will give you an extra bottle of high-grade bone tempering liquid. Lin Xiao beckoned, and the man in the trench coat took out a brown plastic bottle containing an unknown black liquid. Just looking at its appearance, it looked a bit like pesticide. "What is this used for?" Qin Ze asked. Lin Xiao answered, "Bone tempering liquid, as the name suggests, is for tempering bones. Soak whichever bone you want to temper. Mix it with water at a 1:10 ratio, just enough to submerge the bone you want to temper." Qin Ze's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Exactly what he needed right now. With so many mutant beasts popping up in the pitch dark, you do not know how much of an impact it had on the mind of an underage boy like me. I am literally depressed now. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. 2 bottles. Qin Ze sighed. "Alas, I am the type of person who loves to talk in my sleep. What if I fall asleep and say something I should not?" The veins on Lin Xiao's forehead throbbed slightly. To think she was actually being extorted by a little brat today. It made her angry just thinking about it. 3 bottles, no more than that. The production of high-grade bone-tempering liquid is very low. You could not even buy a bottle on the market for millions. Qin Ze smiled. "Thank you, big sister. With the bone-tempering liquid, I can focus on my cultivation at night. If I sleep less, I naturally will not talk in my sleep." Lin Xiao snorted coldly. "Take your bone-tempering liquid and get lost. Little brats are so annoying. Goodbye, big sister." 3 bottles of bone-tempering liquid stuffed Qin Ze's pockets full. "By the way, Yao Zhu asked me to tell you that she has settled the matters with the He family. From now on, just focus on preparing for the martial arts exam and do not overthink things." Hearing this, Qin Ze felt a little surprised. To be honest, his relationship with teacher Yao was not that deep. For her to go to such lengths for him, Qin Ze was actually a little touched. Since the He family was no longer a threat, he could call back the clones near Ma Yan's house. The circus was exactly in need of manpower right now. Where did teacher Yao go? I am not her mother, how would I know? Now get out of here. All the test subjects were dead, and she was extorted out of 2 extra bottles of bone-tempering liquid. Lin Xiao was very annoyed. This woman must be going through menopause. Qin Ze muttered quietly in his heart. Her mood changes at the drop of a hat. "Brother Z, you are finally out." Seeing Qin Ze safe and sound, Fatty spoke in an excited tone. The class monitor also patted her flat chest. "It is good that you are okay, as long as you are okay." The homeroom teacher walked over and patted Qin Ze's body. Discovering that no parts were missing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ze explained, "It was just a few thugs who infiltrated the research institute. I subdued them. I just handed them over to the institute's security. Everything is fine now." "Just thugs," Fatty muttered to himself. It was pitch dark at the time, and he really did not get a clear look at what the other party looked like. But since Brother Z said they were thugs, then they must be thugs. With such an incident happening, the practical class came to an end. The students boarded the bus and returned to school. Upon arriving home at night, Qin Ze could not wait to mix a basin of bone-tempering water. It was black, sticky, and still hot. "Qin Ze, are you freaking boiling crap? Thank goodness it is not food. Hurry up and put your hands in to see how it feels. Looking at it makes me a bit hungry. This guy is on another level." The clones began to gloat. Opportunities to laugh at the main body were rare. Qin Ze took a deep breath and quickly plunged both hands into the basin. Tingling sensation passed through his hands and instantly flowed through his entire body. Awesome. So comfortable. It feels like getting a premium massage. You have had one. I imagined having one. With the sensory sharing between the main body and the clones also experienced the wonderful sensation of the bone-tempering water. I have to say, after this soak, the bone-tempering speed really became faster. If the original speed was first gear, it was now at least in second gear. At this rate, it will take less than half a month to complete one bone-tempering cycle. It seems it can be even faster. Qin Ze went to the bathroom to mix another basin of bone-tempering water and brought it out, letting the clones soak together. Anyway, he got it for free, so he might as well use it all up and speed things up for the clones too. For a time, the room was filled with constant groans and murmurs. Next, Qin Ze took a week off to temper his bones at home. He wished he could keep his hands soaking in the water 24 hours a day until they were a bit puffy. Clones also suffered miserably. Their perfectly good hands were soaked until they looked like white chicken claws. However, the results were remarkable. After tonight, the last hand bone needed for the first bone tempering will be fully tempered. Outside the window, the sun was setting in the west, and Qin Ze decided to make a vigorous push to break through tonight. Ring ring. The phone rang. Qin Ze, I bought a chicken. Want to come over for dinner later? Ma Yan always thought of Qin Ze whenever she bought something delicious. She had even forced him to take back the money he left behind last time once she discovered it. In Ma Yan's own words, I have hands and feet. I do not need charity. Did you get a bonus again? How did you know? Qin Ze guessed it from the excited tone on the other end of the line. I was working on a new project at the company, and there has been some progress lately. This is the second bonus I have received, Ma Yan said happily. Qin Ze smiled. So she was sharing her joy with him. I still have to train tonight, so I will not be able to make it. Save a chicken leg for me, I will come eat it tomorrow. After sharing a few meals, the two had become very close friends. Ma Yan said, all right then, I will save one for you. Work hard on your training, you have to become a martial artist. Qin Ze wanted to say that after tonight, he would be a level 1 martial artist. But the words stopped at his lips, and he changed it to, I will. After ending the call with Ma Yan, Qin Ze placed his right hand into the bone tempering liquid. This was the last portion. After a week of non-stop bone tempering with his clones, the supply was completely exhausted. But the dawn was right before his eyes. Qin Ze gathered his qi and blood, continuously refining the thumb of his right hand. Tempering bones with qi and blood is actually very painful, like having a heavy object repeatedly crushing your fingers. But the bone tempering liquid was soothing, much like a sedative. This experience of ice and fire lasted for over 2 hours. Splash! Qin Ze lifted his right hand. The last finger bone required for the initial tempering was now complete. This also marked the successful refining of his entire right hand. Although his fingers did not sparkle like in a cartoon, Qin Ze could feel a distinct change. His qi was the first to react, expanding by several sizes. A steady stream of qi and blood surged out from the sea, frantically washing through every part of his body. It felt like dozens of soft, boneless hands were kneading, rubbing, and pressing all over him. Under the repeated flushing of qi and blood, his meridians began to thicken bit by bit. This would allow more qi and blood to pass through in a short time, facilitating explosive power during combat. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Ze opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Bangs bang! Clones standing on his left and right fired 2 party poppers, with colorful streamers falling onto Qin Ze's head and shoulders. Another clone popped a bottle of champagne and sprayed it everywhere. We are level 1 martial artists now. Does that mean the brothers born from now on start at level 0.5? Damn, born at the wrong time. I worked my tail off just to reach 0.5. It is fine, you can just go back to the drawing board. Should we throw a party to celebrate? We have not held the memorial service from last time yet. Then let us do them together. Yay, a memorial service party. More than 40 clones chattered away as they busied themselves in the living room. Qin Ze could not be bothered to argue with them. He had not eaten all day and was starving, so he went to the kitchen to make some instant noodles. After walking out of the kitchen with his bowl, Qin Ze found the atmosphere outside to be extremely heavy and bizarre. The clones stood in 3 rows with solemn expressions, facing a large portrait of Qin Ze. Dear friends and family, good evening. Today is Qin Ze's memorial service. Dozens of brothers used their blood and flesh to pave the way for the original's breakthrough today. Future brothers will no longer need to pioneer. They will be born as level 0.5 martial artists. This is not because the original is generous, but because we were here. One clone acted as the host, emotionally reciting the eulogy they had prepared in advance. The other clones hung their heads with sorrowful expressions. Qin Ze leaned against the kitchen doorway, slurping his noodles while watching his own memorial service. How should he put it? Attending your own memorial service is quite a magical experience. This Qin Ze monument will forever remember everything the departed have done. History will not forget, and we certainly will not forget. Clone placed a wooden plaque over 30 centimeters long in front of the portrait, with the words Monument of Qin Ze written on it. First bow, second bow, third bow. Ceremony concluded. The clones bowed in unison 3 times. The host pushed the portrait and the monument aside, the corners of his mouth curling up. The memorial service is over. Now it is party time. Speakers blasted sexy DJ music. The host jumped onto the table and started headbanging wildly, and the other clones danced to the beat. It was a scene of absolute chaos. There was not a shred of sadness left in the atmosphere. They are truly insane. After finishing his noodles, Qin Ze returned to his room. He lay down comfortably. After being so repressed since transmigrating, he decided to indulge himself just this once. Now that he had successfully broken through to level 1, he finally had some self-preservation power. Qin Ze hesitated about whether to go to the otherworld immediately. Not just for the soul beads on the floating island, but to verify his suspicions. After some thought, Qin Ze decided to cultivate a bit more. After reaching level 1, he could produce 3 clones a day. It would not be too late to storm the otherworld once he had 100 or 200 clones. By then he could bring along Devourer and Mage, who were both close to level 2 as well. Accompanied by the thumping DJ music from the living room, Qin Ze soon fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Ze went downstairs for breakfast. His leave of absence was up, so he had to report to school today. Boss 3 baskets of steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and a side of pickles. Qin Ze found a corner seat and sat down. As he became a formal martial artist, his appetite had also grown. Even martial artists have to obey the law of conservation of energy. The TV on the wall was playing the Jiangcheng morning news. Recently, there have been multiple missing persons cases in the city, primarily involving women aged 16 to 30. The Jiangcheng Police Department has obtained preliminary leads and is working on the case, while advising women not to go out alone. Additionally, an arson case occurred in the shantytown last night, causing significant property damage, 1 death, and no injuries. The police have preliminarily identified the perpetrator as a woman who, unable to bear years of caring for her bedridden mother, committed arson. The deceased was the perpetrator's mother. The suspect is currently at large, and the police are in pursuit. Anyone with information can call. The people eating there at this time were mostly elderly folks. They were all outraged by the news. How heartless, all that effort to raise her for nothing. To burn her own mother alive, how could she do such a thing? Matricide, in ancient times, she had been executed by slow slicing. She really deserves to die. She looks so kind-hearted in the photo. I never expected her to do something so cruel. Qin Ze was busy devouring his food, but looked up at the TV out of curiosity, wanting to see who was so ruthless. When he saw the suspect's photo on the screen, Qin Ze froze, and the bun in his mouth dropped to the floor. Because that photo was none other than Ma Yan.